हेलो गाइस, व्हाट इज अप एंड वेलकम टू अनदर स्ट्रीम। कैसे हो सब लोगों का स्वागत है नए स्ट्रीम पे। अभी हम लोग करने वाले हैं वॉच पार्टी। लेट्स गो। कैसे हो क्यूटीज, कैसे हो पुकीज? कुछ तो इधर चल रहा है, कुछ तो चल रहा है।
I like that.
No, I think it's C.
Sure,
क्विज
let's go see.
वगैरह
You think
चल
it's
रहा है,
C?
आई थिंक।
I heard the thing that sounded like decorate, so that's the best. That's
All
my
right, let's
best
go
guess.
C. Let's go C.
But I
Lock
don't
it
feel
in.
good about it.
I must say I like what they have done with the place.
Yeah.
Wait, I heard D. I said D.
Also,
No, you didn't.
I said D.
Lost
also, I'm gonna
in
say that D is the
translation।
legit chamber
मतलब ये
voice line, so
गेम
we should have
नहीं
just gone with
समझ लेता है
the
ना
voice line that
I
chamber
don't know what his
actually.
chamber's voice
Yeah, I
lines
think-
are.
Yeah, I know
Because
that.
I'm more
Chamber, like,
respectable
अच्छा,
player
वॉइस
that
लाइन
plays
गेस करना था,
Killjoy,
ऐसा क्या? इसमें तो
Cypher.
You think
इसमें तो हम
I'm the
अव्वल है।
chamber?
Bias.
और
Your
एक और
respect-
एक।
We're going to talk about some of the greatest to play the game during the chamber era, and they're not respectable players. Is that what
No,
you're
it's a
insinuating?
cheater agent. The agent just
कैसे
gives
हो
you
गाइस
free
सब लोग?
kills.
कम
I
ऑन, सब
can't
लोग
believe you
लाइक
said that
वगैरह
about Ye. I'm
ठोको
gonna
जल्दी
tell on
जल्दी।
you.
Yeah.
I'm gonna tell on you.
Ooh, boy.
While
चुपचाप
I
like
saw
कर
him
दो।
out, you take a time out. I wanna make you guys aware of Champions because it is a program of mini competitions celebrating Valorant's community and culture. And you guys know I love our community and culture. Many of you have submitted fan art, video edits,
चैंपियंस
and
और
cosplay looks. And now
चैंपियंस
we need
कास्ट
your
योर
help
वोट।
to
अच्छा,
decide
अवार्ड
which
शो होता है
submission
ना
will
इधर।
advance to the next round. All you have to do is head to the Champions of Champions page and have your Riot ID on hand to cast your vote. For your favorite 5 submissions, I want to give out a shout out to Jessie because I did check the submissions a little bit earlier. She goes hard on
Guys,
those
सब लोग poll
fan
वगैरह
video
पे भी
edits,
vote
and I
करते
really
रहना।
like to see that she made it through. So Jessie, I'm voting for you.
Shout out.
Yeah.
We're also looking at something
Honestly-
like the cosplays, and they were fire.
Oh,
Dude,
I
the
was going to say Jesse
Brimstone
gets my vote
cosplay?
too, but yeah,
Yeah.
go on.
The Brimstone cosplay from
From
Americas.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He was at our final. Legend.
What about the sideshow cosplay?
That was a cosplay. I thought that was just
made it.
sideshow.
Yeah. By the way, yeah, we have sideshow in the crowd.
Right.
Yeah, I
but
thought it was
it's
just
crazy.
sideshow.
Right, we hit our sideshow checkmark for the day, by the way. We can move on now.
Unfortunately, we don't have sideshow, but we do have a man that could pass off
Come
as
on, guys,
sideshow with
like
Groupology.
वगैरह करते रहो
It's
सब
Tom
लोग।
Biz and Mitchman.
Oh.
Welcome once again to Groupology, where we're going to take you through the groups and the expected results of these
अच्छा,
matchups.
आज
Group C
Group C
is
का
our
है ना?
target for today. Tom, start us off here, Team Liquid and DRX.
I'm going to be honest. I feel like Team Liquid's the obvious choice. DRX has been a little bit underwhelming. Mitch, I don't know what to do here, so I'm going to give you a 50-50. Do you
Team
think
Liquid
China's
को
taking it NRG
predict
good form?
करती है।
NRG, it was a close grand final, but they weren't facing the Baby Bay G2. It's got to be EDG, of course.
Okay, well, we're on the clock, so EDG's going through. That's already going to put DRX in the bottom alongside NRG. I think that DRX are not going to come back for that, so I'm going to put NRG through. Who's losing this one? Probably... Okay, that's not where I would have gone, but I guess we'll just carry it on and
बाप
Liquid make
रे।
it through anyway. Sure, difference of opinion, but
थोड़ा
There
सा
you go,
उल्टा
Group
लग
C.
रहा है। अपर से आई थिंक टीम लिक्विड जा
I
सकता
like
है
that they
और
were already wrong
लोअर
about
से
yesterday.
जाएगा एडीजी
Like
अगर गया तो।
Groupology in the mud after
Yeah.
yesterday.
We
Yeah.
weren't wrong. We don't know what that's like.
No.
They were wrong.
Who's
and
we?
so that must be tough. We as in we.
Just the two of you?
I mean,
We-
we went Sentinels yesterday.
Okay, I want to
Shame.
know, I would like you to also vote in today's MasterCard fan poll because we want to, I want to know
Who's
from
we?
you guys and I want to know from you guys at home who you think is making it out, who you think has the best chances to get out of Group C. Is it Liquid, EDG, NRG or DRX? While you're at it, tell us who you're rooting for. With
ये
the
देखो
hashtag
सब
Valorant
लोग
Champion or
पोस्टर
VCT,
वगैरह
so we
अपने
can
आप से
feature you on the
बनाते देखते हो।
broadcast and see if your takes are indeed as based as Doug
ओ
and Ender.
कितने
I don't know about
क्यूट
the
है
rest, but
भाई,
Teal make it
अच्छे
out.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
बनाते
can
हैं
we
यार ये
quickly
लोग।
agree on two? Very quickly.
Team Liquid Energy.
Team Liquid NRG.
Yeah.
EDG NRG. Esports Doug Gaming. I kind of have to.
EDG, DRX, I'll just, I want
You
to...
just want to stir the pot.
I
You
want to
wanna-
include...
Chaos.
DRX have never not made it out of groups of champs. They are the ultimate
Yeah.
groupers.
Yeah, but they look rough.
They do. We will talk about it a little bit later. But what I'm very excited about is that we have 8 players coming back to champs. And those 8 players have the chance to win 2 of these cool ass trophies,
ये loud वाला
heavy trophies, and
And put
that
more
is
plushies in them.
देख रहे
yeah,
हो
and that is
डमरू
a great
यही है
storyline because I think we probably expected some of them, you know, your
यही
jaws,
ट्रॉफी होता है
maybe
चैंपियंस
to
का
an extent
डमरू
the
ही होता
EDG
है
boys, but Demon One is here,
Yeah.
Ethan
Shout
is
out my
here,
goat.
Aspas is here as well. So are you guys as
EG ने जो
excited as
जीता
I am
था
to see these
पोर्टर
faces
वगैरह के
return?
साथ
Oh, for
वाला
sure. I think it's
ये
interesting
EDG
too that we
वाला है
have already in the
चैंपियंस
first
सियोल
game 4 of EDG's
सियोल में ही
guys
जीता था ना
facing off,
EDG ने
against
Don't say
Ethan on the other
4.
side.
You're trying to traumatize me. Yeah.
No, but
हेलो
it is
जायरी
interesting
क्या
'cause,
हाल है
you
वेलकम
know,
टू द
EDG
स्ट्रीम
obviously
कैसे हो
stuck
आप
together with a lot of their guys.
Right.
That EG team has 3 different winners that
Yeah.
sprinted away and are now representing different teams back here again.
Do you know why I asked Ethan in the press conference who he thought had the best chance of winning champs again out of the boys that split
Yeah.
up? He said Demon One. He's a Dragon Ranger
That's
believer.
crazy.
Yeah.
That's crazy when Jaw's on G2. Wild. Wild stuff.
I do love that the game has gotten to a point where we can build on these 4-year
Guys,
storylines.
come on,
of
सब लोग
like,
like
you know,
करो
are you gonna have a chance to
कैसे
replete?
हो
You take a look
जायरी
at
क्या
Aspas.
हाल है
For it feels like forever ago.
Yeah, he
It's
wore
just
like
such a
4 different
cool-
jerseys.
Right,
since
yeah,
then,
he's been through a couple
basically.
of wardrobe changes since he lifted that trophy, but I just love that the game is at a place where we can build those storylines and we can kind of watch these players' careers go through.
And even crazier, 3 of those players were previous champs MVPs, which is insane that they are all here.
yeah.
And the most
मैं
recent MVP,
अच्छा
of
हूँ आप
course, is
बताओ मैं
Bonkar.
भी ठीक
Earlier,
ठाक ही हूँ यार बस
Ender,
वो
I am
बुखार
so
वगैरह होके
jealous
रखा था
had the
बताया तो
chance
था
of catching up with Kang Kang in an episode
सबको
of Running
होके
It
रखा
Right.
है
Let's take
घर
a
में
look.
सबको वायरल फीवर है ना तो पड़ोसियों में भी ऐसा ही सीन है किसी ना किसी का
Hi, I'm
होके
here
ही
with
रखा
Kong
है
Kong and
पूरा।
Valora to translate for Run It
Kong
Back. But we're
Kong,
going to
let's
go
go.
through some good memories of yours. I'm going to give you this so you can just watch the clip here and react to it as you remember. Yeah.
The Most Valuable Player Award to 2024 발로란트 챔피언스 MVP는
重新看这个视频，感觉好尴尬。
I feel a bit awkward when I see this clip.
Yeah.
वाओ
Congratulations, Kong Kong.
नॉस्टैल्जिया तो है भाई ये
FMVP 下面
गाइस
的时
कम
候
ऑन
很
सब लोग
震
लाइक
惊吧，
वगैरह
就
करो
感觉
सब्सक्राइब कर
因为
दो
这个世
थोड़ा
界
सा
上
यू नो
是
मैं अच्छा हूँ
我
आप
是第一
बताओ
个拥有
बताया ना
FMVP 项链的人。
굉장히 마음에 든다고
I was shocked when I saw this bracelet on the stage because it's the first ever time in this world that have an FMVP bracelet.
我的兄弟们说的，我就刚刚张昭在哭嘛，问我为什么不哭，我说这肯定，我们肯定不止这一个。对，就像
ये
我跟
सब
我哥
मतलब
说的
ओजी
一样
प्लेयर लोग जब जीते थे ना
我跟我哥说的
चैंपियंस
是
तब मतलब
证明家
ऑरा तो था यार
我肯定不止这一
लाउड
个
ने
我
जीता
还
था
跟
उधर
我
सादाक वगैरह आसपास वगैरह सब
跟我
उस
哥
टीम
的
में ही
对话
थे
嘛，
अभी
就
स्प्लिट हो गए
虽
पूरा
然说
ये
那个
सब
时候情
फिर
绪很
आपका
高
क्या
涨，说
बोलते हैं
说这
और
句话
फिर
但是
आपका
可能
EG
还
ने
是
जीता था
甚至回头过来看，其
जॉगमो
实有一
वगैरह
点
सब
尴尬，
उधर
因
ही
为
थे
现在的情绪
जॉगमो
不在那个点上。
डीमन वन
And
फिर
also at that
बोसियो
time I
आई थिंक
talked with
EG में ही
my
थे ना
brothers on
जब
the stage,
EG
and
ने
at that
जीता
time
था
I was in
चैंपियन
that mood, and I
फुल
have
मतलब
many things to
नॉस्टैल्जिया
I
अभी
want to say
सब
to
अलग अलग
him.
हो गए
But
बोसियो
right
भी
now,
खेल
when
नहीं
I
रहा है
see this
डीमन
clip,
वन को
it's a bit
पैसिफिक में
awkward
साइन कर
since
लिया गया
it's
है
not the same time.
DRG के
I
उधर
get that.
फिर
We
आपका
have one
क्या
more clip
बोलते
for you
हैं
as well. This is when you
जॉगमो
break
अभी
the
जीत
kill
में
record.
है
So, do you remember this round?
Yeah. 其实这一分对于我来说，
यार
就是
कांग कांग में बात तो है
因为
यार
THE
कांग
在
कांग
追
में बात
分
तो
嘛，所
है
以说我们需要
इन वे बता सकते हैं हम
站
लोग
出来
कि
做一
लाइक
些非常规的东西，所以
Best
说我
डुएलिस्ट
扣了这个东西，然后就往下打。
At that time, I think maybe they were keep chasing us. They were getting the point. So we need to do some angry things. I need to stand out to do some accuracy. So I do the calls and do all the things
然后
for our team.
其实破了这个记录对于我来说，好像我并不知道，因为这一分的击杀所破了记录。但我记得就是我好像在这个就是这个决赛破了3个还是4个记录。其实对于我来说，我希望我能破更多的。对，就是把我自己的记录再超越。对。
And at that time, maybe I even don't know I broke some record at that time. But I remember in this grand final, maybe I have broke like 3 or 4 record. But I think maybe in the future I could break more.
Yeah. Are you going to break some records at this tournament and get another bracelet?
Yeah, maybe gonna try. I think.
Yeah, I love it. I love it. Well, best of luck to you. Thanks so much for joining us.
नाइस
That's going to be all for us here on Run It Back.
He's just aura. just aura. That's
हाँ
what
मैं
Kang
यही
is.
बोल रही
he's
थी
like
बात
an
तो है
incredibly
कांगकांग में
likable villain.
आप अमेरिका
Like,
से
it's
किसी
hard
भी
to
प्लेयर से
root
पूछ
against
लो
the guy, but
चाइना
he
का
also
बेस्ट
he plays the
डुएलिस्ट
villain
कौन
role.
है
Plays
जेट
like the
कौन
aura
अच्छा
farming,
खेलता है
like,
सबके
nah,
मुंह
I'm
पे
not
कांगकांग का
crying,
नाम
it's not a
होगा
big deal because this is only the first one.
Yeah.
Right, like the wrong person says that, everybody hates him.
Do you know
He
who-
says it, everyone loves him.
I like that assessment. Do you know who was crying? Me and all of the other EDG fans, because although they are returning to champs with almost all 5 of the roster that won champs, we're coming back without Simon. And the whole story of Jenny being here is crazy. Like, they tried so many different versions. They were picking up other players, subbing in other players. It wasn't working. It got to a point, it was like week in, week out. Who on earth is filling in Simon's role? I'm glad it's Jenny that managed to come with them, but it is,
कांगकांग
you
ही
know,
बोलते हैं ना
very,
वैसे
it's a
मतलब
risk. It is a risk.
ये
For sure,
जो
you know, a
मतलब
young guy stepping
कांगकांग
onto
से
the
इतना
champion stage now
मतलब
for the first
ये
time. But
नाम
I
क्यों
think that
पड़ा है
EDG kind of needed this
सब
after,
लोग
you
उनको
know, the
कांगकांग ही
disappointments
बुलाते
back
हैं
in
यार
stage 1 where they
कांगकांग
actually topped in their group but only won a single series into playoffs. It's not that era, that same timeline where EDG are dominating domestically anymore. Now they've needed to reinvent themselves a little bit, get a new young kid into the roster to now come in and be a threat and try to go back to back.
And you know, you
मैं
think
अपना
about their
पिकएम
run
स्कूल
last
गई
year
मैं
and
किसको
how,
रखती थी
if I
स्टेज
remember
में
correctly, they hadn't even qualified for their prior global, then they make their way to champs and they walk away winning it. It obviously isn't to the same
और
degree, and this is a
लगभग
bit more
12 मिनट
roster
बचे हुए
oriented.
स्टार्ट होने के लिए
But there are some similarities in that they're not walking into this. I mean, they have the fact that they're the current reigning champs, but other than that, they're not waltzing into this as the favorites. They're not waltzing into this necessarily feeling comfortable.
Yeah, and I think for the first time ever, they, like you were mentioning, they're not the best team to go to a global event from CN, and that is incredibly surprising.
उसने
But
अपने
Jenny is
भाई
the man that could potentially be
का
a
नाम
difference maker.
इंक्लूड किया है
What I
जे
like
जे
is he's
अच्छा ऐसा
flexible. What
क्या
I don't
हो
like
इसलिए
is
ऐसा
he
नाम
is
कर दिया
forcing
है
Kang to play
तभी मैं सोचूं
Yoru
कांगकांग
when
सभी
Kang is
बुलाते हैं उनका
definitively the
नाम
best neon on this team,
ZN
but they don't have a
JJ
choice
है
when I assume Jenny does not have Yoru locked down just yet.
Sure, sure. And I think maybe there is a little bit more left to go there. But what I do like seeing them both in the server with each other is how often you'll see them on rifle rounds just playing right next to each other, setting out and taking fights. I think that duo is
Guys,
very
सब
often
लोग like कर
working on
देना,
the
ठीक
same
है?
side of the map
सब
and
like
very
कर देना।
effective in the fights they're taking.
I mean, they call him Mini Kang for a
Dami
reason.
ungar.
You know, they're very similar
Unki.
mannerism as well. But Mika Fabs actually had a chance to get to know a little bit about Jenny earlier. Let's see what she managed to find out.
I'm here right now with EDG's Jenny, and I have Valorant to help me with some translation. Now, Jenny, your team has been here before and won it all, and now it's your turn. I want to know what's going through your head this first champs match day for you.
吉尼在去年首尔冠军赛的时候，其实队伍也是拿下了冠军奖杯嘛。那这回你来到了这支队伍，他们一起来到这里，在你的第一个比赛日，现在脑海中在想些什么呢？
我很开心，现在也没想着什么，好好打好比赛就行了。
Actually, I'm very happy right now, but nothing in my mind. I just want to do my best on the stage.
Oh, you seem very, very excited, so let's get to it.
Wow.
I love living vicariously through these players. I've never been to global events before, and they're just so happy to be here. But from what I've heard, his personality is just kind of like that. He's a bit of a ray of sunshine, very personable. The boy seems to get along
ये
with him on
बढ़िया
the team as
सिस्टम
well.
है राइट
But
वालों
what I
का
want to pick
इसमें
out is
से
what
लाइक
Bonkar said in the
कुछ
press
लोगों
conference,
को
which
आता है
is our
इंग्लिश
success
वगैरह
kind of
बोलना
does
फिर
rely
भी
on
वो
if
लोग
Jenny can get
नेटिव में
comfortable
बोलते हैं
fast
राइट वाले
enough.
ट्रांसलेट कर देते हैं
But he was sort of
क्योंकि
saying
इतने
though that
प्रोफेशनल लीग
they
में
have a lot
आपको
of grace
मतलब
for him.
इंग्लिश
They're
इतना ज़्यादा
not
नहीं
expecting
आता
him
है
to
आप
be
बोल रहे हो
incredible just
ऑब्वियसली
from the
नर्वस होके
outset.
जो
They
बोलना
want to
था
give
वो
him
नहीं
some
बोल
time.
पाओगे
But if
ऐसा
he
होता
does
होगा
reach that peak form, then as a team they're very confident.
Yeah, and I do think comfort plays a tremendous
यार
role
NRG
in
में
this
जो
situation.
हुआ है
And
ना
how,
मतलब
like,
जो
imagine a
रिप्लेसमेंट
scenario
हुआ
just
था
like the one he's in, and
वो
you look
टियर
at, like Chrissy, like you were
से
saying
है
earlier,
मतलब
he's
क्यूबर्ड
often playing
एकेडमी में
alongside
था आई
Kang.
थिंक
Is that not the
उधर
most
से
comfortable
आके
position in the
सीधा
world to be in?
पहले
Like,
ही
if you
टियर
are
वन
going to
में
be on that
आके
stage, if you are going
चैंपियंस
to be
तक
shooting
पहुंचना
alongside
बहुत बड़ी
EDG,
बात होगी
knowing you got Kang who's entering with you, who's playing alongside you, that does wonders for confidence, and to put a kid like that at ease in a position like this is tremendous.
And even if you're looking at the stage he's playing on as well, like obviously you're coming into champion, there's a little bit extra pressure playing against teams from all these other regions. But if you see the venues he's been playing in China, like he is no stranger to having tons, thousands of eyes on him in the building. So I have no doubts that he's going to be able to show up here today.
They've been doing these like sick-ass walkouts as well. He's been in the middle. He's been part of that with his team. And of course, he is the only player that is different from the 5 that did win champs last year. And at this point, I don't even need to introduce Chichu as a player. Everyone already knows how good he is. But the difference is, I know he loves Nats, but maybe he's following his footsteps a little bit because he's also taking up the IGL role with nobody. They're sharing it right now.
And I think the amazing thing is that even while he is doing some of the calling now for EDG, he is still continuing to have a heavy impact in the server. So often, you'll see the way EDG operate, especially on the defensive side, is Chichu will be completely alone. If he's playing the Cypher, he is alone on one side of the map. EDG love to go for 3 or 4 stack fights away from him. And so teams look at that and they say, okay, the challenge is we have to go and hit the Cypher site. That should be the easy site to hit. And yet this guy makes it look impossible.
You think he's got 2-3 players playing alongside him banging for the sites. I think we often kind of gloss over and maybe don't put enough attention on just how difficult it is to play in a role and then transition to the IGL role and the impact that it does have on your individual performance. And yes, there's an era of fragging IGLs. You know, we've got many prolific players that can do that, but it's not an
रहता होगा, you know, like 75 degree and all पे रहता होगा.
While carrying half of the workload as IGL is incredibly impressive.
Yeah, from what I've heard, it's still nobody that does the main bulk of it, but he's definitely, Chichu's definitely taken on more responsibilities. But they will be taking on NRG today. This is me reading off a screen, okay? Before anyone gets mad at me. After swapping out FNS and Coach Mike's for Scuba and Bonkar, NRG were a force in Stage 2, beating Alsen on their way to 2nd place in Americas. So don't get mad at me.
अच्छा duelist बोल रही, sorry,
I mean,
अच्छा
I loved the
IGL तो
NRG
है.
run to close out Stage 2 playoffs. I think it was a ton of fun to watch. I was surprised by it. I didn't think they had that in them, and they had a really good stage. I think they walk into playoffs 4-1, something like this. So they were certainly stronger, but you look at the group and go, okay, they're weaker. I don't know how good they really are, but I think they impressed a ton of people to get to this point.
Yeah, I think they had to do that level of proof, right? Because you know, like the results earlier in the year were disappointing. So this team needed to make a deep run in playoffs in order to qualify here for champions, which they have done, even with so many young talents on this roster to be able to come into a champions with Mada in the team, with Brock and Scuba. Like, this is a very different situation than in EDG, who have 4 champions on the stage now against some of the hottest rookies we have in Americas.
Also, I want to, as you know, representing
यार ये प्यारी तो है यार.
We missed you.
Yeah.
We have missed
ये
you
अंशु
so
बहुत
much.
प्यारी है यार.
For those people that don't know Bonkar, you know, you started in the MEA.
बिल्कुल एकदम सेज जैसी लगती है, सेज एकदम प्रॉपर एकदम सेज बन सकती है वो, बहुत क्यूट है.
Is that on him a little bit because you guys spoke
और
about how
कपड़े
his
को
players
कितने
are
अच्छे से
young
डिजाइन
and
किया है,
experienced, but
वो
Bonkar
क्या
certainly
बोलते हैं
is
कीचेन
young
वाले
and
थीम
experienced.
जैसा, बहुत
I'm
प्यारा
gonna
है.
take this one.
Yeah, I think the work that he's done on NRG has been tremendous. I mean, you think about the chain, the night and day difference, really, from Stage 1 to Stage 2. You can tell the impact that he's had. You can tell the value he's been able to provide, and then also to be able to manage that with the 3 rookies that we were talking about. It's hard enough to do with 5 vets who have been on the big stage, who have dealt with a lot of adversity and have taken losses and had to navigate through that. But to do it with 3 rookies, obviously Ethan there to help, Sam there to help, I think obviously bolsters that a lot. But the work that Bonkar has done on NRG has been nothing short of incredible.
Yeah, what he's been able to do in that Stage 2 is amazing, but I still think results very much matter when you look at how disappointing kickoff was for him, then stepping, you know, not being on NRG during Stage 1. I do think making a run here would solidify what he's been able to accomplish with the team.
Would you say the results matter or the results matter? I'm so sorry.
I'm so glad you could get that out of the way.
I like how production flew it because they knew what I was talking about too. I love it.
This guy is insane. I don't quite know how to explain it because he was one of, when we came into the year, he was the rookie prospect to look at coming out from North America, and he absolutely delivered. In his first year alone, he has become the all-time America's ace leader. He got 10 aces in a year, and which is nothing short of incredible.
Like 2 or 3 of them were in one.
Yeah,
it was something.
He had
dumb.
3 in a day.
Yeah, in a day.
Like, what are we doing?
My brother, we have players who have never gotten one on prolific teams. Like we're talking, like Trent. Trent. Hate to pick on you.
Okay.
Trent has never gotten one, and he's on. Wow. He's played for as long as he has on some of the best teams that Valorant has seen in North America.
Trent has less aces than Angel.
Yes.
That is insane. Honestly, shout out. I do wish that people outside of Americas could appreciate this, because when
Same,
I
मेरा भी ऐसे
actually watch
fumble हो
Mada,
जाता
he
है
is just that
कभी-कभी.
good.
Oh,
I
yeah.
don't think he's being overhyped. I actually think
4
he's being a bit
minutes और
underhyped.
guys, let's
Yeah,
go.
and now we're
We
coming in.
will
We get to see him on
witness
the global
some
stage. This is
cinema.
where you get to solidify that legacy. You show up here, look well, you're gonna be great.
Yeah, and if you show up here and look well against Kong Kong of all people, it's
Yeah.
going to be a great start. So, of course, ahead of this matchup, we had to send Mika Fabs down there earlier to get some thoughts from Matter on this matchup.
Hey, I'm here right now with NRG's Mada.
Mada,
And Mada,
let's go.
you have a tough task today because I want to know what was going through your head when you found out that you're going to be up against the EDG and you would be up to the task of facing off against 2024's MVP, Champs MVP in Hong Kong.
I don't think it really matters who we play, what team we play, who we play. We just come out, play our game, and I know we're confident in what we do, so it doesn't matter if we're playing Hong Kong or the worst player in the world, it's always the same.
I like that energy from NRG, so let's see it.
Did you know that Mada backwards is Adam?
Is Adam? Yeah.
Yeah, did you? Was that true?
Yeah, it is
Thank
true.
you. Thank
It
you.
is true.
Dude, I love,
2
real quick,
minutes
he's
more,
so
guys, let's go.
unassuming. I mean, you look at him or you see him walking down the hallway and he's just kind of like chill, easygoing guy, kind of keeps to himself. And then you see him on the server and he's got that dog in him. And you go, who is this guy? Like, it doesn't add up. It doesn't make
his
sense.
name is Adam. That's who.
Adam when he's walking,
Yeah.
but Mada when he's on the
Yeah.
stage.
There we go.
You kind of look like him a little bit. Have you ever
Well,
thought about
we're,
cosplay?
we're the same height.
Really?
Yeah, we're like 2 meters.
I feel
That's
हाँ,
right.
Ender और Mada एक ही तरीके से
Same.
मतलब एक ही
That's
जैसे
funny, the
दिखते
three
हैं.
of us are the same height.
Same
I've
height
never
भी है
seen
बोल
that.
रहे हैं
down,
अभी
I'm still
देखो
falling.
मेले में बिखर गए होंगे
Well,
बता
it's
रही हूँ.
obviously
Wow,
that's
this
hang on.
bullying.
That's camera magic. Let's not because don't believe his lies.
Yeah, and
He's
so
good looking, but he's a liar.
I heard that you're also the same height as Dan Dryad, so you know we're
Well, that's
all
objectively
four
false.
of you.
That's objectively false.
We've just derailed this.
क्या हाल है
already.
प्रियंका
I
नीरज
like
मैं
that he's
ठीक
honest, but at
ठाक
the
ही
same
हूँ
time, I
यार.
met him in Toronto.
हाँ देखो ये
Great.
दोनों सेम
You're
ही
the
लगते हैं
same
भाई.
person.
Wait, yeah, turn
Other
the same
way,
way.
other way,
वही
other
ना
way.
मुझे
No,
लगता
other
है
way.
यही
other way,
यही
yeah,
एंडर ही जाके
Oh my goodness, we
खेलता
can
है थोड़ा
actually
वीक
do
वीक
a
लगा के मैं
cosplay.
बता रही हूँ.
But when I did see him in
कास्टिंग
Toronto,
हो गया तो
he
इधर
was
जाके खेल
itching
भी
to
लेते हैं
compete. You know,
डबल
he was
पैसा.
Watchparty
बता
and
रही
he
हूँ
was
मैं
like,
अभी भी
God, I
थ्योरी
wish
है
I
ये
was me up
कंस्पिरेसी
there.
किसी को
So
बताना
I'm
मत.
so excited to see him get his shot on this stage.
रस
But more
किधर है
importantly,
पता
it's
नहीं
time for
यार.
the results of our MasterCard fan poll. Earlier, we asked you who
अकेले
will
ही काफी
advance
है
from
हम
Group
अकेले
C.
ही.
The results are
मेरा यार
in.
पता नहीं मेरा मतलब क्या बोलूँ मैं कैसे समझाऊँ. विजडम टूट जो होता है ना उधर बहुत दर्द हो रहा था मेरा मतलब एक टाइम पे बहुत ज्यादा था. अभी बीच बीच में थोड़ा सा यू नो चीविंग करने से ऐसे करके दर्द होता है लाइक ऐसे खाऊंगी तो मतलब चबा रही हूँ तब होता है. तो मुझे लगा था कि उधर मतलब दांत में कुछ हुआ होगा या फिर वो दांत मतलब कैविटी वगैरह कुछ हुआ होगा. बट मैंने रिसेंटली फिगर आउट किया था कि साइड में एक छोटू सा एकदम मसल जो होते हैं ना पास में दांत के उधर ही मतलब एक और दांत आ रहा है एकदम मिनी दांत एकदम समझ रहे हो तो इतना ज्यादा दर्द होता है ना वो एकदम शीशे की तरह है. तो वो मसल और वो शार्प सा दांत जैसे ही लगता है ना बहुत दर्द करता है. ब्रश ठीक से क्या करो नहीं कैविटी वगैरह नहीं है. मैंने खुद फिगर आउट किया इतने दिन तक ऐसा दर्द तो नहीं रहता है. अगर कैविटी वगैरह होता तो पूरा एकदम हर टाइम रहता. मैं बोल भी नहीं पाती शायद. वो सिर्फ खाने के टाइम होता था जब मतलब वो मसल और वो शार्प एकदम छोटू सा एकदम टूथ एकदम लग जाता था तब दर्द होता था. सारे प्रॉब्लम्स दुनिया के मेरे को ही होने मेरे को ही होने.
5 of them, by the way, to rookies making their debut. Group C has it all. It's time.
थोड़ा सा आपका वॉल्यूम इंक्रीज करो 1 सेकंड देना. अभी आई थिंक ठीक से आ रहे होंगे आपको है ना. चलो स्टार्ट होने वाला है. एंट्री दिखाओ. अच्छा हाईलाइट. नेवर माइंड. माइक कौन सा है आपका. रुको देखना पड़ेगा मेरे को भी इसका. मैं नाम भूल जाती हूँ यार. माउनो का ही है 3-4 हज़ार वाला जो आता है. 4,000 बेसिकली माउनो ही है ना ये. वही वाला है 4,000 का जो माउनो का आता है. वो माउस बोल रही हूँ, माइक मेरा ऊपर से है ना, तो वो जब ऊपर से थोड़ा सा दूर होता है ना, तो आवाज़ मेरा इतना दूर तक नहीं लेता है, तो मुझे पास लेके आना पड़ता है, तब हो जाता है।
해왔던 이유라고 생각을 하고 있기 때문에
DRX 파이팅.
오직 그 생각으로
ये बढ़िया बनाए हैं यार।
It's my 5th year in Valorant. It's an amazing feeling. I hope I'm gonna keep doing that as long as I can, perform on that level.
Next.
2021년 베를린 마스터즈 때 라츠 선수를 만났고 그때 라츠 선수의 플레이는
Guys, आज क्या लगता है कौन जीतेगा, EDG या NRG? मेरे को तो याद भी नहीं है मैंने क्या चूज किया था अपने पिकएम्स में, मैं भूल गई।
현재는
किसी एक को तो रखा है मैंने इनमें
질
से।
것도 없어 보이고
DRX is known as a team who is always making out of groups. That's why it's gonna be interesting to see. They also had a bit more time to prepare because they made champs by points. So let's see what they cooked for champs.
팀 리퀴드도 아마 저희랑 비슷하게 만나보고 싶다라고 생각을 할 것 같은데 한번 뭐 같이 그냥 재밌는 경기 한번 만들어 보시죠.
मैं भी सोच रहा हूँ वेबकैम और माइक ले लूँ, मेरे को तो बस वेबकैम वगैरह लेना है यार फेस कैम के लिए। माइक लेना है तो मेरा वाला काफ़ी अच्छा है, वो कुछ वो पॉडकास्ट चैनल है ना, मतलब वो बड़े वाले नहीं, ऑफ कोर्स उनका तो पूरा स्टूडियो सेटअप होता है। जो लोग मतलब ऐसे ही कुछ ऐसे बोल के रील वगैरह बनाते हैं ना गाइस, क्या आपको पता है ऐसी घटना घटी थी, ये सब जो बनाते हैं ना डॉक्यूमेंट्री टाइप, वो लोग बहुत सारे यूज़ करते हैं ये वाला माउनो वाला। या फिर आप हाइपर एक्स का भी ले सकते हो, हाइपर एक्स के माइक बहुत प्यारे होते हैं। क्रियो का भी रिसेंटली निकला है, बहुत अच्छा है। हेलो अल्टीमस, क्या हाल है यार? मेरा दांत का गंदा सा दर्द, तू मंतर हो जाओ।
2023年的美国冠军赛，然后跟伊森交手过吗？我们23年的时候输给他，
हाँ
所以
करो,
说我现在想
अच्छा
复仇。
लगा मेरे को ऐसा
我觉得
क्या
23年到现在
क्या हुआ
真心
थी
的非常明
में
显
यार?
然后
पुराना
因为
प्रॉब्लम
以前
है,
是不是那么自信
दर्द
嘛
हो
然后
रहा
现
था,
在其
मैंने
实是比
मुझे
较
लगा
自
था
信的。
उस टाइम पे कि
Both
कुछ
teams have something to
विजडम
play for.
टूथ में
For
कैविटी
me
वगैरह हुआ
is
होगा या
getting the second
वो
trophy.
मतलब गिरने वाला होगा इसीलिए नाटक कर रहा होगा। बट मैंने नोटिस किया उसके साइड में जो मसल है उधर छोटू सा एक मसल के अंदर ही एक कांच टाइप का शार्प सा टीथ निकला हुआ है, बहुत छोटू सा, बहुत ज़्यादा छोटू, और वो
在
हर्ट
今年
करता
我
है
遇
मुझे
到了未
बहुत।
曾想象的困难和挫折。我曾经在舞台上说过，让世界聚焦于 CNFPS。
डेंटिस्ट को दिखाया
这一
नहीं,
次我
मैं
将燃
डेंटिस्ट से
尽
बहुत
一
ज़्यादा
切，
डरती हूँ,
让其又
आई
一次实
डॉक्टर
现。
से भी डरती हूँ, मैं खुद से दूर रहती हूँ इन लोगों से, कुछ रिश्ता ही नहीं है। मैं दांत का दर्द सह लूँगी बट इनसे कभी नहीं मिलूँगी मैं। ओह माय गॉड, ये चैंपियंस का थीम सॉन्ग है आई थिंक, दिखाना तो पड़ेगा, कभी नहीं यार। मुझे ना दांत के डॉक्टरों से ज़्यादा ना वो बेहतर लगता है कि मेरा कोई एनेस्थेसिया मतलब बॉडी में देके बॉडी का मेरा ऑपरेशन कर ले, वो सही है, बस दांत का डॉक्टर कभी नहीं। कुछ किडनी वगैरह में ऑपरेशन कर ले वो ठीक है, बट दांत का कभी नहीं। ये क्या बात है। हेलो सॉरी सो गुड, क्या हाल है?
The defending champions are back. EDG are about to start their journey for the back-to-back at champion.
गाइस
Not
लाइक
many
करो,
players
कम
know
ऑन
what it feels
पोल
like
पे
to
जैसा
make
कि
that
आप लोग
run.
देख
But
सकते
one
हो,
guy
मेरा
does,
मेरा
and that
नाम
is
भी है
Ethan.
9th
He
प्लेयर।
was talking about how
कोई
he's
टीम
looking
से
for
मैं
his
भी खेल रही
second
हूँ, अभी
champs
रिवील नहीं
trophy
करूँगी।
in that trailer. And honestly, the way the NRG have been playing lately, I wouldn't even say that this matchup is particularly favored
मैं
for
एकदम
EDG. It's
मस्त हूँ,
very
आप
even.
बताओ,
I mean,
मैं
a
भी
lot of people
बढ़िया
are going to
यार।
look at NRG as the stronger team coming into this. They've been on an incredible upward trajectory, just exponential growth for them. And
Then
for Ethan,
die
going up
to
against
Putin
4
finally.
champions on the other side, his journey has also been unique, stepping into the IGL role with the team in this stage 2.
my
They have
goodness.
completely reinvented themselves.
Yeah, now they're going to have to figure out how they best the defending world champs on Abyss and then Corrode and Haven if we get that far. And Abyss, I mean, when's the last time we saw this map?
I mean, I want
It was Bangkok.
Yeah, I want to set some context for this because for people they might be thinking EDG Abyss iconic. You know, they won champs playing Abyss against Team
मैंने आपको ही वोट किया है. Thank you यार, हम ही जीतेंगे. Let's go.
They've been banning it. They were banning it in Toronto. Bangkok. They were banning it domestically as well. And
अभी देखने को मिलेगा guys. Let's
this
go.
whole year.
Yeah, which is a surprise, but it has been what 6 months since it
Yeah,
was last
Abhi's
in the
finally
pool. It's been
Abhi's.
time
Let's
now
go
stepping
यार.
into this tournament, and I think EDG
मुझे ये मैप
needed to fill
खेलना
out
पसंद नहीं है,
another
but
map
कोई
that
और
also
खेले तो
allows
मैं
them to
जरूर
ban
देख
away Lotus, which has been a signature pick of NRG's.
And a complete pain point for EDG.
Exactly, but Corrode is still
Guys,
available.
vote
And,
for me
this is
in
a
the
map where
poll.
NRG
जीतूंगी तो मैं
are
ही.
a fear. They're a force to be reckoned with. Their double Odin gameplay is absolutely ridiculous. This will be something that EDG are going to have to figure out how to deal with because it's been so successful for NRG at home.
Oh, and the truth is, Corrode has been very strong for EDG as well. So that I love that map because that feels like good against good. Abyss, again, we haven't seen it in forever. Who knows what these two teams have prepped into? I think you were saying earlier, last time they were playing Abyss, they were running like Harbor and like
for NRG.
Yeah, for NRG. So who freaking knows?
Honestly, if they make Som play Harbor against another Asian team, like that's just cruel. That's cruel. But also, of course, NRG infamously a great track record against CN teams. Am I right?
Guys, सब लोग like
sorry. But let's talk about this Abyss a little bit more.
यार आप
I
लोग
think
को
the
कभी
comms are going to be
headphone
interesting.
वगैरह
We heard it
लेना
from the
हुआ
press
ना,
conference.
बड़ा
That's
headphone बिल्कुल
Hyomin
भी
was
मत
saying that in
लेना.
Prague, in Europe, people have been cooking.
Yeah.
Really cooking on this map. So
Literally
will we see
face
any
cam
of
पे
that?
Because you
बहुत
remember
गंदा
back in
दिखता है.
Bangkok, that was the Tejo life. It's Chichu Sage.
Wait, it is
Chichu
Som
Sage and
Harbor.
Som Harbor again.
It is Som
Harbor
Harbor.
लिया है Som ने.
Okay,
Let's
so
go.
the Harbor thing, people may not
Yoru,
necessarily
Omen,
love. I honestly, it's
Soa मैं
nerdy,
खेलती हूँ
it's
इस map
unique,
पे.
it's different, and a really good
Vice,
Harbor. I've said this a
okay.
couple times.
Yeah.
Som
इनका
fits
क्या
the
है
mold of what I'm
Neon
about to
और
say. A
Yoru
good Harbor
double
is
duelist.
smothering to play against.
आपका कौन सा
For sure. And I
headphone
think
है?
it'd be very
Hammer
effective,
Blaze
especially
वाला
against
यार.
the Sage is what I am looking at. This is WoW.
Hammer
It's
Head
double
Blaze
duelist
कुछ
next
अच्छा
to
नाम
Sage.
है.
So single
बहुत
smoke
बड़ा
spike
यार
Sage
फेस
wall
कैम
on
में
defense
दिखाई होगा और
for
उसका
controlling A
आरजी
main
भी
in
पूरा
particular
सर
can
के
be
ऊपर
very
से
good, but
पाइपलाइन
it's
की
also
तरह जाता है
so
जैसे कि
good
घर में
at,
जीएमसी मतलब
helping retakes
म्यूनिसिपल
on the defense
कॉर्पोरेशन
side as
वाले
well,
पानी
with
नहीं
walls with teams
बेचते,
willing to play
वो उसका
offsite in
पाइपलाइन
post-plans.
जैसा है.
That wall can just give
क्यों
you a
लिया
quick
था
fuse.
मैंने
That
कौन
wall
सी
can
मनहूस
also
खड़ी
get
में मैंने ऑर्डर
melted
किया था गए तो
by
मेरे
a
2000
bunch of
रुपए
Odin,
थे.
sure. And Brock has, I mean, made it his brand.
Yeah, and also NRG, they just
वैसे
stuck with
अब से
it's a
रेगुलर
different
फेस
roster, but it's the
कैम
same
आएगा
comp.
गारंटी
They
तो
just
नहीं है
have
क्योंकि मैं
their new
मोबाइल से
players
करी
moving
हूँ
on to
यार.
these agents.
It's the Bonkar way.
Special.
मेरा
Yeah, 'cause
कॉस्मिक
back when
बाइट
he was
का है
coaching
एक
the team,
नंबर
that's
का
when they
है
were playing
ऐसा.
the Harbor, so it sticks. It's his method.
I can't wait to dive into this
Next
one.
time
What are
अगर
we
मुझे
waiting
headphone
for?
लेना
It's
हुआ ना
your
कुछ
casters.
अच्छा
Of
लुक्स वाला
course, let's
लूँगी
kick
मैं.
off day 2. Take it away,
साउंड
Riko
कैसा
and
भी
Boy.
है गेम के फाड़ में बट दिखना अच्छा
Thank you very much,
चाहिए.
Insu. A
क्योंकि आप
matchup
जोकर
here that is
लगते हो हेडफोन के
steeped
कारण.
in the echoes of former glory. It's 2024 World Champions EDG versus Ethan Nassol, remaining at least on this roster, 2023 World Champion. And now we know there's a score to settle. These are two teams that come into the year with massive expectations, Wyatt, in their
गिव अवे
respective
कर दो
regions.
यार. ये
and it gets to
हेडफोन
really
पता है
nick them
वो
up
एक
here.
साइड से
For
उसका
sure,
जो
both
क्या
suffering
बोलते
from
हैं
some roster turmoil.
जो
mid-year
फोम के
around that
साइड
Toronto
इधर आप देख
point,
पा रहे हो
and
ना
then
ये
both
वाला पार्ट मेरे
bouncing
हेडफोन
back
का
when
वो गिर
necessary
के
to
ढीला हो
qualify for
चुका है.
champions. And it
तो
only
इसको अभी
feels
मैं
right
सुबह
that
अगर कभी
EDG
मेरे
are
पास
going to
चाय
begin
पीने
their
के लिए कप
journey
नहीं
here
बचा
at
तो मैं
Champs
क्या कर सकती हूँ आप लोग समझ
playing on
सकते हो.
Abyss. That was the final map
समझ
of the best
सकते
of
हो ये
5
वाला
against
निकाल के
Heretics,
इधर ही
where
चाय
they
डाल
lifted
सकती
that
हूँ.
trophy
फिर मैं
at the
पी
end of
सकती हूँ
last
इजी.
year. Let's see if they can get things
अभी भी
started
मैं
off
खोल
on the
के
right
मतलब
foot
ला
against an
सकती हूँ
NRG
बट अभी
with a
खोलना ही
devious
क्यों है.
goal
जितना
position.
तक बचा हुआ है उतना तक बचे रहे.
I mean, in the
जब
previous map
पूरा
pool,
खराब हो जाएगा
four of
तब
the
ये
maps
चाय
they'd
के
like
कप
to
में
come
रख
on the
लूंगी.
double
हैमर
duelist.
हैमर
A lot
लिखा
of
हुआ है
people
बोल
come
दूंगी
on this
ब्रांडेड है
score.
भाई ज़ारा जैसा
Curious to
है.
see how it plays out here. And
इसमें
again,
मैंने
the
माचा
Battle
पिया
of
था
South
पहली
Harbour.
बार माचा.
Curious to see how that plays out. Mata on that Yoru
फिर
here as
कुछ
well.
लोग आके
EDG have been
बोलेंगे
playing a lot
वो
of
ग्रीन टी
double
को माचा
duelists
नहीं बोलते
throughout the
दीदी.
second stage. 4 of the maps in the pool. That
मेरे
has
को
been their
कंट्रोलर
go-to, and
गिव
it's
अवे
been the
करो.
Neon
इतना
Yoru
खास नहीं है मेरा
especially.
कंट्रोलर. ईवो फॉक्स
And
का
actually
है
starting on
1200
defense here.
1300 वाला है। आप लोग को कंट्रोलर लेना है तो किसी ऐसे को मांगो जिसके पास वो PS5 वाला है, डुअल सेंसर वाला।
And now this utility from Brock really just serves
मेरे पे ना
to
डुअल
delay so the rest
सेंसर
of
है ना
NRG can
कुछ है।
get towards B and play for this retake. You know, situation where that harbor is definitely going to excel.
Spike planted.
And around we wrap. Nobody will be first contact here. Up on the corner.
मुझे चलेगा ये वो
Expecting a push off connector and he's going to get a scooper and some ring out.
भाई
Nobody doesn't have the the stopping power to put NRG to bed.
NRG ने
And it's on
भाई
Smoggy.
शुरू होते ही
Smoke to upper.
कुछ भी नहीं.
Playing by Coast here, but this is pretty telegraphed. NRG have a decent idea, so Smoggy gets on the move, catches a glimpse of Som, headshot to bring him down. But now Brock will be waiting on the other side, and Smoggy's got a rock in a hard place, but it's a right click. Man, you soon forget if you're an NRG player.
No way.
Brutal.
WEDG what a start. वैसे डार्क आवर्स की बहुत क्लिप देखी मस्त लगी है ना.
That's what I heard. Nope. That second shot was crazy. Brock in such a tough position, being forced to jump from that cliffside.
भाई क्या राउंड पलट दिया देखा आपने.
Oh my god. And that's after EDG.
मेरा भी फालतू है कंट्रोलर तो बहुत यूज करता हूँ कंट्रोलर फीफा खेलने ऐसा क्या. गेम भी छोटी है जल्दी हो गई अच्छा ऐसा क्या.
And so EDG get off to the races in the best way possible.
यार मैं हॉरर गेम सबसे ज़्यादा हॉरर गेम खेलते लो बट मुझे बहुत डर लगता है.
Brock delaying on the site, all for naught.
They did everything right, why? But sometimes it's about the power of the individual. NRG have a few of those though to their name. Up towards tower side here, Gigi wants to take the fight. He knows he's advantaged in terms of weaponry. Jenny able to follow up. Plenty of plays on this crossfire, and Ethan can really only offer a token resistance. Tom's out of the picture.
सेटअप करना हो तो बता देना. तुमने डाउनलोड कर लिया क्या? इन दिनों तो VCT का टाइम है कोई और आप कॉन्ट्राबैंड खेलो. एक नंबर सिमुलेटर गेम है कॉन्ट्राबैंड पुलिस ना. मैंने थोड़ा सा खेला था बहुत पहले.
4 of the 5 teams they went up against were double duelist teams. They are so experienced against the play style that this composition demands that EDG in that regard definitely have to be worried.
But this is the first time we've seen Abyss make its way back into the pool since Bangkok, Wyatt.
Yeah, we had no idea what to expect in terms of the compositions here. Sam under a lot
यार
of
इन
pressure
लोग का वो
early.
स्टन वगैरह कितना सही होता है.
Challenges through the
हम लोग
cove.
का बाउंस बैक होके
Cascade
हमें ही
attempted
मार
Smoggy's
पड़ेगा.
going to find him through it. Perhaps some shouldn't have stepped out of that. Now that mid control firmly in the hands of EDG. They spent for it, and now they could go anywhere.
That's already 7 on the board for Smoggy. Absolutely crazy. A barrier orb is up in mid. It cuts off the B to mid link right now. NRG trying to re-clear into A main, take some space. They've got Ethan pushed up in the corner, but at the moment he is all alone. Yeah, Brock has retreated towards heaven. This is dangerous.
Peeking across is too dangerous. It's a one and done. He can't even find the frag. And now Brock.
Bonus round भी EDG का ही लग रहा
From
है.
security has to try and hope to put this push to an end. But EDG are going to run in numbers. 4 deep now as they tentatively make their way out onto A. Slowly into the backside. You can see Marta's trying to get in position, but Brock can only speculate from this spot.
Chichu just tapping that spike to draw out some of the util and does so effectively. Drone out for the reclear. That's going to get the ping onto him. I believe. No, broken just in time. Swing out from Mata. Loses that isolated 1v1.
Paranoia here is going to put Brock out of commission for a couple of moments. Slowly here, through backside. Finally, Scuba arriving at the scene, but it's a...
हुआ है चैनल हाँ बस मेंबरशिप वाला है और सुपर सेट वाला है अभी के लिए.
At this point, Brock might be
तो
best served
जिसको भी
holding on to his weapon.
मेंबरशिप वगैरह लेना है ले लिया करो यार.
But to save EDG, converting on
YouTube
their
का एक तो
bonus
नशा है
round
$100
now.
का वो पूरा होना पड़ेगा तभी आपको पैसा मिलेगा. अभी तक मिला ही नहीं.
Benefit of having the neon for sure.
छोटे यूट्यूबर्स का कुछ नहीं हो सकता ये जो सिस्टम करके रखा है ना यूट्यूब में कि $100 का ट्रेड मतलब क्या बोलते ट्रेडमार्क थ्रेशोल्ड जो भी बोलो यार मैं तो फंस गया हूँ 260 सब पे अरे कोई दिक्कत नहीं यार शॉट्स वगैरह डाला करो वेलो खेलते हुए प्रमोशन कर दिया करो.
Put to bed after a ridiculous opener in this game. 7-1 currently. Note that Simon's got that reckoning online quite early. Feeding orbs into him. Also kills as Jenny turned up on him.
And look, at least in Americas, this NRG team has
EDG वाले अच्छा खेल रहे हैं बोनस भी उनको मिल गया.
Sunset and Bind where they were struggling. Everything else they were looking very solid on, and that includes Icebox, which has been swapped out for Abyss. Now Icebox, that was EDG's worst map. Now they get Abyss back, which at least in 2024 was a great map for them. So that's just a bad situation for NRG to be in, and we have to find out if Abyss is going to be a competent enough map to replace Icebox in their pool, which was so solid.
Definitely a bit of a hit to this NRG squad. Bonkar already in the boys' ears. It's a timeout called just prior to round number 4. And I think they're going to have to adapt to this pace we're seeing from EDG up mid. It's early drone onto B, maybe pull some players out, and then library control there, slamming. Jenny just sprinting down mid. Also, Kang with
अगर साल भर से ज्यादा हो गया है और आप इनएक्टिव हो, साल भर से नहीं डाला है, कुछ भी तो नया चालू कर सकते हो, कुछ अलग अलग उसमें कंटेंट भी डाल सकते हो, ये वो, क्योंकि अगर आप गैप लेते हो तो वो चैनल कुछ शैडो बैन जैसा अपने आप हो जाता है, ज़्यादा लोगों तक पहुंचने में टाइम लग जाता है ऐसा.
Another tool that is very effective for a retake situation that NRG could find themselves in. And I think that's really going to be the name of the game for them, playing for big retakes around this harbor utility. But they have to make sure they don't lose too much of that map control early, lose players getting picked off early in this isolated situation.
टाइम लगेगा in the sense कि like पहले एक दो वीडियो like आप मतलब क्या बोलते डालोगे, एक दो क्या, ये तो बस एग्जांपल है, कम से कम 10-15 वीडियोस आपके इतने रेकमेंड नहीं करेंगे.
Ethan gets involved though. Saves his teammate's life, and Kang is down early.
ये मेरे को मालूम ही नहीं, हाँ ऐसा ही होता है.
And the ideal situation
आप
for
देखना
NRG.
कभी अगर सोचो मुझे जाना हुआ, ठीक है, 1 महीने के लिए मुझे जाना हुआ, मैं 1 महीने बाद आके लाइव कर रही हूँ, तो मेरे जो सब्स है वो उनको भी रेकमेंड नहीं करेंगे, उनको भी यूट्यूब ओपन करते ही नहीं दिखाएंगे कि मैं लाइव हूँ 1 महीने बाद. तो मुझे कुछ ना कुछ कंटेंट, शॉर्ट्स हो, कुछ भी हो, कम्युनिटी पोस्ट अपडेट हो, टेम्पलेट वाला शॉर्ट्स हो, कुछ ना कुछ मतलब वो करते ही रहना पड़ेगा चैनल पे हरकतें. मैंने तो लॉकडाउन में ओपन किया था, लेकिन उसके बाद मैं इतना एक्टिव नहीं हूँ, तो नया बना के भी ट्राई करो, या तो दोनों मेंटेन कर लो, दोनों पे सेम वीडियो डालो, देखो कौन सा वाला ज्यादा काम आता है एल्गोरिथम के हिसाब से.
Paranoia already loaded up, and there'll be a res here on Kang bringing the Yoru back into the fray. Here's the high tide. More stall now. Reckoning going to be
ये देखो गाइस, आगे बड़े लोग आगे.
Little time for EDG that
आप लोग जो पूछते थे ना, ये देखो आगे बड़े लोग.
Nobody on the wrong side of the wall. He's going to have to
देखो ये देखो.
probably get to the back side at some
इसीलिए
point.
मैंने
There's already a
तुलचुले
timer.
खिलाए थे.
TikTok. Here comes Cuba from the
माफ
backside.
करेगा इस
Kang and Cheetu have to throw
इसीलिए
down.
मैंने तुलचुले खिलाए थे, देख लियो.
Spike stuck.
सोच रहा हूँ फुटबॉल पे ओपन करूँ, मेरा नॉलेज ज़्यादा है, ऐसा क्या कर सकते हो आप यार?
क्या ओपन
चैनल
देखो, मेन चीज ये ना जिसके चीज की नॉलेज आपको ज्यादा है ना, उस चीज में ट्राई करो. लोग बहुत ज्यादा देखते हैं, क्योंकि लोग भी एक्सपीरियंस लोग से एक्सपीरियंस
कुछ मतलब आपको ये फुटबॉल वाला गेम का बात कर रहे हो ना, अभी हमें तो ज़्यादा नॉलेज नहीं है उसमें, लाइक कुछ ऐसा प्लेयर कार्ड वगैरह होता होगा, वो सब लाइक आप कुछ नॉलेज शेयर कर सकते हो, फिर कभी कभी गेमिंग का वो डाल सकते हो, आप खेल रहे हो, ऐसा अलग अलग ट्राई कर सकते हो.
Gonna be vindicating for Bonkar, who'd likely called for a slowdown of play from NRG, which is absolutely in their wheelhouse. Defensive team with great drilling and fundamentals. They're gonna have to deal with a bit more pressure on the A side, and it's a gate crash now as Mada repositions up in tower.
Just gets right back towards that
EDG
side. Still have Scuba posted up.
गेम में कैसा है, कुछ गेम मेरे पीसी में सपोर्ट नहीं करते, सो कंटेंट ज्यादा बना नहीं पाऊंगा, ऐसा क्या?
Kang very quickly getting a scope weapon in hand.
NRG heavily indexing in the read that this is going to be a hit towards B, and as it stands, they are absolutely
कुछ भी आपको पता है, मोबाइल गेम वगैरह जो होता है ना, मोबाइल गेम में बच्चों के लिए जो गेम होता है, एकदम सिंपल से गेम, ऐड आते रहते हैं ना कुछ मोबाइल गेम्स के, वैसे गेम्स आप खेल के डालोगे ना, वो सबसे भी लोग आगे बढ़ रहे हैं यार. मैंने खुद उन गेम्स का शॉर्ट्स में लाइव स्ट्रीम देखा है, कम से कम 500-600 लोग वॉच, रात के 12 बजे, रात के 11 बजे, ऐसे टाइमिंग.
We haven't really seen it play out, but it is a cool idea. NRG getting very aggressive there, trying to get the mid-round re-clear towards the orb, and they are fully punished for that.
बहुत है मेरे को, तो उसी में आप करो.
Going to take a timing there to push up for info.
कुछ आपको एडिटिंग वगैरह करके उसके ऊपर वो मोन्टाज वगैरह, वेलोसिटी एडिट वगैरह करने हैं, वो सब कर सकते हो. लेकिन वो वो होगा कि नहीं मालूम, वो अभी किस्मत
too much pressure on the relative newcomer to this team. He's been put in a pretty pivotal role, right? Like a main entry, playing the non-Yoru
duelist. ये राउंड EDG को मिल गया दोबारा.
Be able to channel and exude some confidence out here on the biggest stage of his career.
Yeah, a player who joined up with this all-time great squad midway through the year, was on their academy team.
या तो आप वो भी कर सकते हो अगर अपकमिंग अपडेट्स के मतलब जो भी गेम मोस्ट ट्रेंडिंग में ना उसके अपडेट्स डाला करो.
Great start for EDG.
रस को क्या लगता है वो?
They've got NRG back on an eco, one hero right for Mata to get back into this.
फुटबॉल के रिगार्डिंग देखो फुटबॉल के रिगार्डिंग मेरे को आइडिया नहीं है.
फुटबॉल के रिगार्डिंग अगर मैं ज्यादा मतलब देखती हूँ गेम का बहुत कम देखती हूँ मैं लाइक क्या बोलते हैं IRL फुटबॉल जो है ना उसका एडिट बहुत ज्यादा देखती हूँ. मेसी वर्सेस रोनाल्डो ये कुछ क्या बोलते हैं मैनचेस्टर यूनाइटेड जो भी क्लब्स वगैरह है वो वर्सेस ये वो इनके एडिट्स बहुत ज्यादा देखती हूँ मैं.
ऐसा नहीं है ग्रो होगा ग्रो क्योंकि फुटबॉल की भी ऐसा नहीं है. क्राउड भी फुटबॉल का ही वो है प्लेयर. वो अभी गेमिंग में आया है. पहले वो फुटबॉल ही खेलता था बहुत ज्यादा.
गेमिंग नहीं एनालिसिस ऐसा क्या?
हाँ
कुछ आप अपकमिंग अपडेट वगैरह हो लीक्स वगैरह ऐसे दे सकते हो.
मैं भी तुम्हें बताता हूँ नीरज भाई मेरी भी कम से कम 6 साल की एक्सपीरियंस है यूट्यूब में. अगर आप भी
आप ऐसा कर सकते हो कि थोड़ा सा कैची टाइटल बनाओ. What coming next? रोनाल्डो प्ले कार्ड ऐसे मतलब गेमिंग का मैं आपको एग्जांपल दे रही हूँ क्योंकि मैं गेमिंग में हूँ. तो मतलब अभी फुटबॉल में सबसे ज्यादा नाम किसका चलता है? मेसी, रोनाल्डो, एम्बाप्पे ये सब है ना. डाइबाला ये सब का चलता है. तो ये सब का नाम मतलब ऐसे क्वेश्चन मार्क क्या आ रहा है यार. मुझे मार्बल राइवल से प्यार हो गया है बहुत. अगर वीकेंड वगैरह में खेलोगे तो कभी कभी आ पाऊंगा मैं. ओके यार मैं तो बहुत बड़ा फैन हूँ रोनाल्डो का. ऐसा क्या?
Smoggy is just having an electric game right now. 11 for 2. Comes in for the trade. What transfer song.
मैं यार अपने भाई से सीखी हूँ थोड़े बहुत नाम फुटबॉल क्लब्स के. मैनचेस्टर फिर बार्सिलोना FC फिर और क्या था अर्जेंटीना.
नीरज भाई ग्रो होगा ऐसा नहीं होगा ये ना. तो मैं भी खुद भी मेरे एक पर्सनल चीज बताता हूँ. मैंने भी बहुत सारी गलती
हेलो
की
मिकी क्या हाल है आपके? वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम. कैसे हो आप?
आप अपलोड करो उसमें आपको ना पता लग जाएगा कि खुद ब खुद कि काम पर आपकी चूक हो रही है ना. वो आपको खुद देखनी पड़ेगी कि आपकी गलती कहाँ हो रही है. फिर वो गलती अपनी रिप्लेस करके एक नई चीज बनाओ.
वैरायटी ट्राई करो आप. वैरायटी जिसमें आपका एक्सपर्टीज नहीं है मैं बोलती हूँ उसमें भी घुस जाओ. देखो मेरा गेमिंग चैनल है. मैं मिनी व्लॉग डाली हूँ रिसेंटली. मैं गणेश चतुर्थी में गई थी वो मैं डाल दी. मेरे को अच्छा लगा उसमें व्यूज आए हैं. बट मेरा चैनल क्या है गेमिंग चल रहा है. आप बताओ मेरा भी यार चल रहा है.
Ethan alone on this site, going to feel the pressure of the dimensional drift, but this is simply to draw the attention of NRG.
Mata at least able to get out of trouble there.
Now NRG, they still do have 2 anchors on this B site. EDG trying to make the way here.
Khan gonna crash away, so he's not involved in this.
आज मैंने उसको देखा किसको और रियल मैड्रिड और मैनचेस्टर यूनाइटेड बहुत हाँ फिर तो चांसेस है.
That was a nice little trade. Still has that steel guard, and this might be the opportunity to use it.
Ethan managed to get up in heaven, though. Here's that Hunter's Fury looking towards coast. It's probing. It's searching. Even a steel guard are committed to that effect. EDG able to get through those ultimates now. Have a plant down for themselves. Paranoia on the coast. Ethan hoping to follow up on it, and nobody. Dashed aside.
That was an excellent play from Ethan. The paranoia into the teleport across. Nobody had no idea what was coming. Kong going to have to go crazy right now. Holding the cross, what a shot!
What a correction, but now he's out of the fight and out of the
round. Nice, एक और round NRG को मिल गया. वो कल इसके बारे में बोल रहा था ऐसा क्या?
Big buy up, big investment, and it delivers.
बात बदली कि बात वही है.
Crucial second shot comes through from Mata. Ethan recovering that operator. I love the way that NRG played that retake. You had the 2 EDG players facing the cross. There's so much utility pressure onto nobody backside. Once Ethan hits him with that paranoia, he's able to teleport right in this moment. Gets that very crucial kill. NRG's IGL playing that situation very
तुम किसको सपोर्ट कर रही हो
Dirty
इसमें?
flick from Kang Kang there from
मैं
close though.
इसमें
Could have gone
समझ
either
ही नहीं
way.
पा रही
That
किसको
was
सपोर्ट
अन्य भाई
करूं।
कितने रुपए लेते हो एडिट
G
करने
here with
के?
that overdrive going to pick up the
डिपेंड्स
Bucky.
डिपेंड करता है वो क्या तुम्हें
flash
बनवाना
off
क्या है एग्जैक्ट
Ping
हाँ,
on Kang
वो
Kang,
ही
pretty
depend
telling.
मैं इग्नोर क्या बात
EDG are
करने
adamant
गया
though
ही
about
नहीं
this
वाह
A side.
क्या बात है
Ethan hoping to stall this out as
समझ
much as
जाएगी
possible.
यार
Obviously, Ethan
थोड़ा
and Bork
टाइम
have been manning this side of the map. In the fast lane, Jin's going to go for it now. Not much to see here, but
अल्ट कर
overdrive
दिया
being
है इधर
popped
नियॉन
and
ने
Ethan
बिजली
noted at the
गिरी
back of the side, but it's Bork there from Power gets himself two. That's big, but Duelist out of the game, and he wants more.
बैटल
That'll be the end
स्टेज
of the 8 anchors. Now it's NRG needing to rotate in.
Somehow again, by the way, Chichu is just
Oh,
one
भाई।
orb away from getting a res. That is
वीडियो
crazy.
एडिट
No
करते
वीडियो
हो
एडिट
क्या
कर रहे हो क्या?
shot to
नहीं
find
नहीं
on
यार
a
वीडियो
flanking
नहीं,
Scuba.
अभी मैं पहले करा
वीडियो
करता था, अभी
एडिट
छोड़
नहीं
दी।
And Scuba has gone for a play like
ये
that
करती है।
before. Nobody was reading
अभी
that
हमने
perfectly.
स्विच किया है, क्या बोलते हैं ये वीडियो एडिट करेगी, मैं ये बनाऊँ फोटो वगैरह बनाऊँ एडिट।
ईडीजी का डाउन
Never far from the kill free. The left side at least. 6-2.
ऐसा है।
Favoring EDG.
And even if you didn't find that, Chichu was already over the top.
देखिए भाई टेंशन ना लो, थोड़ा टाइम दो,
Immediately on that retake
टाइम दो फिर
effort.
तुम ही लेके जाओ उसको एक
Fair
बार।
attempt from Brock, who is a very
बात करने
trustworthy
की।
site anchor for this NRG team, but
वो फ्रीक बैठ
ultimately they
गया।
are still overwhelmed. This is a
हमने
critical
कहा
moment though.
Photoshop
Scuba
या
on a couple of these
Canva
retakes
या
towards the A
Canva
side
पे
has
edit
gone for that
करते हो
long flank
Photoshop।
through main.
Photoshop।
Nobody well prepared for that. Crosshair placement was perfect. And once he collects that kill, 3-on-2, where they can just focus forward, it's all too easy.
Here's the variation.
मेरे से
Push up mid here
फोटोशॉप
for
ही नहीं
Mana
होता है
potentially.
टूल्स ही नहीं समझ पाए मैं
Bane's just at library for now. Kang Kang has eyes for A main with the off.
It's high tide
ऐसे भी
from
वो
Psalm gets
किसी
thrown
और के
very
साथ
deep
थी
towards the
तो
attacker's side
मैं
of mid.
क्यों जाऊँ
So
सामने
they
से बात
absolutely know there could be
करने
some pressure
बिल्कुल
coming from
सही किया
NRG. They
आपने
could
फिर
be
सही
walking
किया
down, trying to take forward angles. Just
क्योंकि अगर तुम बात करने
Gentleman
जाते वहाँ पे
और
मतभेद हो जाती तो थर्ड पर्सन को तो वो मौका मिल जाता बोलने का, फिर और आग बढ़ जाती उसमें।
कितना लेते हो बजट क्या है आपके पर थंबनेल डिपेंड करता है अभी वॉर के हिसाब से कुछ मतलब टेक्स्ट वगैरह ज़्यादा वो नहीं है तो 100 से 200 यू नो
B-side
कुछ ज़्यादा
seemingly.
एडिट वगैरह है उसमें काम है ज़्यादा तो
NRG, they are
150,
gambling on this
200
B
ऐसा भी
site,
जा
however, so
सकता है
things could get dangerous for EDG.
And Kang Kang couldn't get enough information about the lack of defenders at A. EDG can't make a truly informed decision about hitting the site. They just have to commit.
Psalm gets one kill here, will have the reckoning.
फुटबॉल के
करोगे यार मुझे वेलोसिटी ये सब इतना ज़्यादा
in and around the site. Make his way towards connector.
आप
Finds one.
मोन्टाज
It's a
बना
classic
के दे
ringing out.
सकते
Ethan
हो क्या
gets himself a consolation.
मोन्टाज इन द
Another
सेंस
recovery of
बीचिंग के
Assam now.
साथ
Can he make use of that on the other side of this high
बीचिंग
tide?
ये
Gets
मैं
himself
नहीं
Chichu, but it's going to take
बीचिंग
more.
बीचिंग
मोन्टाज में कर
Brock
सकते
doesn't
हो
have
बट वो
it. Not
डिपेंड
this
करता है
time.
कौन से गेम का
These executes from EDG have just been
कि लास्ट टाइम मैंने
overwhelming
बीट
for
सिंग करी
NRG to
थी
handle.
तो
They had
एक ही
every
वीडियो
single
बनाई थी
player on
बहुत
that
टाइम
B
बाद।
site. They didn't have the best weaponry,
वेलो
of
का ही
course,
हाँ मैं कर
but
सकती
it
हूँ
still just looks all too easy.
बट इसमें मेहनत बहुत ज़्यादा
really
लगता है
been
क्योंकि मैं
medics
लाइक
as well. He's
प्रीमियर
put up
प्रो
12
में क्या
kills.
बोलते
It's just
प्लगइन
that
वगैरह
Soggy has
थर्ड
had,
पार्टी
I think, the
प्लगइन वगैरह
flashier
डालती है
kills
तो वो
and does
करती
have
हूँ
14, but
आफ्टर
that
इफेक्ट्स
duo
में
are
इफेक्ट्स
going
डालती हूँ
absolutely crazy.
And NRG are
हेलो
really
चिल
segmenting
डूड
off the side as they
बहुत
get it,
एज
right?
के
It's
वीडियो
cascading
है
with high
मेरे
tide.
पास
There's
ऐसा
own
क्या
smokes trying to, compartmentalize these little engagements, but as you mentioned, they didn't have the guns for it. Now we're all turning up in mid. Fast push to
एबी
library.
खेल रहे हैं लोग
Brock gets that Hunter's Fury online with a
कैसे
collection
मैं
of
बैन
the
नहीं
A-man
हुआ
orbs.
करते हैं फिर एडिट
EDG
का प्लान ऐसा
taking
क्या
a lot of space towards mid, just cycling these dark covers.
They've driven a wedge straight up the middle of the map here. And now, looking to give that space up. Maybe
कल सुबह 10 बजे बुलाया है।
एडिट करने में कितना लोगे देखो
See NRG, they of course had concerns about
किसके
that as
मतलब
Ethan
क्या
jump spotting towards that
वो है
B
क्या
link
एडिट
side.
है
Mana
कोई
focused on being
मतलब
the operator, but
वेलोसिटी वगैरह ऐसा
shouldn't
कुछ
have
है
any
क्या?
opportunities to take a shot in this round. It looks like EDG, they're ready to just go for this A side
बना दूंगा
execute.
यार
And
कोई सीन
Kong
नहीं
Kong
है।
wants to cut off a rotator with the op face down
एक
mid.
रेफरेंस है आपके पास कोई ऐसा मतलब ऐसे
हाँ
टाइप या
रेफरेंस
कुछ
वगैरह दे दिया करो
pretty concerned
मेरे
about
को
लाइक
डीएम
आप
कर दो
चाहते हो आपका
someone hitting
फोटो
him
हो उसमें साथ
from
में
their
लाइक
side
आप
of the map.
किसका डाल रहे हो
Now
सोचो
it's gonna
आप
be a
वो
straight
क्या
main
बोलते हैं
push here
रोनाल्डो
for
के
ADG.
टीम का डाल रहे हो रोनाल्डो के बारे में डाल डाल रहे
Has to be
हो
ready.
साथ में
Shield, of course,
रोनाल्डो
active.
हो ऐसा
Rourke might have to
करके
drop down off security,
ऐसे
otherwise, off
करके
tower rather. This could be a
और
wall in
उसमें
his
ये
way.
टेक्स्ट लिखा हुआ
He's on the
हो
side. Look at how broken up it is, but Jenny's having to take the 1 versus 1.
मतलब एक
Two
राफ
here, look at
वर्क
the step
अगर
back.
आपके पास
Reckoning
सिंपल
in
है
play.
नहीं
Jenny,
तो आप मतलब
unperturbed,
पेंट वगैरह में
unfazed,
लाइक
unbothered.
डीसी में बुला के
And
समझा
gets his
सकते हो
second.
इधर ऐसे रोनाल्डो इधर खड़ा मैं इधर
Nice
हूँ
हो गई
Some falling by the wayside.
इधर थोड़ा सा
NRG
ऐसा
are
हो
looking out at sea.
और शेम गोज फॉर वीडियो एडिट सैंपल लाइक वैलोरेंट के मोन्टाज बहुत लोग बनाते हैं वगैरह तो किस तरह के चाहिए वैसा टाइप का
इसको किसने दिया है भाई इसको ऑपरेटर एक ऑपरेटर का शॉट नहीं देगा
And now it's just Ethan with that save. This is NRG also being able to start on defense. Throughout Americas, when NRG, for the most part, outside of maybe one map against Sen on Corrode, when they've had blowout wins, it's come from starting on defense and being an absolute just crushing wall. But EDG are running them over. A lot of it due also to just individual skill right now. They are dipping them in the gun duels. Like they are straight up just winning these fights against NRG anchors consistently.
मुझे तो कैसा भी चलेगा एडिट करके मुझे आर्टिस्ट
With all of this control and util on these sides as they're being executed on, NRG are asking for these pockets of play. They can take 1v1s, but they are losing out to young guns like this guy. Jenny, just dominant. And again, was by their own admission, considered a wild card here for EDG, where they may rise or fall, and so far he's delivered.
I feel like NRG would really benefit from leaning a bit more into playing for some of these retakes. Trying to anchor these sites hard against this EDG comp is just not working out right now.
14-4 है EDG के ओमेन का किल है
I'm spotting Ethan for a moment, but no opportunity for the shot. Taking control of A main though with this operator.
Just disrespecting the smoke, brimming with confidence for good reason. And Rourke and Ethan have their work cut out for them, often outnumbered. Oh, that's a nice little connection of the Hunter's Fury. Nobody will be accounted for very early in the round.
Love that. Synchronization and utility. In the meantime, NRG works all the way out of this B side. No way. There's no way. Mana just forced to retreat.
And again, that same info push off for B for NRG is shut down.
And Chitu has just had presses constantly. So despite that awesome little bit of utility pieces in tandem from NRG, a great Hunter's Fury from Brock getting that first kill, it's made ultimately irrelevant.
Tell you what, your knees start to shake when you hear that sound. Jenny on the sight! And he touches down with a flourish. Ethan not so much, he's a sprawl. Rourke here has to clear this wall early on.
इस मैप में मैंने सीज टैग मतलब वो स्पाइक प्लांट के लिए अलग सा वो लाइनअप बनाया
out of the game for now.
कोई भी डिफ्यूज नहीं कर सकता.
Back by security, EDG have this one covered. There's some steps up on the other side, he will struggle. Finds Jenny and gets his second. Now he's given himself a foothold back into the site, but you notice that EDG fall back to this A main hold to cover the spike.
Does have one flash to get out.
Step Brock to
Oh, भाई क्या ऑपरेटर
dangerous. He wants the fight. That one goes wild, but Brock
9-2.
भाई सही हाथों में ऑपरेटर आई अरे.
Step up to fill the gap. Kong has been on point with the operator on this attack side. Has collected a lot of very crucial kills. This B push was a disaster for NRG. They already had the opening kill in the round, and then they just give that one away. Genie threw down a great relay bolt as well, so Mata couldn't go for the trade, was just forced to get out.
Credit where it's due, Mata makes his way into the side off his own bat, finds those 2 kills, but by then it's too late.
EDG are just trampling over these sites with absolute ease. NRG trying to throw another aggressive play into the mix by taking very deep mid control, and beyond that, just pushing all the way through.
Yeah, Smoggy sniffed this out. There was a ping at that part of the map by EDG. They knew something was headed their way. Rourke! He's on a rope! He's on a rope! Oh, man! Someone at least able to find one up mid, but this is challenging for him now. Relay bolt doesn't quite connect. He's stuck in the corner, but Genie will dig him out.
Gets a lot of damage onto Genie, but that Guardian not going to be enough in that kind of engagement against a Neon. Hamad is the one who's going to try to push for more. NRG are just walking it down in EDG, and look at how ready they are for this. They're double-faced expecting it.
But fortunate to be alive there, still opts to double back and challenge.
I mean, it feels like NRG are just getting desperate in some of these rounds. They're getting so aggressive, trying to hunt for kills. And EDG absolutely have their number.
Thorns activated.
Inside the smoke is Ethan. Opts to back out of it now, and they still want to anchor these sites. Last chance here for NRG to make an impact on the defense side, and they're down to 2. Scuba though, in a decent spot. Can't quite mow them down. The last line of defense falls. That is a
10
paltry
to
2 defense side rounds for NRG.
Absolute dominance from EDG, start to finish. Smoggy went insane throughout that
निकी भाई
entire
तुम
half.
इतना टेंशन मत लो यार,
Begins
तुम
to pick up the op, was just getting
उस पे छोड़
a
दो
number of crucial
केवल
kills. NRG had absolutely no
पेशेंस
hope
के
to
ऊपर
start
छोड़
this
दो,
game off.
बाकी
Now they get a chance to pick themselves
होगा तो
back up.
होगा, नहीं होगा तो
Short
नहीं
break,
होगा.
folks. We'll be back with the conclusion of Abyss right after this.
टेंशन लेना छोड़ दिया है. एनीवे कौन एडिटर है कि समझा नहीं मैं. कोई और एडिटर को पूछ सकता ऐसा. अगर ऐसा चाहिए ना तो एक काम करो, आपको अगर ऐसा लग रहा है ना तो आपको, अगर आपको खुद से बनाने का ट्राई करना है या कुछ अलग ट्राई करना है ना तो आप उसमें देख लो, क्या बोलते हैं, हर के सर्वर में देख लो. हर के सर्वर में बहुत आइडियाज़ मिलते हैं थंबनेल के रिगार्डिंग, बहुत कुछ देख सकते हैं आप वहाँ पे. एडिटर भी ले सकते हो.
मुझे पता है एंड ऑफ द डे मैं अकेला ही रहने वाला हूँ. वही ना यार, अकेले ही काफ़ी है.
ऐसा नहीं है मिकी, कभी ना कभी तुम्हारे लिए भी तो कोई ना कोई आ जाए. कोई भी हो सकता है, वो तुम्हारा दोस्त हो सकता है या कोई किसी भी इसमें आ सकता है, समझ. तो कोई भरोसा नहीं है
यार. वो लोग विंगमैन वाला टोपी पहन के आए हैं, सो क्यूट.
ये कल वाले बंदे का रेफरेंस
मैं
नहीं है.
कर सकता हूँ क्या प्रियंका जैसे थंबनेल एडिट? कर सकते हो, बस वो क्लैरिटी वगैरह का ध्यान रखना पड़ेगा. फिर आपको क्या बोलते हैं, और आपको वैसा टाइप का ही, मेरा टाइप का जैसे कुछ में होता है. अभी वाले मेरे पिक में देखो, उसमें ग्लो है, वो
Welcome
सब
back for your
ग्लो
second
इफेक्ट
half
वगैरह
of Abyss.
कैनवा में
Right
है
now,
तो
it
कर
is a
सकते हो आप.
shellacking as EDG are making an example of NRG. And for your Coinbase econ report, I think we all know who we're going to be highlighting. Chichu with incredible
जैसा मेरा
impact
चल रहा है
over the
मोस्टली
course
मैं
of the game.
सब
And in these
यूज
12
कर
rounds,
रहा
have
हूँ.
a look
ऐसा
at
मत
this.
सोचो यार.
Yeah,
ये
I'm having Exault to
मोटिवेटेड.
the Yoru.
मैंने
I'm
कल ही
surprised
बोला
that
था, अच्छे
Chichu
दिनों के लिए बुरे
somehow
दिन
is a
से
better
गुजरना ही
report than
पड़ता है.
Smoggy, who's at 16-4. But that's not to take anything away from the impact Chichu was having. Got a number of
मिकी
really
भाई वो
sick
तुमको
kills. And a
वो
couple
वाली
of just
शॉर्ट्स
getting
पता है, ये
hit
शॉर्ट्स से
already.
वीडियो देखी तुमने कभी
It's
या ऐसे
crazy
का
how many
स्टोरी
reses
सुनी है?
Chichu was able to
वो
get
क्या
off.
बोलते हैं, जो
Numerically hard to
क्या बोलते हैं, माइनिंग करता रहता है, फिर उसको पता है वो खोदते रहता है बट कुछ निकलता नहीं है. बट उसके पता है एक साइड पे दिखाया जाता है कि हीरा वहीं पर है. तो वेट करो,
This
मिलेगा.
EDG team looks sick out of the gates on Abyss.
आपके जैसा करना है,
And again, it's the
एडिटेड
first
साइड
time we've seen
में
it here
लोगो
on
या
this
फिर
stage.
प्लेयर्स
Frankly,
का
NRG
फोटो डालूंगा तो हो सकता
looking
है.
ready for it at this level. but it's
कैनवा
still got a
मैं
whole
भी इतना
attack
ज़्यादा
side to
यूज
show.
नहीं की हूँ.
Do want to reflect on the beginning of this
कैनवा
game
मैं
for
फिर
but a moment,
इसके लिए यूज़
where
करता हूँ,
Smoggy won a
वो
crazy
क्या
1
बोलते हैं,
versus 3 on
अनाउंसमेंट
the opening
बनाने के लिए
pistol
करता
round.
हूँ.
That just immediately put NRG in a horrific position. They would have to do the unthinkable to get back in this game. We always favor their defensive side as their best side. The
लोग
numbers
मेरी
support that.
पेशेंस चेक कर रहे हैं तो दिखा दो आप में
The high
पेशेंस
tide obviously
बहुत
gives the
ज़्यादा है.
implication of a lot of
देर ही
mid
मत
control
करो,
for
दिखाओ
NRG
ही
off
मत
the rip.
आपका नेगेटिव साइड की नहीं
ये भी
है.
हो सकता हो कि उसको वो दिखाना चाहती हो कि
जिस दिन मैं
उसको
कटूंगा ना सामने
That is
वाला
one benefit of
गया
Harvard,
आ
for sure, is just being able to
हाँ.
throw
सबर
some of
करो
those
तब तक
cascades,
सबर.
high
किसी
tides,
को कुछ जवाब देने की
towards
ज़रूरत
mid,
नहीं है, किसी
makes
को
the
कुछ
defenders
प्रूफ करने की ज़रूरत नहीं है.
forced to
अपना आँख
re-clear,
खुद ही
forced to
बुझाना
use
पड़ता है.
util to re-clear, or just play in more passive positions.
Batter ultimately pinged out. That Sage will, even if broken, would force a wider swing on.
कैनवा प्रो नॉर्मल कैनवा नहीं तो आपको टेम्पलेट्स वगैरह भी मिल जाएंगे
Don't you
अच्छे
have
खासे.
cut noise, broken part of that barrier orb in A main, but EDG have had no desire to leave this site. 3 players are ready to face this.
No body position as well, assuming some mid control to be taken, but there's going to be no pressure coming out of
और
tower
ये
here.
इनका
It's too
डिफेंडिंग
easy
भी
for
अच्छा
Bonkar.
है.
Decent damage done from the middle of the site here. It's Scuba up mid, needs to do more.
अरे
Smoggy
मारा.
catches it with the Paranor in the way, past the
गंदा.
walk. Quickly has to throw
ओ
down as he
भाई,
gets out of the dark cover.
1v2
Does
है.
Smoggy again has to
धीरज
clutch
भाई
it up.
ये नहीं है, ऐसे थोड़ी
Not again,
कोचिंग मत बनाओ.
Surely.
Only 18 health for Brock right now, going up the rope. What a time!
He got a drop on it, but missed. Smoggy in 70.
ओ भाई,
Cleans him up. Job done yet again. This guy's got
मुश्किल लग
power.
रहा है ये एनआरजी के लिए अभी.
He's now sat at 18 for 4, clutches both pistol rounds.
बस निकी भाई
आजा
एकदम
आजा छोरे
Brooks
बुक
is
नहीं रहा है.
done and dusted. It's feeling like
Yeah,
Crow
इसलिए
time.
सही दिखता है
Bonk
थोड़ा.
had to react so quickly out of that dark cover.
चश्मे
Had the drop on
चश्मे
so
वाला.
sharp. Look at
इसको
this
लास्ट में
miss
दिखाया
throwing
था.
a smoke, man. Oh, buddy.
Oh man, he only has 2 bullets.
Smoky.
Has to reload. Oh man, if he had a few more, he probably gets that
निकी
kill.
भाई बस मजे करो और क्या.
He had to drop. Oh, that's brutal. NRG
लिखा कोई फर्क नहीं
obviously
पड़ता मुझे.
no choice right now but
ये
to
उसने
force.
कैप्स लगाई है चीटर.
The deck is stacked
चीटर
against
कहेगा.
them.
चीटर.
Coming into this round now, yeah, forcing for the
उसने
rest
पता है वो
of the
एजेंट्स
map.
वाले कैप्स
Tarak
कैप्स की लगाई है.
alive, then is able to get out scot-free.
चीटिंग करी है.
This one is so done. It's time for NRG to lick their wounds, reset, and try to get back in the game on Corrode, their own map pick. This
Still a
is,
good map for EDG, by the way. A very good one.
Yeah, by round win rate percentage, it was EDG's best map of stage 2. They were winning 61% of rounds on that map. And when we do get there, NRG trying to make a foray towards this B site, using that Harbor util to do so.
Yeah, ping out on Jenny even before he got back behind the high tide, so Som just sprays and gets one.
क्या बात कर रहे हो मैं भी था नहीं मेरे तो दारू पीछे ये देखो भाई
ये देखो
ये देखो ना मन
from Tao with the bulldog.
And EDG do have superior long-range weapons for these distance engagements on this site.
The flash was good, but not enough.
राइट में आ राइट में देख लिया.
Som with the stinger, bring a bit of America's flavor into the round. G2 has a challenge here through this cove, and he's ready. But Mata from long range, sitting back with this Sheriff.
1v2.
G2 now with the Bulldog, but
There
now
you
one
go.
versus two.
Nice.
Mata checks, confirms, looks to have a swing. G2's gotten into half. The time is not
आ रहा है पीछे से आ
inside.
रहा है.
As Kuba puts him out of his misery.
11-3.
NRG have gotten the smallest of lifelines back into this game, winning the very necessary force buy that they took after getting the plant down on the pistol
फिर भी
round.
मुश्किल ही है अभी तक.
They recovered those bulldogs.
Same आप लोग same जगह पे हो. What?
That was dangerous for
क्या
Bharat.
मतलब एक दूसरे के मतलब एक दूसरे से
पड़ोसी
मतलब ट्राई
निकले
कर.
भाई.
Into the connector, but does go 1-for-1 crucially.
I mean, it is the power of the
क्या
stingers
बात कर रही हो?
that we see. The fact that NRG can set that controller util up on B, cut the side up, and a free ping on
यही
Jenny.
गाने का लाइन
Cost him his
याद आ
life.
रहा है. हमारे मिलन को
marshals on the
है
side of
सबसे
EDG, but we'll be going up against Mod as outlaw.
रोकना.
First shot accuracy for
मैं
Mara.
आता हूँ घर
Left
पे.
a little bit to be desired so far with scope weapons.
He's been a bit slow to start today. But like we said,
Neither
that
do I.
has never
सही है,
stopped him
सही है.
from
लगे रहो.
surging right back into a series.
Yeah, bro has range. I think we figured that out. And NRG would like him to be on the upper side of it, though, out of the gates.
दो मार्शल है.
Som's got the long line down mid right now.
EDG भी
Medal in
भाई.
hand, so well equipped. Jenny gets a free pick and a second.
Neon लोग
Just
ऐसे ही
to
टिक
make sure,
देते
yeah,
हैं
there were
भाई.
definitely 2 players there. Now I'll leave. Ethan tagged up a little bit.
पता
in
लगा
mid, but
नहीं.
that's just a classic from nobody.
Double marshals in the round for EDG, by the way.
NRG really are taking their time right now, just trying to sniff out any aggression that could be coming from EDG. They don't want to rush things, and that outlaw one
आजकल
shot.
रेस भी तो वो
Kong
नियॉन
Kong
वाली ही
site
बन
going
गई
to
है.
be free.
It was looking
Fraud
proud as a
में नहीं करा.
peacock, in fairness, up on top of container.
Some of that standard
Harbor
util you're going
actually
to
में
be
बहुत
seeing
अच्छा
coming
है
into that
game
B
पे.
site with a high tide, cutting off the
ऐसे
connector,
cover कर
cuts off
दोगे आप
heaven, and
तो
then
किसी
that
को कुछ
recon will get
दिखेगा
any
नहीं.
info towards bookshelf.
Retake here behind Paranoia is an option. Relay ball at the ready for Jenny should be required, but it's just the supremacy of these weapons for NRG.
Cover going out.
Gives them a distinct edge here. Smoggy nobody showing themselves.
4-11.
Let's see if they want to risk the commitment.
And NRG, by the way, have done a great job accelerating players towards ultimates early. For this first buy round, they've got a Reckoning and a Hunter's Fury active.
And the margin of error is quite thin given the
मैं
round.
आजा
for EDG.
इधर ही जा रहा
I'd be
हूँ.
encouraged to make use of them early. Always seems to be Smoggy.
क्या बात.
Some a warning shot fired off, keeps his head down. Mata with the
Nice.
cleaner.
बढ़िया चल रहा है.
Hunting getting really close to the dimensional drift now as well, just one orb away. So NRG have a very big advantage
मेरे
in
को
terms
लगता
of
नहीं
the
इस बार
ult
भी
economy
नाइट
to try
मार्केट
and win out
आएगा.
this first buy round.
But can they risk trying to ration these out over what has to be, 7 consecutive rounds, one to even up the game? At some point, EDG are going to come around with a brace of their own ultimates just to expend.
Yeah, and you would think, you would hope if you're an NRG fan that they
ये
won't be
सोचो
needing
पहुंच
to
भी
win the
गए.
ultimates
हाँ
potentially
आता
in this
हूँ
next
मैं.
buy round, but
एक पहले पहुंच गए नंबर है नहीं उधर जाके चिल्ला रहे YouTube chat वाला मिक्की भाई
वो ऐसा एयरपोर्ट पे बोर्ड लेके नहीं खड़े होते मिस्टर मिक्की सी इधर आओ
आप मतलब लिटरली बोल सकते हो आधार कार्ड नहीं YouTube अकाउंट दिखाओ सही में हो या नहीं समझ रहे हो प्रियंका आप भी मुंबई में आओ ऐसा क्या उधर जाकर नाम पूछ लेना मैनेजर से वाओ अभी आप लोग पता है आधार कार्ड नहीं वो है YouTube अकाउंट दिखाओ बोल सकते हो
हाँ हाँ ये मिकी है ये मिकी है
क्या बात है
अरे क्या हो गया इजी वाले ठंडे पड़े किससे आ गया
बाप रे एनर्जी वाले होप्स देने लगते हैं ओह माय गॉड
What an awesome usage of those ultimates though. They go for that really early mid pressure, draw the attention, and then just throw that tsunami of util onto Chichu, who's caught back.
दारू पीते हो आप ना ना
नहीं
Can't go forward because the wall, his own wall is playing.
घर वाले बाहर भगा देंगे
And he's getting caught in by the Hunter's Fury.
Brock knew exactly where it was. No risks taken there on digging out that coast player.
Yeah, Chichu was no longer playing an FPS game. He was just passively
मेरा तो अभी
existing.
यही चल रहा है
That
अभी
was a
कर्जे
sick
में है
execute from
जल्दी
NRG.
सकते
And they
हैं
do still have this dimensional drift on retainer. They're getting close to that steel garden as well.
अरे फायरिंग पे भाई एनर्जी वाले होप्स दे रहे हैं
That tries to make that happen.
And now speaking of, with those 2 kills, Scuba does have the steel garden.
एनर्जी वाले फॉर्म में
In this round,
आते
but
हुए
for the next gun round, that'll be quite useful to have, so long as
हम लोग
NRG
बस
can just
करते
close
हैं
things
रेड
out
बुल
here
के
in
नशे
safe, competent fashion. Certainly looks like they'll be able to do so.
आज तक
Chichu on
किया
very
नहीं
low
है जिस
HP,
दिन
healing himself
पिएंगे
back up though.
पैसा होगा उस दिन रेड बुल
Ethan though able to come
पिएंगे
out of that engagement without taking a hit,
Full
so it
नशे
is for
नशे
all
में
intents and purposes
रेड बुल पी
full strength NRG looking at A.
And Okonkwo has walked
एक
all
आधा
the way
लोगों
over
को
to the other 2 EDG players are ready to face on A.
Okay, Crash Loose is going to have to...
हैं
2 legs and a heartbeat over towards this A side of the map. It's going to be nobody with the stomping power. Broke down as well. That's 2 with the Sheriff. And he's happy with that. Enough of an edge gained here to play that retake game now. With Kang having some time bomb to get in position.
Scuba on low enough HP that he's actually susceptible to just one Sheriff shot. Now Kong does have to activate that sheer wall that's behind NRG, and they're going to adjust multiple players to heaven. I like that decision a lot.
Kang is going to be looking at multiple barrels trained in his direction. See Som, the first to look this way. Cove dissipates. My goodness, Kang. Som's going to opt out of that engagement for the time being. And Kang's going to see what he can get. Not a whole lot.
11-6
meets him at the door.
आपका एज क्या है मेरा 23
Shuts down 3 on the round. That early aggression nullified. Scuba has been an essential part of NRG's success since joining the roster in Stage 2. Had been one of the strongest challengers players in Americas for years. I think this opportunity for him was long overdue to get on one of the top Americas teams, and he has made the most of it. He has been such a consistent rock for this team for the past couple months.
Now, because of the way EDG like to select their comps, they're often double duelists. On the defense side, we see them stretching a little bit to get some value out of it, right? We often see them pushing off sides early in a round, and sometimes you could, suggest that they force the issue on occasion. I think that, like, XLG matchup on Lotus is really trying to take those rubble fights and extend extra fire, causes Jenny to get caught on a couple of occasions. There's a round there, of course, where it's just Sheriffs and Jenny's hoping for something as he comes forward, but it looks like NRG used to playing against this style. We talked about their experience against Double Duelist. They play pretty stately early round. They receive the info push, punish it, and then move into setup for a take.
When you're playing against that Double Duelist on defense, it's just so critical that you're able to deal with a lot of the fast floods that are going to happen. There's a Neon and a Yori. They are going to rotate into the site instantly. And we have seen NRG be able to deal with it so far. Other round on B, where they used all those ults to get the kill on Chichu. It was a really fast flood from EDG. Now shut down, and NRG are going to consistently need to do that. Clawing back into this game. A good go at it so far. They're on a 4-round run, and they've got a Steel Garden plus Dimensional Drift to play with on a round where EDG are beginning to get the ultimates of their own finally online.
There's that Kang op is in the mix now.
अरे आज मैं उधर ही
EDG
था
looking
क्या
at their
बात
most dangerous.
It's really just a question of when is Kong going to have the off, and they know it could certainly be this round with the state of the economy. Now, Mata going to draw some attention towards this A side using the drip, but goes
अरे भाई जनाब यहाँ कैसे
this info for the BX
पता क्या
दरवाजा मनोज
Also
खोले
was thrown out there, so he turns up at library, but he's very
मनोज
much in the
सारे
lead
कुंडी उंडी लॉक करो
positionally.
ये देखो
G2 loses that one out.
कुंडी बंद करवा रहे हैं
बंकर बंकर बना दो
taken
इनको
out by Ethan. Mata is offering such a distraction.
बंकर में
He's
घर
पास
का
पास
नहीं
है
बोला
क्या बहुत
Is
ये
he gonna
सारे
push?
जगह
And he's just
अंधेरी
he's
में
being so
तो मेरे
patient.
क्या क्लास है
They have to be so mindful of
हाँ
just the timing
पास
push
पास
out of
में
mid.
सारी जगह
Is the still guarded just as EDG. Most is
मैं
up
तो
in the
बड़ी
trap,
रेड
the waiting
कर
arms of Mata. Only one. Has to
रेड
try and get
कर
out.
अगर ये
Jenny catches
अगर
it.
ये
That
लड़की
opens
सा
things up a
पास में
little
रहती
bit
ना
more for EDG on
उठा
the
के
front
लेके
side.
आते घर
But they are just going to save. Genie is so weak. Kong Kong,
मैं भी
they wanna
लाइक
keep
मैं
that
अगर
going
वो
for the next round, of
महाराष्ट्र
course.
मुंबई से होती मैं
NRG, they've done
बोलती
it
घर
again.
से
These
फिर
B-side
देखती 2
plays
सेकंड में
have been
डोरबेल
really
बज रहा
high quality.
जैसे
G2
डोरबेल
is going
बजता
to
नहीं डोर
regret
खोलती
being in
वैसे
such a
किडनैप
committed
कर लेते
position again.
मैं गुड़गांव में
But you know,
था
crucially too, yeah, it is
आज
just
वाव
Mata's play towards mid was so impactful as to how EDG
गोरेगांव
were
गोरेगांव
forced
गोरेगांव
to
अच्छा
just play around
गोरेगांव
his
सॉरी
existence.
And then they
तो
got
मैं
funneled in
सोचूं
with by the
दिल्ली
still guarded. That
दिल्ली
definitely
में
forced the save
गुड़गांव
there for
है
EDG.
और
So that's
गुड़गांव
another
का
nice
नाम
round from NRG, but it's
गोरेगांव
been
के पास
assisted
ही
by
है
the
करके
sheer
कुछ
weight of
तो कर
ultimates, and
दिया है
now that edge for NRG has gone.
Exactly, and
गोरे
EDG
लोगों
were
की जगह
required to use none of theirs. I mean,
नहीं
they
नहीं
just go
गोरे
for a
नहीं
3-person save. They never really
एनडी
got
भाई
in a position
अंधेरी
where
में
they actually
लड़कियां
willing to
बहुत
use theirs.
हॉट है
But
वाह
for them
ये
to kind of
देखो
feel okay about
एनडी
that,
अभी
ये सब
अप्रूव
ये सब
coming
नो
off
कर रहा हूँ
one round loss,
ये
we
ये
still
सब
have
क्या
a
मैसे
4-round lead,
देखता
and
नहीं
now we
भाई
have a
हाँ ये लड़की अच्छी
ultimate
है इसके
lead.
लिए सही है हप्पा मारो
That's not a bad offer, honestly. I think they'll be okay with taking that.
Yeah, again, the deck's still stacked against NRG. They've given us a good run, at least on this attack
भाई
side thus far.
एनर्जी वाले लिटरली
Psalm
होप्स
is
दे
able
रहे
to
हैं अभी
collect that
7
orb
राउंड
in
तक
B
पहुंचे
main.
सेवन
हैं
राउंड
वो
पे
लोग
One
कम
away
बैक
from the
कर लिया ना
reckoning
मैं
being active yet again.
Again,
Change
they're
हो गए
playing
साइड
around those
की
early info pushes off sites from the double duelist defense side.
तो ईडीजी वाले
Served up
थ्रो
for them
कर
this
रहे हैं
time,
पता
though.
नहीं क्या चल रहा
Nobody does spot one
अंधेरी
player
में
on the
किधर
cross.
रहते
That
हो
was
पूछा जा
Ethan.
रहा है
Quickly
है
breaks
अंधेरी में
that drone.
मैं
Kong
रहता
has
हूँ
been
चिंबू साइड रहता हूँ
very patient in this position, and of course Brock is out of absolute necessity going to use that
Yes.
drone to clear an AWPer with the potential of an AWPer out of A main.
Hong Kong had to get off that line initially to reset his gate
कोई
crash.
मुझे
Now he needs
बता
to
Santa
सकता है
Cruz.
वरुण
pick it up
धवन का
again.
घर की
Just can
तरह
play off this one way as it's still up in main when a
वरुण
drone
धवन
is.
का घर
और आप
There we go,
लोगों
this is about
से
to
वो
get
क्या
messy
बोलते
around.
हैं सलमान खान का शाहरुख खान का
Natural
कितना दूर है
controller off the map so early.
मन्नत
Reckoning popped
गैलेक्सी
now straight to the side. They go.
अपार्टमेंट
Brett is down. It's a second for Kang Kang. Mowing these NRG attackers down.
देखना पड़ेगा
30 seconds left.
It even uses the
के
dimensional
बंगलों पे
shift
तो हम लोग
right
जाते
back
हैं
in.
बट
Fury
वापस
off the
आते
back of that.
Some spotted. No. No connection just yet.
ओ सेंटा
There it is. There's a ping
क्रूज है
on Som's position, but he's still
इसमें
going
तो
to
अमीर लोग
behind the
रहते हैं
code.
ना भाई
Martin to find backside. He's gonna
नहीं
be
नहीं अरे मैंने
काश्मीर
बोला
से सुना था
सेंटा
भाई सेंटा क्रूज और बेंजा में अमीर लोग
Scuba's on the
रहते हैं
replay through
एनबी
heaven
नहीं
right now.
नहीं
Do
नहीं
EDG expect
अरे
this one to get
मैंने
the back?
देखो
मेरी
बबल
पूरी
गम डेथ
से-
फिश भी मुझे पसंद है और चैंपियंस बंडल भी पसंद है दोनों भी दे सकते हो मैं
देख
बुरा
लो।
क्यों मानूंगी
देखो
भाई
अभी
झूठ बोला जा रहा था देख लो भाई
अरे
ये देखो अमीर है
मैंने
देखो
बोला
देखो मुझे भी बोली,
सांता
देखो
क्रूज
मैं
से
नहीं जानती मैं नहीं जानती मैं नहीं जानती
Play from
काशवी ने
EDG.
खुद बोला है मैं वो
He goes
रील
right
ढूंढ
back
सकती हूँ
in with
रील
the
या
AWP
शॉर्ट
after using his
बोली
gate
थी वो
crash.
कुछ तो उधर ही बड़ी हुई है या उधर रहती थी आई एम फ्रॉम
Dodges the
और
reckoning,
उधर के
gets the
स्टैंडर्ड
second
अरे
kill.
सांता क्रूज
हो गया आप तो
वो-
दोनों ही बंडल मुझे पसंद है अब दोनों
अरे वो
आने वाले
सांता
आने
क्रूज
वाले
और
चार बंडल
मरीन ड्राइव सुनो मेरी बात वो सांता क्रूज और मरीन ड्राइव के ब्रिज पे एक ही काम होता है वहाँ पर महंगी महंगी गाड़ियाँ चलती है और वो आदमी वहाँ पे बैठे रहे होते हैं पूरे टाइम जॉब
देखो मेरे से झूठ बोला गया है भाई
अरे बट मैं तो
अंबानी
सांता
है
क्रूज
ये
It was sort of said that
देखो आने वाले 4-5 बंडल भी मेरे को पसंद है देखा तो नहीं बट बहुत
अरे अरे
पसंद है मुझे बिग fan.
NRG going back
देख
to
रहे
the
हो
well.
गाइस
They
झूठ
found
बोला
the
गया
most
था
of their
गिफ्ट वाला
success on
ऑप्शन
these
गिफ्ट
B-side
वाला ऑप्शन भी
executes, and
चलेगा
again, it's
मेरे
just
को
that high tide.
आईडी अभी खोलूं या बाद में
Oh my God, this man, that's just a vandal in Sama's
एनवी
down.
फाइव एक्टर लोगों के बीच रहते हैं वही ना आलिया भट्ट वगैरह तो यूं आती जाती होगी भाई सर के सामने से बोलती होगी चीनी वगैरह हमसे खत्म हो गई है गोइंग टू द
मेरे यहाँ से फिर एक ही इंसान वो नजदीक रहता है वो है काशी जिसके घर पे मैं कभी जाता नहीं
ये देखो देख रहे हो गाइस मैं बता रही
क्योंकि वो घर घर पे नहीं होती, वो इधर होती है, क्राउड के घर पे होती।
आलिया भट्ट वगैरह ये सब भाई इसके घर के नीचे से जाते हैं, कभी-कभी बोलते हैं चीनी वगैरह चाहिए।
चीनी वगैरह।
ओ भाई मादा खेलने लगा, 1v2 हो गया भाई, 8 राउंड पे पहुंच गए। 4 राउंड बैक टू बैक चाहिए ओटी के लिए। एनबी भाई कोई डायरेक्टर का नंबर है क्या? मैं भी वो
अरे
कास्टिंग डायरेक्टर है।
He was totally down and out in that first half. And now he's sitting at 17 kills.
असिस्टेंट वगैरह लेके घूमता है मनोज वगैरह, देख लो सेंटा क्रूज के लोग हैं ये लोग। बोलने में ही अच्छा लग जाता है सेंटा क्रूज। हम लोग कहा भाई वो नाला के पीछे से रास्ता होगा, वो खंडेल के आना, आगे वो क्या बोलते ठेला लगता होगा, ठेले वाले को इग्नोर कर देना, कुछ भी बेचना चाहता है, फिर हमारे घर का गेट मिलेगा उससे कुछ जाना, ऐसे एड्रेस देना पड़ता है सर हम लोगों को। एड्रेस में ही गरीबी है, देख रहे हो?
The one anchor, okay, that is some fortune going over there.
Pushing it back through security very quickly. Nobody's trying to get on the side. He's made his way through the cascade. Oh, and the drop on Martyr is good. He couldn't interrupt the
किसी फेमस एक्ट्रेस को बोलते हैं प्रियंका के घर के साइड रहने, फिर उसके घर पे चलेंगे, कोई दिक्कत नहीं।
Sheriff to his name. That's always
अच्छा आइडिया है।
If there was anyone to pull this off. Multiple clutches in this game already, and on the most crucial rounds, to close it out with just a sheriff.
Devious rotate here into tower for Smoggy, and has got himself a weapon.
NRG still needs to recover this spike.
Very dangerous location to get it as well.
Is about to have one dark cover to play with. See if there's an opportunity to maybe use that. Ethan, yeah, is even smoking off main right now on A. Just concerned, they don't know where Smoggy could be. He could be anywhere right now.
Contingency as well. Arcoro's thrown up in tower. That allows for Spike to be recovered.
And now they can plant back. Sight Scuba is in a position to keep Ethan safe. Made sound on the rope, didn't get the silent drop.
Ethan hears this now and is starting to inch forward. Scuba ready to play out of security.
मिले तो इसका इतना गंदा गंदा पिक्चर ना स्नैप पिक्चर लगा के सारे वायरल कर दिए।
हमने पहले क्या डिसाइड किया था पता, हम लोग को आरपी ग्रुप था पहले, आरपी ग्रुप में बहुत बंदे थे, फिर हमने डिसाइड किया था एक बार मीटअप करेंगे, फिर हमने मीटअप का एंड हो गया क्योंकि कुछ नहीं, कुछ दगाबाज लोगों ने वो कर दी, दगा कर दी। अपने ही रूल्स बनाने हैं, फिर उनके रूल बनाते बनाते वही रूल से बाहर हो गए। सही बात है कि नहीं?
मैं वैसे भी आता रहता हूँ अंधेरी में।
आओ आओ उधर मिलते हैं, क्या बोलते हैं, ना 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 नहीं पाते
हैं। डाउनलोड करो, हाँ लगाओ, एनबी में फोटोज भेजना, मीडिया सेक्शन में डाल देना सीधा।
मैं फोटो खींचता नहीं और मैं साइफर की तरफ।
Previous round a good look for NRG, a set play. They got them that early tower control on A side. This time a little slower in the approach.
And now the ult cycle is going towards NRG's favor with that dimensional drift. And Brock on the cusp of having the Hunter's Fury.
Yeah, they braved that power spike from EDG.
एक राउंड चाहिए बस EDG।
स्नैप मैं नहीं यूज करता है,
स्नैपचैट में यूज नहीं करता, फालतू लगता है। बोरा बोरा क्लब जाते हैं अंधेरी में, ये देखो
नाम सुना है।
Dimensional drift just to clear the way.
ना जानने का एक्टिंग कर रहा है।
The rest of NRG temporarily going to be halted by that slow rotation.
इसको मत बोलिए, अपन डीलिंग करने जाते थे वहाँ पर। अरे अरे
ओ भाई
T2 had nowhere to go, and now Bharat can get himself up into tower. He sees the bullet traces come through from Jenny, and he's got backup. Ethan will join him. Cove for the plant. Kang here trying to get in.
ये तो जेंजी की तरह होगा।
There's a chance at a timing here on Ethan.
Spike is planted for these heaven players, but Ethan going to need to win this 1v1.
Turns it, flash, what a flick! A correction that brings Kang to his knees.
11-13 ना हो जाए कहीं।
Do not have the money to take the risk.
उसमें और बुरा लगता है, इतना पास आ गए थे, उसके लिए एक राउंड चाहिए था।
Pushing us to overtime.
The value of that ultimate comes through for NRG yet again. They work the map a bit with the op, which may be lost.
Smoggy with a casual 25 kills in regulation.
That is crazy. But respect to the NRG players who've been able to surge up the scoreboard after an abysmal start. And that's 22 for Scuba right now.
Navratri.
Fury combination.
Yeah, it is just the classic play.
This is deterministic. Chichu genuinely has nowhere to go.
He's been getting caught on a lot of these side executes. He's anchored in pretty hard positions most of the time.
That's their world champion.
And it's being exploited.
ये साथ में आता ना कि उसके साथ कंफ्यूज हो जाते हैं ये तो एक दोनों
वैसे भी गाइस लड़कियों के
8 of the last 9 rounds won by NRG.
Not lying, बहुत
ADG priced into a very weird kind of half buy, but they've got an op and 2 rifles. It's peculiar to say the least. Mata has gone ahead and picked up the Outlaw for this round, and a great opportunity to do so. There's only one player on EDG with the full armor. That's nobody.
And again, Brock positioned for a push off the side. EDG have become a little bit more patient with those after Jenny got punished a couple of times consecutively. Kang is asking for more.
अरे बाप रे ऑपरेटर ही डाउन कर दिया लो
clattering to the ground.
हेलो सिन कैसे हो आप वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम क्या हाल है
Cascade now from this side, and the flash confirms that EDG have actually pushed in front of it. And off that audio cue, NRG, they want to hit the go button towards this A side, assuming there's multiple players pushing down. That assumption is correct. They are delayed on account of having to break this wall, further delayed by a slow orb as well.
Chichu just disrespects it. Paranoia doesn't catch on to him now, but surely there's something in place for that tower
कोई
player.
दिखा नहीं
It's
एक और निकाल दिया
that brings Chichu to bear.
Genie just trying to get into the site to assist. Too little, too late. And EDG are once again just hurled into a save position. NRG can certainly go hunting.
Nobody looking for some garbage time frags, and
ऊपर से ऐसे टाइम में दुर्गा
the
पूजा
money
इस
still
बार
good
बहुत
enough for
अर्ली है
NRG.
दुर्गा
And nobody would be happy to get some kills here, honestly. Gets that Hunter's Fury for the final round of the game to try and close this out.
बाप रे एनर्जी वाले भाई
Knows the money.
तुम्हारे सर कितने
It's going to be
करते
another
हो
weird
कितने
toss
कपड़े
up for
लेते
EDG to try and avert an overtime scenario as NRG have all the momentum.
Bear in
तक
mind,
कपड़े
it
कितने
was a
लेते हो 1 2 3
10-2 half
मैं कम से
for
कम 2 जोड़ी
EDG to
कपड़े
kick this
लेती
game off. And NRG have clawed this all the way back on the
पिछली बार
attack
लिया
side.
तो था बट वो विंटर
The
वाले
weaker
कपड़े ले
side.
लिए थे मैंने और
That
मेरा
is
5000 का
stunning from them. The players with
सिर्फ एक
so
मतलब
much
जैकेट
resolve.
में मेरा पूरा 3000 लपेट
Scuba
दिया
having a
सिर्फ एक
fantastic game, as is Brock. He's disgusting. Mata right back into it after
और
a
मम्मी को
pretty
मैंने उस
tragic
जैकेट
start.
का असली प्राइस बताया ही
And
नहीं
EDG are going to be forced onto
मैंने
this
उससे
timeout
लिया
to try to close out the game
मेरा
in
21
regular
के का
time. NRG on the cusp of
हुआ
bringing
है
this to
बाप
OT against
रे
all odds.
And why, once again,
इतना
they
तो
can set
मेरा
up a
पूरी
really
फैमिली का
nasty
मिला के भी
sidekick
नहीं होगा
between this Steel Guard and this Reckoning.
मोइट
It's
के
going to be really
ऐसा
hard for
क्या
EDG to
क्या
anchor
बात है
at all. So having to play for retake, having to flood back in with these somewhat weaker weapons is a big ask. There's
उठी जाएगा क्या
in the mix here.
या फिर उठी
Nobody
चला
has
ही
the
गया
Hunter's Fury, but EDG are definitely digging for pocket change.
अभी नहीं हो सकता कुछ भी
Some links,
अब तो ये
that's how they're going to try and avoid an overtime scenario.
EDG का time
Because the
out और
wind is in NRG sails for sure.
They just have so many high power ultimates with this comp. They've been
एक और
doing a
एक और
great
राउंड
job
से
at
EDG ने
cycling the
दोबारा
orbs
टाइम
to
आउट
certain
किया
players. There's really only one
ये
moment in
राउंड
this entire
एनर्जी को
half where
लेना ही
EDG
पड़ेगा इतना
actually
दूर
had
तक आए हैं
the
वो लोग
advantage in terms of the ults. One round only. And that was the one they converted. It was when they got a Hunter's Fury with the dimensional
आपने
drift off.
सैलरी उड़ा
Outside
दिया
of that, it has been all NRG.
Neither team able to find a foothold on defense. The rounds have come few and they've come far between. Mata's been able to step up. Ridiculous flick entering that site previously. Chichu just blown into next Tuesday from that op shot. Can EDG lock it down here? Looks like maybe a push up.
गोल्ड के घर के बाहर चले जाते
Trying to drive a wedge around the plans of NRG on this attack side. Here's round 24, lock in.
Mata does have that operator once again. Out of the timeout, EDG, they want to get very proactive.
अरे तुम लोग आए हो
Look at this push down.
जैस खाने का पैसा
He might
नहीं
meet Ethan through the corner of the wall.
ब्रांडेड कपड़ा दिखेगा ये देखो
All right, rack one up for the Guardian fans early in the round.
It's just having a higher bullet
पहले देख कर
penetration
आएगा
damage.
अरे फैंस है रुको रुको
Ethan out
फिर
of the
ऑरेंज हुडी
round,
पहन
but
के
they
आए
are running a double controller comp. If they weren't, man, it would feel
ये
over for
राउंड अगर
NRG. But they
निकल
still
गया
have
ना
that
ईडीजी
high
का बहुत
tide to
बुरा
execute
लगेगा
with.
एनआरजी के लिए इतना
Still have
दूर
the Steel
तक आए
Garden
यार
and the
वो लोग
Reckoning too.
They want to go towards this B site. They've won a number of rounds over there. I think their best executes have been on the B site, really.
चलो फिर
Mark's
एनआरजी
posted
को
up, he's
जीता
seeing
दे
nothing from B. Again, they have to plant coast, otherwise Smoggy will threaten to spray them down as they try and plant again.
Som just creeping forward. All of the space taken for free. Smoggy dodges out that arc rose.
Here comes the controller util. Cascade to block. Smoggy will be spotted out by this owl drone. Important information here for NRG.
And the spike is going down. Back sight. EDG, they've got the Hunter's Fury for the retake, but Scuba is going to initially use this Seal Garden up close. That's just going to be a lot of delay. Time wasted for EDG. And then next, it's going to be the Reckoning, cycling these ultimates to just cause so much delay. It's going to make EDG scramble late to get this spike defused.
They're playing completely off the site.
नहीं नहीं ओए कुछ नहीं अगर लो मुझे काहे तोड़ रहे
वही ना भाई
Some on the other side of that high tide.
नहीं बोला मैं रोलेक्स मैं तो रोलेक्स
अरे
खेलता
बाप
ही
रे
नहीं
ओटी लग तो रहा है भाई
वो ठीक है
ओटी भाई क्या
मैंने बोला था ना
It doesn't get any better than this.
And you
मैं
have
तो पहले ही
all of NRG's work was for naught. When those
वही
players
ना
go
भाई
down
दोनों
and it's
हाथों में
left to
रोलेक्स
just
है
Som and Mata. What on earth? That
हमारे
transfer
पास
from
भी
Ethan to the
रोलेक्स है
Vandal
बट वो
catches
स्पेलिंग
Genie
में
off
आर
the
ओ की
entry.
जगह आर ही लिखा हुआ है आर
And
ही
Mata
है
holds across.
रोटी
Correction there as well.
And just lives for a bit.
Seven
Mata pushes
fuck ये guys,
onto
वो
Chichu,
चिल करो।
ready for the chop.
मेरी बात कर रही हूँ मतलब में
Unbelievable.
हमारे पास भी रोलेक्स है यार उसमें आर ओ की जगह आर ही
They've done
है
it. EDG were up 10-2.
भाई बीएमडब्ल्यू में सब्जी लेने जाता है एनबी
अरे अरे
शर्म आई थोड़ी सी हैं
अरे
Deep breaths.
नहीं नहीं ये बीएमडब्ल्यू में थोड़ी नहीं जाता हूँ पैदल जाता हूँ
Nice cannon
पैदल
up for Mata, as is customary.
हाँ वो
that
गाड़ी
lead
तक
locked
बैठने
down for
के लिए
now.
रूम से पैदल निकल के जाता है फिर
इसको
बैठता है
इसको तो पता है इस मैडम को तो पता ही है मैं रोज शाम को जाता
दो तीन सिक्योरिटी गार्ड जब दरवाजा खोल देते हैं डाउन टू अर्थ बनता है वो
मनोज तो घर से मनोज पहले ही दिख के भगा था
playing very frequently back when they were on
एक
defense.
डॉगी देंगे उसका नाम रखेंगे
Knocked
मनोज
across there. Som getting pressured. Genie out of nowhere. Scuba at least able to take a trade. Found nobody. Kang gets
Mara.
involved again. Brock just walked into the sideline of Chichu there. It's breaking down all across the map. Planted coast.
They've really just been rooted out of the common positions they were playing. Ethan at least does get the one back onto Chichu, who is holding the cross.
Means NRG have a real shot at a retake.
Kong somehow, by the way, has a dimensional drift at the moment.
डिफ्यूज भी करना है
Spotted out on the
निकाला
Smoggy.
माता ने
Nice little
कौन
connection.
से आ
Kang
गए
gets
देखते हो
it.
भाई
Genie's isolated.
माता रानी मारा
It doesn't seem to matter. He'll take the fight either way.
1v1
And even Mata can't make the flip.
13-12
Genie on his feet. And EDG
क्या हो रहा है इस
secure
गेम पे
themselves a
है
match point.
मुझे लगा और एक राउंड होएगा
And maybe
और
they
एक
can
और
close
एक
this
हाँ,
out on
हाँ।
OT. They finally get a
मेरे को डरा जी
reprieve
देती है
from the
और एक
nightmare
किसी नहीं
of
होगा
playing defense. They're back to their favorite side. They immediately convert. They immediately root out those NRG anchors from the B side. They were playing in much the same positions that they did when they were running defense before. Scuba kind of pressed forward towards that cliff and punished yet again.
What a moment for the newcomer to EDG. He was isolated, essentially alone. But the two players in tower for NRG concerned about the individual off the site on NRG's side. And not the duelist threat right under their noses.
Now it's a timeout call for EDG. They want to close this game out now.
Yeah, it's this problematic defense side, right? They really need to
ईडीजी ने टाइम
have a
आउट
set
किया
approach to this round to secure themselves the map. They've done the hard work, got themselves at least into this position. I'm already seeing some interesting buys come up here, so we'll see if
एक
this
ही
follows.
निकालना है
The harder
उनको.
work might be coming up, honestly,
Double
going back
OT
to
IC में
defense.
complete हो
But it's
जाएगा, ये
gotta feel
देखना
good to just
पड़ेगा हम लोग.
finally, deep breath, we got around. I want to see if Hong Kong is going to commit to buying a
Guys,
glass
सब
cannon
लोग
off
like
on
करो, come
defense. Same as
Like
Mata
करो.
just did. Certainly would not be a surprise.
Down to the wire in this first map between NRG and EDG. Such a compelling mix of veterans, literal world champions, and then hungry, young, talented shooters from their respective regions. Jenny from the academy roster of EDG. And of course, Scuba, Mata, Brock, all brought in up from challenges.
Like ही नहीं हो रहा है, वही ना लोग like करते ही नहीं है.
And honestly, Ethan, who's come so
Like
far in his leadership and how he set up his teammates. Pretty wild that we get this kind of matchup so early on in this tournament. Our opener here in Group C is already delivering.
बस ये एक राउंड डिसाइड करेगा, ओटी जाएगा, डबल ओटी या फिर
graduating class
इधर ही
challenges
खत्म.
players from 2024. These guys didn't
Like
even
तो
make
वो
it
करती
to Ascension,
है.
but the heights that they're reaching now with NRG are
ये
absolutely
देखो भाई
insane.
एक एक वो
Taking
एक्शन
it to
फिगर
last
उठा.
year's world champions in their very first goal.
अरे बड़ी है वो बड़ी. वो वाले अपने जो गन पे लगाया केचे वाला बड़ी हुए ना तुम्हारे पास.
Extended pause. NRG wanted to concoct something for this attack side, which looks
NRG निकाल रही है ये वाला round.
this early A presence.
And they will be going up against the operator for Hong Kong, which has been dominant on this map. Chichu just in A main at the moment.
Okay, Brooks sees a recon come out of vent there.
But that door is broken very early, and there's going to be a drone down mid.
Chichu with a slow orb now. Sees the clone come through. Flash on him. He has to retreat. Play back in tower.
Now that is a lot of utility expended.
I think they're serious about this. They've even thrown in this paranoia. They want the plant here on the A side.
They are going for that full re-hit Cove down to try and get the safe plant for NRG. They've been doing a good job taking space after the plant has gone down on prior rounds. They want to do it again.
What a shock dart to force nobody back. That lets Mata get up rope. He could have been pushed up while he was climbing, but through the smoke, Chichu is able to find him. Now Ethan will stall. Smoke up towards tower, and he'll occupy it himself.
Ethan just biding time in the smoke is going to have to make a serious play happen.
Yeah, first. And he got away with it as well. That is ridiculous. Now TP back to a safe haven in A main. Som up on the side. Waiting for this push around the left side, and there's Jenny. Serves himself up. Resell up for EDG, though the time is not on their side. Ethan spraying at the spike location.
कल कौन जीता सैन या GRX Giant Tech जीता.
No other option but to
No time यार, डबल ओटी. डबल ओटी भाई क्या हो रहा है?
NRG's got the jukebox now.
बोला था ना.
That was a beautiful game plan from NRG. They
कल
get all of
Giant
the
Tech
util
जीता.
out of Chichu, re-hit with that high tide up. They push for the heaven control. Mata goes down. Disastrous that he sprayed through the smoke.
Seriously, सैन हार गया हाँ. 6-0 स्कोर था शुरू में तो सेंटिनल 6 में थे. फिर जो पकड़ा है Giant Tech वालों ने इतना पकड़ा है, इतना पकड़ा है. प्रेडिक्शन की बात लगा दी थी, मेरे भी समझ गए.
Really sick game plan. Worked exactly as they
एक
drew it
साथ
up
ले
in
दूंगा है
that
सभी
timeout.
लोगों को.
NRG वाले टेबल तोड़ रहे हैं एक्चुअली.
Innings of overtime. It is Mata in an odd spot. Nobody was able to find two around that though. Was Ethan going down first, so you stall the potential severely limited on the defense side. And Brooks in the shoulder pick. Jenny covers him up.
अभी फिर से ये लोग यही हो रहा है.
Absolutely needed to get that one and really thought that he would
डिफेंडिंग में NRG हार रही है और अटैकिंग में जीत रही है.
And Aldron is a problem. Some ice at the sky. Doesn't see the threat right in front of him. Scuba is in a 1v4.
कहाँ देख रहे हो?
सन में टेंस था तब तक मजा आता था देखने का. हाँ वही टेंस वगैरह होते तो अब तक तो
Jenny has had absolutely
Unbeatable
no
that
lack
है.
of confidence.
उन्हीं को मैं सपोर्ट करती हूँ.
Given the weight of this game, the situation that EDG are in, the prestige of the team that he's found himself on at such a critical moment in their history.
Strange variation, isn't it, from NRG to push up on A-Man and
They
take
just
shots.
want to try something new. It's just something that they haven't done before, right? And nothing else has worked, so hell, let's throw a curveball at them, but it doesn't pay off.
Now, how many ideas do EDG have left on their defense side? That's our question.
This Cascade is going to be thrown out over towards a main from Psalm.
वैसा
Trying to
aim
apply some
चाहिए हाँ
pressure.
ना
It's a high
यार
tide towards mid. NRG are making it feel like they are pushing up multiple lanes of the map right now, which is true, but it's the B side
one
that's one
tap
of them.
तो
By no means is committed. Can
मैं
always pull the
मारता
plug with
हूँ
a
ना
gate crash
पर
if he needs to.
अच्छा ऐसा क्या
King on Genie, he might want to take a fight, realizing his window is closed.
And with that drone coming through vent from nobody, Mata absolutely
क्या
has
लगता है ADG जीतेगा या फिर
Ashiyan needs to reposition towards B.
Mata sticking
NRG
around
ने
mid
जो
for
comeback
just
करा
a moment. Has to gate crash to get back towards the team. But they are
बोलो
really trying to get these orbs onto Psalm, get a reckoning for this round. Wow, Mata, he hears Kong Kong on the retreat. He knows he went up into heaven. He's
Kong Kong के
taking
पास
this
फिर से
timing off that audio
ऑपरेशन
cue.
निकाल दिया भाई ऑपरेशन निकाल दिया चलो प्रियंका जाते हैं बाय बाय नीरज टेक केयर वापस डायमंड ग्राइंड करना
That's
है
so
बिल्कुल
sick. Can
करो
hold
यार
the angle towards spawn now. They've left Ethan as this late wrap towards mid. Is nobody aware? He's got an idea that it's certainly possible.
Now it's been confirmed. He can't win the fight out though. Ethan, and many of those crucial 1v1s away from the play, has found success.
And at that, Psalm, with that effort to round the world, get the orbs, get Psalm the plant, they have the reckoning as well. And
ओ
Mata,
भाई मादा
ready on the angle, is
एंडी भाई
always
मिलना
so
कभी
sick with the
तो
flick shots.
मिलते हैं
टीम
मिलते
चाहिए
हैं
अकेले में नूब लोग आते हैं हम भी नूब ही है यार मेरे को सिल्वर करवा दो मैं खुद आयरन से बाहर जाऊंगी अगर मैंने रैंक खेलना शुरू किया तो आयरन में अटक अटकते रहेंगे वो करूंगी
अभी तो बहुत हार्ड हो गए वैसे रैंक पुश करना
ट्रिपल
लोग
और
अपनी
14 स्कोर कहाँ ईडीजी पूरा डोमिनेट कर देती है वाला मैच
It's only a matter of time.
I mean, both have been mixing it up, or at least attempting to.
लोग अपनी पता है वो क्या बोलते हैं दूसरी आईडी बना के छोटी लेवल की आईडी बना के मैच में किंग करते हैं
Yeah, and he hears it. Kong Kong
हाँ
running
ईडीजी
away.
डोमिनेट कर
That's when
रही
he
थी
calls for
पूरा ये
everyone to
मैच
rotate back. That's when he gets into the site.
He's shot to the top of the scoreboard. By the
Epic
way.
किसका है ये वैसे
Back to that glass cannon
EDG का
operator. Used it in the first OT
आयरन
round.
बेस्ट रैंक है इसलिए आयरन में रहते हैं
Rather
हाँ वही
unperturbed,
मुझे
but
आयरन
knows there's going to
बड़ी
be pressure headed in his
चाहिए
direction. He'll
Knows
opt to leave
बड़ी
the
है
He
game.
needs to run. EDG are all the way up mid with both
एक बार मैंने
duelists
ट्राई
at
भी
the
किया
moment.
था बहुत ज्यादा
Still
वो
plenty of ability to
आयरन
stall
में
here as they
माइनस
back up,
खा
but
लिया
pivoting
था
into
जब
beast
ऊपर
split right
आने
into the
लगी
op
थी
angle.
Getting picked off. Scuba has been
रेडियन
left
में
as
तो
an
बहुत
insert here, and
नूब्स
Chichu challenges him,
हैं
isn't ready for it. That's the spike that goes loose. Now on the side is Kang Kang. How's he supposed to fight off this?
Wall up in mid. Nobody going to be spotted up on account of that flash, the audio cue, the ping.
Straight up shield
यार
wall here for NRG.
चैंपियंस
They've all
वेंडल
congregated
बार-बार
around the
मत
spike
दिखाओ
drop.
हाँ गाया
Kong doesn't have a flash to
शाबाश
pop out of this dark cover, just has to wait for it to expire. Straight up raw gun duels need to be won by him in heaven.
There's layers of double swings here set up for NRG. Potentially, Scuba finds the first. That's the Olu down. Mata always good
भाई
on the angle.
flawless
And NRG finally gain
आयरन
advantage
ब्रोंज
in this
लॉबी
overtime with a
हार्डर
flawless.
This
देन
might
रेडियंट
just
हाँ
be
ये मैं भी
it.
मानती
NRG
हूँ
finally have the lead in this game. They finally convert a round on defense. Mata with this operator completely catches out EDG on that B split up mid, and Scuba tucks
NRG
in
वालों
the
ने क्या
corner.
कमबैक किया
Mata
है
makes it seem like he's the only presence there. Scuba has been playing so many really dug in B side anchor
ये
positions.
खुश हो गया
Bonkar trying to remain cool, calm, and
Preserve some
collected
energy.
that time.
Just the first map of the series. Kang Kang with
मुझे लगा यार
a
मैच
कौन क्या
Name
करेगा
Mata is
किसको
felt
कुछ पता ही
instantly.
नहीं हाँ कुछ भी
Ethan
करते हैं
considers
भाई
standing and fighting, but knows he's not favoured.
No, Kong Kong, he
एनआरजी
wants to
टीम ने
keep
एलेक्स ने
this
ज्वाइन कर
going.
लिया है दूसरी आईडी
This is
मादा
wild.
को ही
Tippy
टेक
forward,
ऑफ
Jenny's
कर लिया
on the
गया
line.
है
Timing!
रेड हो गया है
And he's got
इधर
himself up mid, Wyatt.
Another rest of energy. They're congregating towards B main. That cascade going into the site. Ethan playing around this high tide.
Smokey has to get off the side. It's so dangerous for him to be there.
Knows he can get out now. That recon doesn't ping anyone at bookshelf. All of energy moving up towards this site. They're not close to any ultimates at the moment. Not like that last round where they had the reckoning. This is just an honest 4-on-4 retake. Kong Kong still has a lot of
4v4
util in that kit. Chichu could even try to wall to defuse the spike. There are options for EDG on this retake.
Ethan's just refreshed the smoke. Kang Kang has the challenge and he
Kang
wins
Kang
it
ने
out.
मारा एक
Brock
और
now aware that Interlopers could be coming down from heaven, but he's ready
अरे
and
बाप
connected.
रे
Chichu gets the better of him now. Around the corner. EDG out of absolutely bloody
ओ
nowhere.
भाई 15-15
30 rounds is not enough for us. Bring us
कितना
another.
क्या
लंबा
हो
मैच
रहा
है
है क्या हो रहा है guys
Suddenly
क्या हो रहा
both
है
teams just decide it's time to win the defensive round. NRG make you believe that this is the moment to close it out. They get the lead, they get the spike down, it's a 4-on-4. But Kong wins that important initial duel against Ethan. EDG able to just retake back into connector off the back of it.
Massive round.
We just keep going.
Mata is up to 28 kills
after an abysmal start on this map. That is
आपने आज
the
नहीं
most
बुलाया
monocoded result.
खेलने यार मैं पार्टी
How
कोड
does
देख
he
के तो
always get
रखती
away with
थी
this?
जब
Couldn't
से
have set it
वो
up any
थी
better, and now
मैं
NRG need to win
वो
another
पार्टी कोड
defense side
वगैरह देख
round.
के रखती थी यार
Oh, buddy. Little shock dart there.
Fair little bit of damage. Once Kong who will
क्या
retrieve
डोमिनेट
that
कर रहे
orb,
थे वो लोग
wants to
शुरू
get
में
close to that dimensional drift. Uses the clone in case the wall was placed there, but it is not. It's over on that B side.
Now, EDG really haven't worked any of the rest of the map. They're in the dark.
You can see this adjustment, I think, from NRG. They have that wall deep on B because they've been getting exploited on the executes with Genie running deep into the site. And now they'll know when that's the case, when that wall gets activated. They're doubled up, face towards main.
That sets them up for a fallback as well off that high-low position on B, should they desire it. This is glacial compared to most of EDG's attack side rounds.
I mean, that last one was just a burst pop, split onto B. And now NRG, they want to adjust their positioning, given that the drone has spotted out their idea of that high-low.
Scuba didn't show himself to it, though. No guarantee about where the Vice is set up.
30 seconds on the clock, EDG, they're gathering up towards A main, and look at NRG. They know what's up. They're already on the move, trying to get to the safe side. They need to support their anchors in time.
Paranoia might slow things down a little bit here, but EDG know they've got to commit. Brook waiting for a ping, sees Jenny. Dodging, ducking, dipping, dodging, diving away. Down to about 40%, but here's Som. Kang takes the
हो
back
गया
of the
है
Som. Som's able to find his
spike
second.
down
Kang sees nothing but a clone. Som waiting for him to show up. Kang on the side.
अरे बाप रे वॉल से चढ़ गया है
All game long. That's 4 for Som.
एनआरजी एक राउंड और चाहिए एनआरजी को या फिर से ओटी क्या खेल रहे यार दोनों टीम
Unbelievable play from
बस वो
Som.
निकाल ले
Goes
10 seconds left.
for those two 1v1s. Gets the win on both. Then stays alive, playing around the high tide, throws down the cove, swings out while the rest of the team offer up the distraction, fighting forward.
Yeah, you got to doubt the boys up.
Crazy play. That's the energy from Bonkar
बाप
coming
रे
back. NRG with
30
another
राउंड तो हो
opportunity to
गए
now
हैं
close
हाँ
this
ना
game out.
ये
EDG back
22वां
on
राउंड है
defense.
इनका
Once again, an early info push. We'll tell them that a rotate might be in order.
22वां नहीं सॉरी 32
All of NRG gathered up in spawn towards this A
32
side. Chichu once again playing the anchor on this position. This time the wall far deeper. Still has a slow orb in the kit as well to just offer some stall for this flanking effort from EDG to come to fruition. They're all the way basically in the attacker spawn at this point.
Nobody, of course, the recon from Tower will be crucial. He might have a chance to make use of it. The spray takes him low. Martin not
Low
able to finish
कर
the
दिया
job,
है
and
nobody को
unwise to just how low he's gotten us over.
समझ
This is
गए
new from
हम
EDG
हाँ
to
हाँ
have so
वही
many
वही
players retaking from the flank. NRG have been playing for that main spam a lot.
No plant yet. They're going to
ऊपर
fight
बैठा हुआ है
insecurity
ऊपर
now.
बैठा हुआ है
ओ भाई
Chichu and nobody.
TV5
Now it's up to Smoggy
तुम
inside
ता
Tower.
ना ना
From
ना
A
ना
main
ना
come
ना
the
ना
rest of
ना
EDG.
It's the
ना
perfect adjustment at
उया
the perfect time from NRG.
Oh nice
Sprayed down, Satan, the relay button still alive somehow. Jenny puts him out of his misery though. Favouring NRG still in
Good
numbers. They're
right,
playing the
good.
back of the side, but they've got to make a move. And here's Jenny, steps up on his own, brought down.
अरे
Can't succeed. And Smoggy
यार जीत गए एनर्जी भाई कमबैक करके जीते हैं हेडशॉट मुझे लगा था ये जीतेगा एनर्जी ने क्या खेला है भाई पूरी एनर्जी दिखा दी उन लोगों ने अपनी क्या बात है भाई
मैंने बोला था
W
Both their pistols to Smoggy clutches.
भाई कमबैक करके जीते हैं वो लोग कहाँ 10-2 का स्विच था
You wanted some good ass Valorant? You got it. You'd be mentally go anywhere else. Corrode on the docket for our next map. Don't go too far.
तो कैसा लगा आप लोग को बैकग्राउंड म्यूजिक वगैरह के साथ बताना तुम ता ना 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 तुम ता ना 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 मिलते विकेट नहीं किटकैट ब्रेक के बाद बढ़िया खेला यार मुझे ईडीजी से उम्मीदें थी जैसा वो लोग डोमिनेट करे थे ना मुझे लगा था कैंकर वगैरह है तो ईडीजी जीतेगा बट ये VCT है गाइस, वेलकम टू VCT चैंपियन पेरिस। WNI
करोड़ है ना नेक्स्ट में।
हाँ करोड़ मैप। अच्छे मैप चुने हैं यार, जो मतलब कम चुने जाते हैं ना वो मैप उठाए हैं। अभी भी उठा है पहली बार जब मतलब मैप रोटेशन में आया।
मुझे लगा कोई ना कोई कूदेगा इसमें।
निकी भाई किटाना को नो बॉट प्लेयर बोल दो ना है।
हैं?
If you want to win, you have to win against the best. So looking for revenge.
भाई NRG वाले क्या जीतते हैं 10-2 का स्विच से जो उन्होंने लिटरली कमबैक किया है। मुझे एक पॉइंट पे लग रहा था बैक टू बैक, जब वो लोग 12th राउंड पे पहुंच गए थे, 4 राउंड जो बैक टू बैक चाहिए ओटी के लिए, उसमें 11-13 ना हो जाए, उसमें और ज़्यादा बुरा लगता लिटरली कि एक और राउंड चाहिए था ओटी के लिए, उसमें EDG जीत गए। बट इधर इतना सारा राउंड भाई सेम।
कोई ना सुंदर।
Quite a map. That was amazing. Congratulations on that. How were the boys able to come back from that? The score was 2-11 at some point in favor of EDG. Talk to us about how the boys were able to adjust and how you think that carries over into your map pick of Corode.
Yeah, I mean, so after halftime on defense, we spoke briefly. We said we're unfortunate, quite some rounds on defense, to be honest, especially the pistol round. We just said round by round, do our set stuff, follow our protocols and everything, and we felt it that we were a little bit better than them. We were just a little bit unfortunate, to be honest. But then, yeah, round by round, great calling as well.
Round by round. Well, let's keep it going. All right, good luck.
Please like करो फटफट like करो।
What a game that was for NRG to come back after an 11-2 start, 2-11 start even, against EDG. We were hyping up the second game being one of the best we're going to see today, but my goodness, I can't wait for to see how this series is going to turn out.
That is the map of the tournament. Every other map is going to have to beat that one because that was an absolute nail-biter, pulling it all the way back in OT for NRG.
And the way they did it, too. I mean, there were so many things that we could talk about that map, but I think the resilience that NRG showed.
पता है मुझे।
First, let's take a look at our HyperX reflex moment of the day. This one goes to Smoggy. Can't believe this is how the game started.
Everything started so poorly for NRG
जब अच्छा
as well,
जब
Smoggy
आयरन
in a
2 से
one-on-one
आयरन
here,
3
just
जाना था
stealing
तब
things away. absolutely mental when he was able to pull away. This was just a classic.
Classic light armor in
ऐसे मैच अच्छा
snaking around the map. Nobody ever really knew exactly
होता
where
है
he
यार
was.
बहुत
And
टफ फ्लो भी
to be
होती है
fair, to give Smuggy his credit, he played that to
भी
perfection.
करते हैं
Oh, yeah.
हमारी
His
टीम में ऐसे
movement
आयरन
here is so
आते हैं
good.
उनको पता नहीं है
I
गेम
love
अभी
the
चालू
pathing.
किए
I love how he played every
और
single part of his
एनिमी टीम में ऐसे
positioning.
आयरन
Obviously,
आते हैं
being able to
उनको
hit
पता है
shots is the
ओडिन
most
करना है
important
बैठ
part.
के इधर
Smuggy
से
did
ओडिन
that.
चलाना है
But
उधर से ओडिन
you
चलाना है
mentioned it. From the
ब्लाइंड
beginning
एजन
up
लेके पूरा
until
यूटिल
whatever
स्पैम करना
round it
है
was when the comeback started, they played, I mean, NRG looked lost, dude. We were
Repeat
talking about it, and I said, why do NRG look so lost? Because they looked like they had never played the map before.
And truthfully, it's an abyss moment. Like,
Yeah.
you forget, this is the most attack-sided map that we've got. Like, back when we were seeing it, and we started things off round 1, slipping away. This is round 24, where Som is an absolute rat on site.
Yeah.
He started playing these sites in OT as well, where he was just hanging out, getting multiple kills. Mada as well, taking out Kong.
बढ़िया
It's just
खेले
cinema.
To force OT, a 1v1 between those two guys, and Mada plucks him out of the sky, it was poetic.
And I love the energy Som is bringing as well onto that stage. I was down there for a little bit with Katie and Kelly. You could really just feel the stress, first of all, from the
31 kill Mada, oh my
just
god
the pure energy radiating off of the
31
players on stage. Also, 16 out of 16 plants coming out of NRG. They had a great game plan on that attack side.
Yeah, they did such a good job, and I think that they really figured out, especially just playing their post plants in particular. A lot of teams will fall off of the site on Abyss early on, play the post plant, especially over towards B, but I think
ये
NRG
GG वाले
consistently were
बहुत
leaving
tough
players on
competition
site
वाले
and
लग रहे
fighting forward. You think there's A post plants where they're
हैं
going
एक
up rope
दूसरे
multiple times. The first player dies, they're down numbers, but they keep fighting and it works.
EDG NRG
और EDG का डबल डुएलिस्ट भी था
Coach Mago had
नियॉन
some
और
nice
योरू
words to say ahead of map too.
सेज भी था रिवाइव
guys,
करने
Amika
के
and
लिए
Valor
कोई अगर
here
टपक
with
वपक
Muggle
गया
of
है
EDG.
और अगर ओपन
That was
प्लांट
a
है
very
बीच में तो
tough
वाल
map
करके
to
डिफ्यूज
lose
करने के लिए
on.
फिर भी
It was
एनआरजी
very, very
जीती
exciting,
है
but unfortunately for EDG, they do have to make that comeback now. I'm curious because we saw Chichu on the stage role. So, what is the dynamics like, especially since it might be Chichu might have a little bit of a hard time falling from that role? Does nobody come in to help him? Can you tell us a little bit about the team and dynamics in that kind of situation?
首先，可能确实很遗憾，咱们今天没能拿下图一的胜利。但是也想问一下，因为我们看到今天球就是来到了一个贤者的位置上，我们可能会觉得又要做贤者，然后又是指挥，可能会稍微有一些困难嘛。对他来说，会不会相应影响到他的一些风格？同时 ，Nobody 在这个时候会去协助他吗？
其实他这个位置就是也是属于那种少尉嘛，所以就是偏站后面的队伍比较靠后的位置，所以不太会影响他的那个场上的指挥风格。然后 Nobody 就是基本上现在会在中期的时候做那种，就是可能队伍需要一个方向，因为他不一定，因为球不一定在队伍的这一边嘛，然后 Nobody 就会在这种时候去帮助他。
So I think it won't affect a lot on Chichu because he's the sentinels of our team. He always like on the backside of the team. So it gave him the room and the time to think about what he's gonna do. So it won't affect a lot. And nobody gonna to share the responsibility with him. And especially in the
कौन
during the
जीता
game in the
फर्स्ट
mid
मैच
round,
फर्स्ट
sometimes
मैच
Chichu
एनआरजी
is not
जीत
on
के
the
पूरा कमबैक
on the side with the team, and
OTP
nobody will do some calling.
Well, eager to see that tandem on Corrode. Good luck to the team.
I mean, it's a very interesting dynamic, right? Having nobody mid-round a lot of the times, and Chichu was really stepping into the IGL role. On the stage, I mean, he was individually performing well as well, but what do we expect from Corrode? Because this is NRG's map pick.
Yeah, and this is a map that has been so strong for NRG, and they're playing a funky comp. We've got a KO in the mix, and we've got a Waylay, and they play with multiple Odins as well. So I think that this team, one of the things that EDG are going to have to beat is especially those Waylay execs onto sites. I think that what we've seen from Mada in the past is he can overwhelm the B site. Usually that would mean diving over Vi's utility and these things like that, but EDG, Doug, don't play with a Senti on this map.
No, and that really just, yeah, I think that begs the question on how will Waylay find the same level of efficacy, given that that's not a part of the equation.
strong map है ये.
Is this a Waylay?
I don't.
Yeah, I don't know what that means.
Like,
I don't either.
Like, is he gonna Waylay? You
Let's
guys
go.
you don't have that in Americas? Okay, never mind.
कितने चिल्ले हैं यार वो लोग.
Do you know what slay means?
Yes.
My goodness.
I'm sorry.
ये
we're
मादा
kinda
और वो
just
एंडर जो
nobodying you
कास्ट
here
करता
instead
है
of
ना
yes and
एनालिस्ट
let me
वगैरह
do a
करता
little bit
है
better. Honestly,
Same
Mata
दिखते हैं.
incredible on this map.
So he does wasteland.
Yeah.
क्यों लगता है
we'll give you that.
डबल
He's
पैसों
locking
के
in
लिए
that
इधर
next to
कास्टिंग के
Ethan's
बाद
KO.
खेलने आ
Of
जाता है.
course, on the other side of things, it is that double duelist look for
मादा
EDG.
वेले
Not switching anything right there. They get start things off on attack, but I am a little bit concerned on the defensive side if they have enough stopping power to deal with this NRG comp. And as a result, so much will rest on Kong and Jenny to stop NRG before they actually get off the exit.
I'm also a little concerned about their attack side, to be honest. I think they 1-4 a lot. They don't really put a ton of focus into the middle of the map. Given that they don't have a Senti, I guess they probably don't feel like they can play quite that way. But if you're ignoring the middle of the map, I think NRG are going to abuse that. We know how proficient they are on the defensive side, although Abyss would suggest otherwise, given what we just saw. I'm concerned. I'm genuinely concerned for EDG here.
I'm just so excited to see the Odin. I want to see that come. I want to see how EDG deal with it. If NRG have even more they can show.
They do, and I'm so glad that we saw Scuba, the rookie, show up in game 1. Let's see what he's got in game 2.
Yeah, he was... No, I'm not gonna... I'm gonna save the pun. I'm gonna save the pun because the game is too exciting for us to hee-hee-ha-ha. Let's get back in and send this over to Uber and Wyatt.
An unreal moment of vindication for NRG. A comeback that ties the greatest in Champions history, obviously, around delta of 9. And a slow start for Mata turns into Bro just taking over the game. Server admin Mata was in full effect.
At the end of that first half, he was at 5 for 12, finishes 31 kills at the end of the game. That is stunning from him. Now swapping over to the Waylay, this has been the go-to comp for NRG. It's the comp that has them sitting at a 4-0 record on this map. They have been one of the absolute best in Americas here, if not the best. And last we saw them play it, they destroyed Sentinels on that attack side.
But this is statistically EDG's best map, Wyatt. They have had so much success on Corrode so far. It is starting off with the front foot.
Is that just 2 spam kills?
It looks like it.
Top smoke.
There was a smoke there.
I'll need to see that on the replay. Seems like some good fortune to get back into this game after a really tragic defeat on map 1.
There's obviously an exchange of shots. Jenny down to 50, but it's great intuition there for EDG. Know exactly where to be looking.
A site now, very open.
Spike planted.
Just have to deal with Mata back site. Assam, Scuba going to gather up. The 3 of them all trying to get back in from this same side. They are smoked off, though, by that dark cover.
Yep. Dark cover will allow them at least to assemble themselves before trying to flood here with their remaining 3. Here's Mata. He can refresh if he needs to, but trade it out before he can get on away. It's on Scuba in a 1v2. Tough to win these, especially on the reload. Chichu brings it down.
Chichu has that late wrap coming through. Elbow for the backstab to make sure they close things out as a guarantee. I just want to see on the replay what happened at the beginning of the round, because that basically dictated the entire...
You are mad. You're mad. Not even a smoke, bro.
Oh, no.
They're out in the open.
Yeah, they did see them out in the open just crossing. That's just a mistake from NRG. Yeah, awkward time to be dropping down there.
Very,
very awkward. All right, EDG just make that one look easy, and that's a nice little confidence booster pistol round to win, to forget your woes of map 1 and
obviously
back into this swinging.
Expediency spent plenty of span through smokes. NRG have their characteristic double scan initiator. Obviously they have the KO on this map, which is fairly unique to them. But no one really doesn't like Ethan.
Well, Chichu definitely knows that they pushed out of A. That was a lot of footsteps that he was hearing, so he didn't accelerate into this site. That's awkward.
One second, though, Scooter had no information of anything that was happening outside of his direct sphere of influence there. So there'll still be a spike stick. 2 players top mid for NRG. Obviously not bored up whatsoever. Right click central, anybody?
Manoj play song.
Sparta steps up, brought down instantly. Som suffers a similar fate. And Brook will be on the outside looking in.
EDG really play with some patience here, just ensure that they get those NRG players actually dealt with before the spike goes down. Don't offer them a timing to go over some aggression while planting. Just take it nice and easy, claim the kills. Kong working decently towards that dimensional drift early as well, has 4 orbs.
Might be worth keeping an eye on Brook as this game progresses, as he's someone who I think has maybe brought the Odin
spam back into Vogue in Americas?
The Odin has been the hallmark of NRG's success on defense, especially in the map pool we have right now with Corrode, Ascent, and Lotus. All maps where the Scan Initiator thrives with that weapon, and Brock is absolutely one of the best and easily one of the most frustrating players to play against when he picks it up. That is absolutely something that EDG are going to need to be very prepared for.
Yeah, it just makes fighting for mid so brazenly like they did on the pistol. Not really
Every wall on A is easily spammable. You can just fight spamming all of the corners, deny trade swings to come in because you're getting stalled by the bullets, slowed down. It's very frustrating to deal with, and he's, of course, picked it up already.
It's got to be said, though, EDG coming back from a bit of a flattener there on done well to get themselves this early lead, converting off the pistol. His bonus, though, features, Marshall, some sheriffs. There's still a guardian here for Smoggy.
Okay, Crash goes up mid, but that is just fake.
And evidently, there's an appropriate amount of respect for the Odin given by EDG.
Yeah, they are taking their time right now, working both extremities of the map now. Both B main and A main control. Safe from NRG. They don't want to throw anything away right now. Peek from Mata, though. That's very aggro. Just runs into two players. Shot down.
This likely allows for a spike scoop up and maybe even move over to the B side.
Yeah, they've got that full control on that side of the map.
Yeah, no rotates pulled.
You know, on this execute, players could get stalled out on account of mollies and the choke.
He's going to walk up again?
Yeah,
he's got a 0 point.
Spot out the north.
Dangerous. Jenny wants to slide on in. It looks like they want to force the issue, but Scuba's waiting in the corner yet again.
Scuba क्या position hold कर रहा है भाई?
Float like a butterfly, sting like a Mack truck.
30 seconds
Bro was poised and waiting for that. Another little rat spot for Scuba pays off.
That is one sight anchor that you never want to run into. That duo of Scuba and Brock have been so potent for these NRG defensive sides while anchoring. They certainly didn't get to show that off on Abyss, but I think on this map, Corrode,
10 seconds left.
And multiple other maps in the pool, they are definitely the standouts in that regard.
Yeah, we saw Ethan and Brock mostly on that A side on defense. That definitely puts a stop to some of the plans from EDG, and obviously not enough time in the round here to make anything happen for it. So NRG, pleased with this result, win the round, lose one gun, keep the Odin.
2-1.
And flatten EDG as they attempt to beat him.
Not too bad considering they lost Mata very early on there off that little A main push that he went on early.
Yeah, bro likes to simmer a little bit before he really comes alive. It's like sea monkeys. You gotta add some water, let it go for a couple of days, and bam. Instant entertainment, just add water.
That is a little bit chaotic. And Scuba handles it with
some
poise. EDG there got it up towards B main at the moment. Taking that space quite early yet again. Pop flash over so Scuba can get that peek.
EDG are actually playing pretty conservatively on the B side.
Behind that wall, so not spotted out. Prowler has to be used now for the reclear. So posted up in main.
अगले दिन तोड़ ही देना सीधा.
कई साल पहले इधर ही रहते थे. 2 साल पहले.
What a problem he's been.
Can he actually get out? I mean, he's overwhelmed by Yuto, and Ethan is now into support.
And he's taken back in holes. Ethan can now post up.
Chong is at the 1 HP, tucked in the corner.
How does he get out of here? Spike loose as well. Plenty of time board for all these horses and men to arrive on the site. Can EDG put this back together? At least better drop to the side, but God, pushing any further than where Kang is should be lethal.
Yeah, NRG, they're not rushing this. They're just playing off this crossfire setup.
Straight in the eyes of Scuba. Guy has been unflappable so far. Smoke reflect here from Tower. Kang was 1 HP, so a strong breeze would have blown him over. Mata with some overkill, steps out of front,
हाथ में knife लेके खड़ा रहा.
And a flawless round posted by NRG.
That was as dominant as it gets.
Police station जिंदाबाद.
On the B site. Little bit of a change from the prior.
YouTube account दिखा दो सीधा मैं तो बोलती हूँ.
बोलो ये मीटिंग है.
Hits the spot just before the wall. Is fully activated. That was a collat.
Missing है 2 साल.
That to 1, and then Ethan gets right in, And I love how they play this. They just
मैप
set up that
डिफेंडिंग है ये
backside
वैसे
crossfire.
उसका वाइट
They
टीम में
don't
फोटो है ना आई
They
थिंक
just play it patient. They allow for the rest
तो
of the
देखना
team to
पड़ेगा।
rotate
लग
in.
तो रहा है वो
हाँ है ना
Nice
है
to
ना
going before the
है
rotators
ना
get
फोटो
there, so they at least have a shot.
And they just
बहुत
can't.
छोटा
They
फोटो है
just
बस।
can't with that NRG
नाम
setup.
से ही बोल
And now
देंगे ना
EDG,
उधर
they
अगर
are
मतलब वो
relegated
एरिया
to
पे थोड़े
a
बहुत कम
very
लोग होते हैं
peculiar buy.
दुकान
The
दुकान में
Bucky just
पूछोगे तो
frenzy
भी
from
बता
nobody.
देंगे
It's back into this beast site. Scuba denies it yet
सही
again.
अगर
Confident
वो
up on
गली
the
में
angle.
पूछते हो
Once
तो
again, Jenny just dashes on him like wave on rock. Smoggy wants to inch forward here. It looks like EDG are priced into this wire one way or another.
NRG, they can just, again here, kind of take their time, wait for everyone to group up. This time play for that full retake. They have a lot of
डिफेंडिंग
tools to do,
साइडेड
and
मैप
Nightfall
है ये कुछ कह
goes
नहीं
through that
सकते
link, but what can they get off of it? Nothing really.
I'm not sure if they
EDG,
caught onto anyone.
want to double up and spawn.
Mata, oh, the double ping is pretty good. Very lightning. Som able to back up Mata. Converts that kill, and inside the dark cover, Soggy has to succumb. Ethan being in control. A nuisance. A real problem. Thorn in the side, if you will. And
एक
NRG
और
on a bit of a roll
राउंड
here on defense
एनआरजी
now that
के
they've found
खाते
their
में
footing.
जाते हुए क्या बात
We've seen this NRG team in situations
चलो मैं
like this,
डोटा
getting the
टू
ball
का
rolling on
एक मैच
defense,
खेल
completely
कर आया
taking over
बाय
the game
मिकी
and being
खेलोगे
an
Bye-bye.
absolute wall for the attackers. This time going into Scuba, yet again, 3 rounds in a row, and 3 rounds in a row, he's
Neon
finding
की
kills
entry
anchoring.
होते ही
As
मार
Ginny
दिए
just overextended, no
Slide
able to
खत्म हुआ
support,
था
goes down, and then NRG retreat, they're able to play for the retake.
Hey, why are they testing the kid, man?
It's a great question.
Referring to yourself in the third person, I'm impressed. This has got to be a timeout for EDG, surely.
And Scuba is sat at 8 kills already,
Timeout,
has the
yeah.
Viper's Pit. On his global debut, back-to-back maps, has been
डिफेंडिंग मैप है
absolutely
ये
solid, not faltered under
जब
the
इनका
pressure
डिफेंडिंग
whatsoever.
आएगा
We did
क्या
the same
पता ये
thing
लोग
in playoffs. Even in that game, I think against Sentinels, also against G2.
Yeah, even in the
One of the top
finals.
players by
एक
far.
मिनट देना
When they
हमें आए
struggled
पानी
against
का
G2, Scuba was their top player.
गाइस लाइक
And in
करो
that game
तब तक
against
आई
Sen,
मैं
the
एक
lower
मिनट
bracket
पानी
final,
का बोतल
that was Brock having a star-making performance. He played very well on Abyss. But yeah, I was in that lower bracket final where Brock went plus 30 on kills, 9 first kills, 0 first deaths
Against
in
Sentinels.
4 maps.
Yep.
Just an obscene game from him.
Yeah,
We
he was
know what he's capable of.
He was 82 for 52 over 4 maps.
And this is one of the maps where he absolutely lit them up.
Now, of course, like we've mentioned, much more still to be seen from EDG on what has been their best map. Definitely expect to see them leverage this double duelist a bit more extensively now that their dimensional drift is available to Kang.
We did mention it on Abyss, and I think it is worth mentioning again, just that NRG have a wealth of experience against double duelist teams in their Omega group in Americas. 4 out of 5 opponents they went up against were double duelist committed teams. They have prepped so hard for this in their runs against champions that they absolutely know the style EDG have here.
And something I'm looking for from EDG is just how they put together their set plays on the attack side, because against Shilai Gaming, they were thrifty in round 2 of both attack and defense half. Pretty good, at least regionally, at dealing with that gun disadvantage. Not a factor in this round, they have to buy. Want to see more from them.
A lot of spam coming down mid. Brock playing in that A link, just dispensing his various pieces of utility to get some info as to what EDG's plan in mid is, and there isn't much of one. They've retreated after spamming, after making all that noise to get into A main, take all of that space.
All right, convergent paths being wound up here for Mata.
This could be potent, the convergent paths with the Odin spam.
Yeah, that hindrance buff could be a debuff, rather could be a huge issue for EDG if they try and break through a main. He's that dimensional drift though for Kang. He's going to get ahead of the game to some degree. And here comes the pass now. Ready to fight is Mata. Jenny falls back and hands down. Got to be a follow-up at some point, and Mata does not want to overextend. Knows that EDG waiting on the other side of this wall, but doesn't serve them anything up for free until Jenny steps up and sits down.
पूरा Odin.
It's a devastating combination, and it's not EDG down to 2 players.
Wow, what a shot.
2v2
just pops out of the smoke with some rapid pace. Scuba is on a very late wrap towards A main, so Ethan going to need to bide his time, but he's actually
अरे बाप रे 1v2 हो गया.
Take it to him with both players, but do they expect Scuba this late?
Scuba, just so you know, we're going to test the boy again. One more time.
That was the kid, I believe.
Oh, the kid. Sorry.
The boy works as well.
8 and 3 already. 6 rounds in. A lot on his plate, but Chichu's gobbled up instantly. That was out to Kang into the finest cuisine on offer here from EDG.
time though, not on Scuba's side.
मार दिया स्कूबा ने भाई साहब टाइम है कि नहीं
It goes rolling. Scuba steps up.
भाई स्कूबा खेल रहा है
It may just be time to stop testing Scuba. Relentless right now on Corrode. Supreme anchoring on that B site into the 1 versus 2 clutch. But I do want to talk about prior in this round, the moment from Brock, which was after the conversion paths were used, really stalled out EDG's effort to get into that A site. And then once they are finally able to kind of go for that second wave entry, they're hit by the saturate as well, and that's when Brock just pops off. Chill as ever. Ice cold as we've seen him on the run to get here.
Now that brand of nonchalance only seen in NA Zoomers. And it pays off for NRG. Kang working towards yet another dimensional drift. Sorry, 0 point off the rip. That conveyed a little bit of info to Ethan.
It's another half buy here for EDG. Couple rifles, couple stingers, no ultimates to their name just yet. Maybe Genie could get an overdrive active in this round.
Bada for the timing.
Yeah, just expected another step forward, but it was 1 step back there.
They're going to test the kid again.
This site has been uncrackable, but they are going for it. They're running into Scuba. He's got the molly ready. He's forced to retreat on account of that relay pull. Genie spotted out by Ethan, but no opportunity to really face into that.
Yeah, could have had him gobbled up though. He got a cloak though. Dangerous place against Odin and Jenny is on the receiving end.
That's a crazy adjustment. They still have to deal with Scuba here. And Ethan doubled up, high-low.
Perfect. Wasn't even needed there. Scuba very comfortable from that spot. Brock eventually that was brought down. Still no plan. Nobody has to stick it here.
Chichu miles away, has to get through B main. Smoke's coming down now from Ethan. Paranoia as well connects.
The setup was perfect. Ethan picks off nobody like it's nobody's business. And Chichu now has to play off the side entirely. Retake ball being toggled in his way, that's a factor. But Ethan is taken down handily. Now the bias this bit is set up for him to get back in. Risky business. Som's looking to get this to half and likely to get off. It's outside of the pit. Dangerous as Chichu shows himself with the traces. And Some blows into smithereens.
Just a commitment to testing this B site
nice
and
round by
failing from
NRG.
EDG yet again. NRG, the way that they're adjusting their setups with those 2 anchors of Ethan and Scuba, and consistently able to buy time for the rotates to come through. This support right in time. That was a pretty nasty adjustment onto the swing from Genie, and then
वो जो इथन ने लगा के रखा है ना नोज पे वो वाला मैंने भी ऑर्डर करा है ब्रीदिंग में बहुत काम आता है
Ethan and Scuba that time a high low on a prior round of crossfire.
मेरा वाला थोड़ा अलग है उसका मतलब वो बैंडेज टाइप का मेरा मैग्नेटिक
In order to give him a way back into the B side. A lot of confidence, but also feels like desperation. We need to get around on the board, and I'm
पूरा
going
मैंने
to try
मेडिकल
to do
स्टोर
whatever
में
it takes
ऑर्डर
to
कर
claw
लिया
for it.
इतना दिक्कत हो रहा था मुझे जब बुखार हुआ था बहुत दिक्कत फेस करने के बाद नहीं लेके
Proper buy here though. Late 0 point should tell a lot.
तुम्हारे वो पूरी नाक पूरी वो हो गई थी जैम हो गई थी
नहीं मेरे नाक एक्चुअली छोटे हैं छोटे इन द सेंस जो सांस लेते हैं ना नॉस्ट्रिल्स वो छोटे हैं तो उसको ओपन अप रखना पड़ता है मुझे मैं विक्स वगैरह लगाती हूँ
देखते हैं ना ये सर्दी बिल्कुल बहुत दिक्कत है
all of it encompassed by that. All the EG feeling pressure to retreat.
Scuba's here. Let's go the other one.
Yeah, genuinely time to go to B, but now you're going to deal with Brock with that Odin and a total lack of main control. You know, when they come in, Brock could try to go for some spam, retreat back to elbow, and then Mata has the cross with this off to push onto it. Oh, like another
one.
Very low. Somehow alive though. Mata gets traded out. Chichu and nobody get involved in that engagement, and Brock is still looking for a way to make use of the Odin. It's Ethan stepping up. Brock down. Odin threat neutralized. Deals with Ethan. Won't be brought back into the game anytime soon. Now Scuba and Som had to put it together.
कुछ नहीं कर सकता
One in tower, the other coming from top mid. And that's crucial. This kill here is everything. Kang not ready for the swing, but still recovers in time. And even found
अरे वो रोबोट को ही मार दो तब तक तो
गया
into elbow. Some has to drop, has to make some sound.
Nice.
Beautiful.
5-3.
Perfect moment for the swing. EDG finally get one on the board after that 5-round drought. It just comes from pressuring A into the pivot towards B, not running into Scuba. And honestly, I want to see this kill from nobody onto Mata. Yeah, finding that instant trade. was massive. I mean, imagine if Fahad, even with low HP, just gets back around the corner. There was no one who would have been able to kill him. He could have just posted up in main. That would have been so difficult for EDG to deal with.
The sick from Kang.
Yeah, and then that 3K is beautiful. Beautiful stuff.
And also, the null commanding Ethan is not in a position for that ultimate to have any effect. So he spares his team the suppression and gets 3.
So many ultimates used in that round for NRG. None of them with any serious level of value. This
EDG
put
के पास अभी
EDG
3
in a
है.
situation where they can get back in this game. Now they're the one with the ultimates advantage.
NRG has managed to spot nothing.
मादा के पास operator है.
Mada hasn't pushed up for a swing. Trying to wait patiently on this. Som is very far forward though in yard.
कोई भरोसा नहीं कुछ भी कर सकता
Trying
है.
to reposition himself.
That's a clone. In case of that flash here, now obviously spotted out by this dimensional drift. Som is on the retreat towards site. Mada needs to get out of there with that light speed under a lot of pressure. But the saturate buys some time.
Mada actually swung into that. That is completely unhinged. Not going to be able to connect though. That's the horn in play. 0 point captain 3.
पूरा भसर मच गया है एक साइड पे. 3 लोग, एक ऑपरेटर, एक ओडिन और एक फैंटम.
Som goes down early.
That's not been swung into yet.
Yeah, EDG, they don't fully commit. They're just planting for offsite to play from yard, play from link.
Only playing where they have information. And Ethan, they actually step up into the line of sight. Mada with a shorty, not close enough. He's in deep trouble, tries to switch weapons.
Scuba फिर से अकेला है 1v4 तो ये राउंड भी EDG के पास.
As good as Scuba's been, he has been put out of the action this round.
And now it is going to be time for him to save. Ethan is on very low cash, so they would love to be able to make sure that they can get 5 rifles going into this next one. Just retreats towards spawn. EDG, they finally stop the bleeding, get back into the game. They made the right decision in that execute in terms of where they were planting, how they were playing off of the spike. They didn't overcommit. If they had, they would have went right into that NRG triple face stack up backside, but they don't get baited in.
Really well handled. Don't get carried away with it. Playing off that A side. Such a dimensional drift committed there. But to put Mada in a position where he could not be involved.
रोबोट के साथ बुरा हो रहा है.
I think a large number of frustrating circumstances have befallen EDG, not just on this, but also on this map, trying to work that B site. I think they're starting to realize that A might offer a wider array of options for them on the attack side.
Absolutely. It is time to just simply avoid Scuba on this B site. It's been locked down on the left half of the map. Just focus your attention over on A. 0 point goes down bottom. Mid doesn't catch anyone out from EDG. They wait it out, and now they start to press forward.
And no longer is Brock set up top mid to spray through. This time he is out-droning. Through link out to mid and doesn't spot the player on the other side of the
I don't
wall.
think spotted him, but Kong thought he was. Can't really blame him. Teleports to the team. They're going for the B exec again. They're testing Scuba again.
Jenny tucked in the corner. Ethan now with the fragment to try and dig him out. Smoggy took some damage from him, but Jenny's going to win the fight at elbow. That's Scuba down.
Trade हो चुका है 4v4. ओ भाई.
Unreal. Nobody's head goes rolling and he says why not?
Yeah,
In for a penny, in for a
nice.
अरे ये ओडिन से नहीं मार पाया वो भी अंधा था क्या?
Dangerous now. Chichu at 5, but still very much a factor.
अरे
अंधे में उसने 2 मार दिए जो अंधा था बाकी का पता
He did hear those footsteps behind him.
2v3 चिको बहुत लो
EDG with
है.
an acute awareness of Mada's
और
positioning at the very
कांकांग
least.
जिंदा है.
Nothing for Som to see here.
मारो चिकू भाई
He's
मारो
the player
चिकू.
below him.
हमने
Chichu
निकाल
now
दिया
neutralized.
चिको.
Som could start to cut the side up a little bit with these smokes.
But still, he has to worry a bit about his elbow. You
Mada
can see
नहीं
he is
बोलेंगे, मनोज
paranoid. That
बोलेंगे.
smoke comes down to Smoggy trying to get in
Manu.
front of it. Time is beginning to get very low.
क्या कांकांग ने ही 2 मार दिए. मैं बोली थी कांकांग जिंदा है 5-5.
Smoggy X's the round with 2 health. Chichu survives at 5 after Brock tries to trade him. And things just break very well, very favorably for EDG on that B-side hit.
Those were some very snappy, gorgeous shots from Ethan. This little adjustment to the left on nobody was lovely, but
The fact that Jenny gets that foothold and finally he's able to take down the Viper on the entry is massive.
That's the first time they've been able to immediately deal with Scuba. And unfortunately for Brock, he really looked like he had a sure kill with that Odin. And he tried to go for an aim
5-5 हो
adjustment,
गया है इधर.
and then he just loses out that duel that he From NRG. EDG have been very willing to press up mid, get that space after and during the wall goes up. Now NRG, they want to fight through it this time. And it has been Kong solo on the effort to take this mid control on most rounds.
No more Odin here for Brook. Down to the Guardian, but playing a similar position. Still good bullet penetration there as NRG want to make full use of the paper mache walls.
Off some contact, Ethan is ready to just flash out, take this fight towards mid. Dark cover drops, so he doesn't need to get out of the way temporarily.
Carter also set up to just stay entrenched here and then respond quickly if there's an A hit. Tough for EDG to get A link control, but they are going to step forward now.
Prowler alerts them to the lack.
हिलेगा ही नहीं.
और ये दो मार दी.
Brings the gun
जज
down
से
onto
दो मार.
Now the only option is to try and play through mid as nobody caught inside a conversion pass. Right, Jenny also suffering a hindrance.
टाइम आउट में ऐसा क्या बोल दिया
Smoggy now in a 1v5.
बोल दिया.
All too much to do, but he's made a good start.
अरे
Knocks down to 6 though. Too much damage
एक ही बंदा
collaterally.
बचा हुआ है.
And even though he takes 2 key kills,
अरे निकाल दिया
all but
उसने वो दो.
impossible as Ethan from pocket will neutralize him.
6-5.
Excellent setup from NRG and
Hey,
making
time
that
out में ऐसा
adjustment
क्या
out
बोल
of the
देते हैं?
timeout to fight more targeted for that
Yeah.
mid.
Flawless था.
And it just pushes those EDG players fighting through A main right into the judge. Psalm had a nice position there, kind of just tucked in that corner of the dark cover.
A little saturate to clear that corner by Mata.
And then when the split activates, Mata rips that ult in mid. It's well executed.
That puts NRG back in front by a nose. Now they've got the overdrive to stare down from Jenny. EDG hoping maybe for a fast play to get them to parity at the end of this first half.
Brock has gotten the money to get the Odin activated again.
It's been middling in its impact, I feel.
Which is a rarity for a Brock Odin game, if we're being honest. Now EDG, they buy their time in mid. 0 Point does make a couple connections. Now they work their way up. Gate crash all the way at the top of mid. That's just going to be
की तरफ ही जाएंगे
fake
लग रहा
from
है.
Kong. But NRG, as far as they know, could be, you know, looking down the barrel of a B split. They've lost all that control.
Yeah, Somdo can get back into tower on B side with that ultimate. Able to reinforce
Line up,
pretty effectively.
line
They're looking
up,
to
guys,
really clear
line
mid
up.
now. And odd timing for it. Brook won't see anything though.
EDG's execute stalled out by the mollies on main. Another now from Ethan.
Nobody's dug enough into that corner that the fragment doesn't affect him. Here comes the paranoia, and in they come. 3 spotted off that 0 Point, and Ethan needs to get the work again. It's going to be Jenny up in this corner. Scuba, highly mindful of it this time, and again it's Ethan set up on this corner, brought to pressure from into the Odin, but there's no pick, there's no reveal of any of these players, and so we can only spray and pray. Scuba good for 1. Always seems to be the case in that position. Jenny's able to get in there and finish the job. She's down to 10.
ये ओडिन वाला निकाल ही नहीं पा
are
रहा
able to make that work, but
कर्स लग गया.
respect to them. NRG were fully stacked up on that site.
I think vindicating at the
Nice.
end of the first
6-6
half to
का
return
round
to the scene of the
6
crime and find great success on a very clean B hit, all things considered. Really competitive first half. Great to see that recovery from EDG.
They're able to make the right adjustments at the right time when it looked like things were just spiraling out of control, and we've got another close game.
Ball from Corrode on the other side of these messages.
Let's go.
आज मैं बिल्ली बन गई थी, इसको दिखाती हूँ.
दिखा.
बिल्ली बन गई थी चुपचाप. ये देखो.
शेरनी से बिल्ली.
क्या एक ही खानदान के हैं, बिरादरी के हैं.
क्यूट है.
बहुत प्यारा फिल्म है.
सिर के ऊपर वो क्या बोलते हैं, फूल कैसे हो गया.
क्या वो सो रही थी तो किसी ने वो क्या बोलते हैं प्लांट करने वाला, क्या बोलते हैं उसको, गमला समझ लिया, मिट्टी डाल दी, पानी डाल दी. वो आगे क्या कर रहे हैं होस्टिंग कर रहे हैं कि चीयर अप करने बोल रहे हैं फिर डरा देंगे इसे
2 लोगों का होता है क्या ये
2 लोगों का पता नहीं मैंने टेस्ट नहीं किया कल सिमू आए तो देखना पड़ेगा
सिम्मू के ऊपर ट्राई करके देखो 2 लोग करके देखो क्यूट दिखोगे तो
12 rounds into Corrode, and it is a tied game.
ये मैप लग रहा है EDG जीत सकता है अल्टीमस हेलो अब मैं डिनर करके देखूंगा मैच क्या कौन कितना जीता है एनआरजी ने पहला मैच जीता
And it is important honestly that he was getting so many kills on Ethan because he was a critical part of those anchors, especially towards B, where they did find success at the end of that half, able to tie things up. It was an impressive showing, and outside of even just the individual play, it seems like Kong Kong is really keeping his team hyped up, keeping them in the game mentally as well.
They're really important, I think, for Jenny as well. They mentioned he's someone who they really want to set up for success, trying to keep his head in the game. He's got a cup roll in there, quite often was moving into that B side, taking some space, getting traded at best, and sometimes just getting flat. So making sure your other duelist is at his best, still feeling good about himself, crucial. It allows EDG eventually to figure out how to break that NRG B side hole before the end of the half.
The last time we saw NRG playing attack on Corrode, they got 11 rounds against Sentinels in that lower bracket final. Absolute dominance. Can they repeat a performance like that? Are EDG ready to stave off how strong they are on this side of the map?
We saw Smoggy was the highlight player of Abyss. A little quieter to start this one off. And Brock as well, someone who we sort of hyped up a little bit, said watch out when he gets the Odin in his hands.
Yeah,
wasn't really able to do much with it.
For a very good reason, but
time to jump. Yeah, not this time around.
Said it was a rarity that he didn't get a lot of value with it, and that is the genuine truth. Very uncommon that he's not able to put up numbers with that weapon. NRG, they're pivoting over towards this A side, have Scuba as a late lurk posted up in mid. Here comes the util, 0 points broken, but Dar covers in, and the dash from Mata.
Oh, light speed gets Mata right into space, and he has to give up that space, but Mata was not going to let him get away that easily. Now into the side, it's already getting broken up by some of these dark covers, and Mata finds yet another one. It's blistering.
Mada ne 3 maar diye bhai, wo
Now at
literally
least have control of A. Still Smoggy at large, but quite a game of him. He'd have to step up, and he takes a hit through the masonry. He has to stand up here and give his best.
Certainly wouldn't be an NRG series if we don't get a Mata ace in it.
And the man has produced them with uncanny frequency in Americas.
Yep, he is the all-time ace leader in the
Acha,
अरे दोनों को मार दिए भाई
on for another pistol clutch.
Please, दोनों जो साथ दे रहा था वो भी गया
NRG would have liked it to be, but you
जो
can
एस
see
कर
what
रहा
Waylay
था वो
offers
भी
you in
गया
these
भाई
situations. Break that crosshair
कोई
placement.
ना इनके लिए राउंड इम्पोर्टेंट है
That's just a pistol round.
एस वगैरह तो इनके लिए आम बात है
From NRG, who want to make use of this guy. A real lightning bolt out there on the field.
45
There was a really cool little
4
flash
kill
bonus
निकाल
round from Ethan as well, but fully blinded nobody, so Mata could get an easy second on that side anchor. Man, if Smoggy did it again, he was so close.
So I'm able to stand up there and be the neutralizing presence NRG needed.
Stabilizes for the team, and now they have that second round bye, which involves a couple rifles, a couple pistols, and the one stinger for Mata on this entry towards Link in prime position to get his, but it's a fight down mid from EDG.
टैंक शरीफ से निकाल रहे देख
And
रहे
he's already collected up 2 of those sheriff kills. Doesn't want to give up the space quite yet either. He gate crashes over the B, but there is an insert of Smoggy left top mid. NRG suspected. And of course have the penetrative power of the Vandal to try and dig him out.
And they're able to pick up the important guns onto some of the players who did just have pistols, and now go for the rotate towards that B side. A B side where the gate crash from Kong Kong has just been thrown to, so can get a fairly fast rotate there if necessary. EDG, they do want to commit to the effort of holding mid, catching a player there.
You see how important it was that Scuba stays alive in that early trade. It allows NRG to get out of mid, and Kong Kong's none the wiser that they're headed to be.
Convergent paths already from Mata. Wants to commit them just to ensure that they close this round out.
Well, a fair guess to assume they'd be an entrenched defender here for EDG.
And honestly, when you get them on round 2, I guess, sure, just send them. Let's make sure we win.
I believe we call that easy come, easy go, right? We'll play off the site.
Plan.
Back and right on up here.
Plant
Mata,
करके
of course, has a
निकल
light
भी
speed.
आ
गए.
गया.
No refract, though, to get out.
कोई एक
Final obviously
ninja
people out in the
उसमें
open. That
बैठे
Dark
तो
comes about to
मजा आ
dissipate.
जाएगा.
She's spotted. Dancing the boxes in the background. There's a flash, but no attempt to actually play through it for NRG. Martel's hoping to get some information from above that wall, but sees very little. There's a gap here that Kang might look to exploit. Not quite quick enough in the trigger finger, though. It's the Vandal that gets the better of him, and now Marta will step up for real. Some big frags in the second half.
चलो अभी बाय राउंड शुरू
NRG
होगा.
converts. Only one gun taken out of the round.
And much like the pistol, Smoggy just suddenly collects two at
अभी
the end
शुरू
of the
होगा ना
round.
बाय राउंड.
Significant damage done, and it'll be curious to see what the commitment economically from NRG will be now that we're headed towards EDG's first full buy. I mean, when you go into the bonus with the double rifle, double pistol, you're hoping to get a pretty legit bonus by going with rifles. That is not going to be the case.
No, there's going to have to be some...
I mean, unless they just hard force it.
No, Bulldog here, some on a Sheriff. Nobody instantly over towards the Odin as
अभी
well.
इनके पास ओडिन
So
है.
there's a mixed kind of half buy really fast from Mata getting into that link. 0 point confirms a lack of presence. Kong with the mid swing. It's the first time to Ethan.
Makes it work with the Bulldog of all things. Mata just a little bit haphazard there. Steps out into a double
माता
face.
को भी निकाल
Very
दिया
far
गया
ahead of the
है
rest of
इस बार.
NRG. On a solo mission that goes wrong.
No desire to slow down. NRG not able to get off that A main ground to assist in time. Now look at this stack up from EDG. This should absolutely shred NRG when they round this corner.
बाप
For the
रे
kid to test
कैमरा
the
में क्या
chance, I
कह
think
दूं.
Relay Bolt's going to slow them up. There's a ping though on
ये
Jenny around
लोग
the
बैठे
corner.
हुए ये
Shot
कह
down
दूंगा
to
भाई
soften up
कैमरा
Smoggy,
में.
who waited into its area of effect.
कैमरामैन भी डरा दिया
Damage
साथ
off
में
onto
जो था
these
उसको
two
भी
players,
बोला
but still they are
भाग.
committed to just holding this
Fahad.
together.
EDG also
डैमेज हो गया.
जान कह रही है तो भागो ये हो गया.
the dark cover breaks it up though. Jenny down. This is dangerous now.
ओ भाई कंकन ने 2 मार के राउंड ले लिया भाई.
Up to a casual 17 kills. Leading from the front.
भाई
Well,
जॉर्ज
taking that
कंकन में
ISO
बात
fight
तो.
against Ethan in mid. That's just in this moment. Flash out of that
कैमरामैन
wall.
जे
Didn't
दो
connect
देखा
onto
ना.
Kong. Mata
क्या गई
हाथ
उसकी?
वाले को भी डरा दिया.
in that moment.
जान के आदमी
Seemed
तो
he
भाग.
really thought he could catch one player, but I mean, even if he gets
भाई
out first, there's an
कंकन
instant
ने
trade
क्या
coming
खेला
out.
है ये
Very
वाला.
aggressive, and he got punished for it.
You've mentioned
NRG
that
ने
NRG's
almost
group
ले
in
लिया था
Americas
round.
was populated by a lot of double duelist teams, but this might be the most talented team of that style they've had to go
I
up
mean,
against.
they're going up against the man that has the all-time BO5 kill record.
अरे बाप
Alright,
रे
nobody
स्पैम
with
से
an
ये भी मर
instant
गया मादा.
frag onto Mata.
बोली
who
थी मैं
used that
डिफेंडिंग
light speed
साइड
to
में
get
फिर
Insam in
बोल
a
नहीं
really
सकते.
cheeky position.
Mata just crumpled there. That is all of the bark out of NRG. What is someone doing
ओ
here?
तूने निकाल दिया है
Heads
सॉम
upstairs and
को.
says, you're not supposed to be here.
मिची को?
Yeah, this attempt from NRG to go for a
Som.
crazy, fast side exec with the teleport with the light speed is all
Oh,
for naught. Okay,
Scuba
Scuba
net
somehow
happened,
wins
yeah,
that out. Pretty shocked that he's able to do so.
Was able to get his gun up in time, but he's mindful that Jenny might have dropped down behind him.
Okay.
Just causing problems all across the map here.
Yeah, it feels like he's in the walls at the moment. Brock
If
is going to be
it's
able to
not
get the
just
spike
like
plant down, but surely this is unwinnable. Actually, denied even of that by the utility coming through the haunt from the fade.
Comes Kong again. Still a plant. That's what Scuba has to work with.
1v4
85 health.
unpossible
He's got
dispossible.
4 able-bodied individuals standing in between him and around.
बहुत
Win.
मुश्किल
Make it
है.
3. Tap on the spike. Surely Kong.
Oh.
No. Head ripped off.
Oh.
There's something here, Scuba. Surely
अरे
not.
एस था ओडिन.
Crosshair placement perfect
भाई
as well.
स्कूबा
Nobody was
what
just
the hell bro.
fast enough. Oh my
My
god.
god.
That would have been the most degenerate
Holding
thing
you
I've
नहीं
out
हो
the
ever
रहा
door.
है guys कुछ भी.
Yeah, frustrating for Scuba. Tantalizingly close to a legendary moment.
ओ ये वाला
You
ओडिन
do
का स्किन
not see
अच्छा है
crosshair
ये जो
placement
लेके
get
बैठा हुआ
better
है
than
Kate.
that.
अच्छा
Oh my
है.
god, he was ready as well.
कौन
He
सा
had
वाला
it
है?
in the perfect spot to get that
इसका
kill.
फैंटम भी आता है मुझे
But
नाम
he
नहीं
was
पता
just a
बट बढ़िया.
millisecond too
Too
slow.
low.
Yes, yes.
Frustrating. That's definitely
Round भी
अच्छा
इनका.
हाँ
you want to
समझ
weigh
गई.
on you.
Oh my god.
He's having an insane performance.
मेरे को तो पुक्की वाली बढ़िया लगती है.
Nobody again
मस्त
early
है
with the
वो.
spray
ये
through
वाली
those
का
walls.
डिजाइन बढ़िया लगा यार
Shuffles
पूरा
as a
रोबोट
result.
स्टिल ले रहा है.
An orb still secured for the attack side. Scuba just blowing
चलो
off
अभी
steam,
इनका
maybe.
एक और राउंड है.
Mata didn't want to instantly swing through, was hoping that not revealing himself would allow him to get the trade. But it isn't the case. And this round is as good as done for NRG. EDG on for taking the lead in this game.
And that aura around NRG feels like starting to falter a little bit. The stopping power of these EDG defenders has unraveled them on multiple occasions. Some are simply seeing what he can get for his money.
Kankan really just feeling himself at this point, hungry to take more fights, hungry to get more kills.
Sees Decayed down, TP across the way. Chichu mindful of it though. And Brook obviously completely elsewhere, fighting his own demons.
8-9.
Headed into this next round. Want to take a look at the status of some of these ults because they are getting online for NRG, and can't say the same for EDG on the opposing side. This is a real opportunity for the team from Americas to put a gun round win together. They have that null command to get into a site. They have the Viper's Pit to close out a post plant. Two potent ultimates that if used effectively should get them to 9 rounds.
Gotta be mindful of what nobody's doing early in some of these rounds. Marta with the fast play over towards Link. Now last time he just walked out and got picked off, so we'll see.
And this is a pretty standard open from NRG, but does he expect a Reaper coming already from EDG? 3 players in mid.
No one covers him from bottom mid here. He is alone in this position. And Aloni will fall. Now they make control firmly in the hands of EDG. Null command now is the acceleration, is the response into this B side, and nobody cannot stand.
He really overstays his welcome, maybe expecting even that a dark cover would have been thrown there, but it wasn't. Now the pick goes down, now it's into the 4-on-4.
You wanted a villain, I gave you a villain.
Forging already into back holes.
अरे अभी मर जा.
Needs to stay alive though, Kong needs to skill desperately, but Brock ready on the angle to support.
Odin in hand as well, that's going to be a problem when we come to this post-plant scenario. A very timely 0.6, 3 top mid.
This is a great reposition from Psalm as well, getting into heaven. The backstab can activate at any given moment.
Jenny's going to try and accelerate over towards main,
Oh,
but
9-9
players here. Chichu in the pit.
Viper के ult में
Fighting for his
दूसरा
life.
Viper.
Surely he knows he's better off playing from outside and keeping this gun in hand. Spot
Oh,
in tower.
nice.
And he will be judged.
And it is those
9-9
two
हो
ultimates
गया,
being
guys.
used to perfect effect. The pit, the null command. I did really like this play though from EDG. Mata dashing up into that link and staying committed to the position is something that he's done before.
Yep.
And so they're able to just isolate him completely to get that opening kill. It was a great idea.
It's not the first time Mata's been very much
Sentinel वाले भी आए हुए.
alone in some of those early scenarios.
कल के बाद से रह गए
अरे
वो
वो-
लोग निकले नहीं है. मैं बोली थी कल एक झगड़ा हुआ होगा.
Not exactly sure.
पार्टी चेंज कर ली.
हाँ जैसे ही GX वाले जीते हैं बोला हाँ मैंने करके मार दिया होगा उधर ही सोते रहे. आज उठे. अरे 9-9 का स्कोर है, लेट्स गो.
Molly from the Viper.
हम लोग तो एनर्जी को ही सपोर्ट करेंगे. रेड कलर का सेंटिनल भी है.
Mata on the verge of getting the conversion pass. Just one orb required at this point.
Won't do a whole lot to
आज वाला
Falcons.
मैच तो टक्कर का चल रहा है EDG
वही ना भाई,
push through B
स्पेशली
main.
पहला वाला मैच में तो मैं
Mid
उसके बाद
really not
से
explored at all for NRG
मैं
yet.
एक्सपेक्ट ही नहीं कर रही हूँ कुछ, क्योंकि कुछ भी हो
Jenny with a
सकता है.
fairly safe posting top
और
mid.
ऑपरेटर है फिर से
At
कैंग
regular
के हाथों में
intervals. He's
4v5.
yet to show himself.
ओडिन इस बार इस तरफ नहीं है, ओडिन इस तरफ है, समझ रहे हो, उस
Rocket
तरफ.
for reclear towards A main. NRG have really slowed the pace at the moment.
ओ भाई VCT लॉक्ड इन, नाइफ मत दिखाओ यार, मत
Obscure this
दिखाओ.
top
Thank
mid
you.
view. Danger for Jenny.
मत
Goes
जलाओ.
down to half HP.
Just warning shots though, but NRG are looking to scale up this mid control now. This is about to get ugly.
EDG, they want to pop out of this potentially. Smoggy on the angle.
Multi-face, there's got to be some action here in mid, and there is. Jenny and nobody able to find one each.
2v2.
30 seconds.
I mean,
कुछ
unfortunately,
लोग हैं.
Ethan and Mata, they're hindered.
Alright, there it is.
Oh,
That is
क्या
criminal.
slide करे भाई.
Snaps the crosshair positioning entirely. Now Kang, who was positioned up in tower, gave up that spot to play
ऑपरेटर है
back through spawn.
कंगन के
Now
पास.
Ethan planting for Mata to keep
Can
playing
bot
in
switch.
that link.
How aware are they of the tower
ओ
position? What
भाई,
is that from him?
5 HP में
5
ऑपरेटर
points of health.
निकाला. Nice.
Well, 4 more than he needed.
That is just a pixel shot from Ethan. I can't believe NRG win out that mid-fight. EDG have 3 players ready to activate on that contact from Smoggy.
ये बढ़िया था.
They fight in the smoke.
इधर
and
ही
they
चला
lose
जाता
out.
विले बनना.
I mean, that is just a disgusting way to be able to get the fight isolated. What is that shot? Oh my god!
Ethan.
Same reaction.
Give me something, bro. Good jumps out of.
Now, you talked about the ultimate trough for EDG. They were suffering. Well, now it's very much the opposite. However, the weaponry isn't quite there to match it.
Wow, instant dimensional drift from Kong
Alt में निकल गया है
right down mid. He does spot out every single player.
ये समझ गया mid पे नहीं आएगा ये वापस.
Back that far. Now the question is to what avail,
B
right?
पे
But
चला
it is
गया
now
direct
allowing
समझ गया
EDG to
Odin
walk all the way up and position themselves in B main at the very least. They have full control. And if there's a pivot back from NRG to B, it could be dangerous. You have
मेरा भी
nobody
इतना
taking
मन
contact,
करता है योरू
and
लेके
then Ginny
alt
tucked in
पे
the
ऐसे
corner
देख
with
के
the
आओ
stinger.
but
But
मिलता ही नहीं है योरू का alt ही
slowing
ready
down
नहीं
the pace
होता
of the
है.
game now.
Rourke
चलो हम
obviously
मौका देंगे ना
mindful
कल.
of this. Sound watching from the bottom of mid.
मौके पे पता चला alt पे बाहर आते ही मार दिया
respectively in that
नहीं
little
नहीं.
exchange.
यूरो की अल्ट करने का सिंपल वो है साइड में अपनी टीपी भेजो अल्ट करो ई प्रेस करके टीपी के अंदर घुसो टेलीपोर्ट करके पूरी इन्फो लो बाहर आओ वापस. अल्ट अपनी ऐसी जगह खोलो जहाँ पर कोई बंदा ना हो. बनने के चांसेस ज्यादा होते हैं.
इनका इको राउंड है अभी बस एक्सटिंगर.
That's a nice little fragment there on Kang. He takes a bit of damage, has to step up.
Lo,
Paranoia, Chichu forced back. Paranoia comes from NRG. Now they're going to assert themselves on their way over towards the A side, and Marta's good for it. Chichu posted up, completely flashed. And nobody has to work his way in from mid.
ये क्या बोलते हैं?
Did you see that counter util from NRG after they're hit by that Paranoia? Immediately, Paranoia of their own, synchronized with that Saturate coming through. The two anchoring players blinded, hindered. And from there, they are just deleted with absolute ease from Mata press forward.
Obviously, outside of the fact that NRG take another big step towards a series win, it's a buff around economically where they don't suffer any casualties to the sheriff buy of EDG. Can build that foundation a little bit more. Now,
Neon
comes online for Mata, gives them something to say in the conversation of Ultimates, whereas EDG is still ready to leverage many of them to get back to winning ways.
Yeah, Ethan did throw out that null command very late.
EDG का timeout है guys.
I don't know, feeling
EDG
pressure in a bit of a chaotic moment on the entry into site, wants to ensure they pick it up and get to 11. Maybe regretting it a bit though, given the state of EDG right now. Would be nice to have the opportunity to turn some of those ults off, but that it will not be the case.
Now, it is only relatively quote-unquote early in the series. There's our second map, but with a 32 mapper for Abyss, 32 rounder, excuse me. Corrode now going pretty close. That fatigue is going to start to set in. EDG in the last few rounds, have you seen it?
Yeah.
She's countering the movements of NRG.
तुम्हारी favorite team का match
है. Tended to favor them, right? They've been able to pick up kills. In fact, NRG converting on some of these 4v5 scenarios. That messy mid-fight a couple rounds back feels like it was an inflection point. What do EDG have for us? Chichu with a Viper's Pit, crucial.
Close हो सकता है.
For nobody.
Is this just going to be an accelerated B hit from NRG throwing the convergent paths?
पहला मैच है DRG वाले T1 का है. T1 भी अच्छी टीम है.
From NRG in this direction. Looks like they want to hit this one hard and fast. Kang falls back, spotted out by the Al drone. Here's convergent path. Smarter still has that in the back pocket, no. He actually refracts out of the sight.
Yeah, they want to draw out some of this initial utility, and they do it effectively. Now, what is the pace on the re-hit? It's immediate with a conversion path.
But it doesn't cover the elbow players. Marta's still able to get in there and find Jenny. Walk down early in the round. Kang out of the open. Dragged off his horse. And now Nobu is going to fight his way out. That is sharp shooting through it falls, but he's not ready for the close swing from Som. And so it falls to Chichu. As it has so often in this series. A gun round that EDG really pinned so many of their hopes on. It's up to him.
Just wants to get up the smoke. ASAP has the timing for the fight with Som. No instant swing.
Can he find his way through? Ethan close on the corner. Marta there for a double swing.
भाई मैच पॉइंट में पहुंच गए NRG वाले क्या बात है?
I'm gonna have to force to stay in the series.
They try to flood in with that nightfall. They have all the players there.
Easy.
It's absolute pandemonium on the site. I can't believe NRG get ahead. Sick kill from Mata. Scuba scales in quite quickly. And that drop from Congo just a little bit too late. The timing's just not there with the flood off that nightfall. And they're picked apart one by one. NRG have a great re-hit. Getting in with a convergent pass after extracting util with that fake first hit.
Smokey has no armor at all. Force the Vandal.
Just a glass cannon Vandal. Playing within the pit to control all of B main.
Rock still wants to tap this orb, hoping that Chichu will show some traces here.
Rock does get it. a little bit of danger to have a
और
vandal
वो
in
उठा
that
के
pit,
भाग
not gonna
लिए
lie.
देख रहे हो
Sajjid doesn't go for
ये
much
वही
of a
बात
spam
हुई
effort
आम
at all.
के
In fact,
खेत
doesn't spam at all.
बचाने के लिए
Hong
वो
Kong is
करा
peeking
था
through mid.
आम चुरा के भाग
NRG, they're on the cusp of taking this series 2-0 after being down 11-2 on the first match.
वैसे गाइस आप लोगों ने
looking for
कभी
some
आम चोरी किया
Prime 2024 Kang here.
हाँ मैंने
मैंने
तो किए
जितना
बहुत
आम
shot in
चोरी
this
किया
game.
है जेल में होना
Great
चाहिए
crash out, realize he doesn't really have the tools.
इधर हम
मैंने
लोग
भी
के
किया
पड़ोसी में है बिहारी
Scuba,
लोग
who's had a
उनका है
phenomenal
आम का
series, a
पेड़
great
और
map.
वो इजीली
Got himself
एक्सेसिबल
nestled
है
up
मेरे
towards A main.
टेरेस से सोचो
Ethan walking
पूरा
his way
शक
up
मेरे पे ही होता था फिर
towards
भी
this
कुछ नहीं
link
कहते थे
flash to
क्योंकि
get
उनके घर में
some of
तीनों
that
लड़के
space
हैं
to
बड़े
apply
बड़े और
some
मुझे
pressure.
बुलाते हैं मुन्नी
The majority of this
वाह
NRG
मुन्नी
hit
को क्या
when they come
बोलेंगे आप
through A main off this wall.
बचपन से मेरे को गोदी
clear
में लिए है
from
क्या
nobody.
बोलेंगे
Sends the prowler in.
अभी भी मुन्नी ही बुलाते हैं
Hard hit
वो
coming in from
भैया
NRG.
लोग
It's going to be Mata first with
मतलब
a
मैरिड है
light
बहुत
speed.
बड़े
Jimmy
बड़े
though tucked in
भैया
that corner. Deals with the waylay. Now though, all of them lit up. It doesn't
तो
seem to matter.
उनके
It's
घर में
Cork with the
लड़की
Odin.
नहीं थे तो
Only
मेरे को ही
gets the
गोदी
one.
में लेके जाते
And the 0 point not able to be made use of. Cork's in trouble. Big trouble. And EDG fire back.
10
Right when it
12
matters.
गाइस क्या
That was
लगता है
excellent
ओटी
counter
या फिर
utility
एनआरजी
from EDG to stop that hit in its tracks. The pair of
मुझे
that
पता भी नहीं मेरे
paranoia from
पिकेम्स
Smoggy
में क्या
had a
रखा था
serious
इनने।
connection. I mean, look at Mata. He was
मैं
just
खुश तो हो रही
blinded
हूँ
up,
बाद में
didn't know
पता
where
चला
he was looking,
पिकेम्स देख
didn't
के
know where he
रोने
was
लग गई
dashing. Stun connection as well. Beautiful, beautiful stoppage power.
And in the end, Ethan doesn't want to try and split A from Link. He flashes it, clears at least the first part of it, but then doubles back to join
एक
NRG
राउंड
for a
यार
fight
एक
through A
राउंड
main that
निकाल
gets
दो
stopped in its
राउंड
tracks.
एनआरसी एक राउंड खत्म हो जाएगा क्लियर
All right, NRG with 2 opportunities to close out this map. Mata back to this fast late take. Does bait out the paranoia and just refracts back to bottom mid.
ओटी
Wants
जाने
to
के
gather up with
चांसेस तो है
NRG, the
बट
rest of the
नहीं
squad
भी
who
है
are poised to execute onto this B site.
Rare है क्या?
Brock could have a Hunter's Fury and a post plant potentially. He's just one orb away and he's going to get that in main.
Kang's gate crash here at B puts him right in the middle of the action if he's going to respond to a site.
And he does, he is in.
Okay, how about Elite hide behind the orb and now ready to fight?
ओ दो निकाल दिए 2v4 11 12 चलो
Now this leaves Scuba and Brock having to fight for it. Spray through the
ओडिन वाले ने भी दो निकाल लिए भाई 2v2 हो गया अभी तन्नारी नारी 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 ना
Scuba ready.
हाँ ये लोग
And
आ
has to
गया
go 1v2 on his swing out of elbow.
स्कूबा के
Brock
पोजीशन
is gonna
लेकिन
double up with him.
बेहतर है बहुत बढ़िया पोजीशन से
Now he'll double back. Prowler going to come around the corner. Brock spots the player jump on the side. It's going to be Jenny. Scuba has to deal with him now. Overdrive at the ready.
Aya.
And long range. Jenny picks Brock off. ADG are far from done.
11 12 EDG ने निकाल दिया ये राउंड भी वन मोर राउंड फॉर
Sends it into the site. Pop flashes for himself.
टाइम आउट आएगा एक्चुअली लग रहा है
Two players down instantly with this Odin.
Chichu and
टाइम
Kong
आउट की संभावना
such a great job, man. God, that is sick. Yeah, this overdrive, though, just too strong in a situation like that.
Some frustration there
बाप
for
रे
NRG.
EDG
Just
के
trying
कोच
to
ने
put
सांस
this game
लिए
to bed before EDG take it
रोक
over.
के रखा था वो मन्नत मांगा होगा मैं बता रही हूँ ये राउंड बिना जीते सांस नहीं लूंगा
Struggling to close this out.
जीतना ही जीतना
One
पड़ेगा
more for EDG to take us to back-to-back OTs for them to stay in this series. Just an unbelievable showing from both teams.
एनआरजी ने टाइम आउट लिया
Our
है आपकी
2023 champions winner and Ethan against the 2024 champions winners, starting this tournament off in amazing fashion.
And honestly, for NRG, it's been a showcase primarily of what Scuba and Mata are made of in this series. Scuba with an amazing defense side. NRG now have had to throw caution to the wind on more than one occasion. And now, that hit towards B, you mentioned it, Kang just materialized in the middle of a hit that was in progress and still finds 2 kills. The guy's got composure for days. Can NRG avert yet another overtime in this series?
ओवरटाइम या फिर मैच खत्म
They come when they've mattered. Brock has Hunter's Fury, Odin still to hand.
Will this be the final round of this series? Can NRG make it through, remaining in this upper bracket?
Hush over the audience now. The weight of this round is clearly felt. Mana,
Oh, क्या वापस गया है, but बहुत low हो गया है.
Retracting away with 6 health.
Wanted to get some information for this Hunter's Fury, but there's not even a tag from Brock. Nobody in mid, he's just ready for the lurk.
No check.
OT लग रहा है अब तो, OT लग रहा है.
Down to 6, a grim start to this one.
But nobody, he just hunts for more. He gets greedy and he gets punished.
Kong now, that sole player in mid, Jenny making his way toward connector.
Trade हो गया.
The NRG still have their own in the
मादा
game.
बहुत low है ना.
Still have the util to put together a hit on B. And that's going to put Chichu yet again to the test.
And that dark cover is
OT.
thrown up mid from
मेरे को लग रहा है वापस लंबा मैच जाएगा.
OT लग रहा है मेरे को.
But Kong knows that that is
लंबा
nonsense.
मैच
He's
है.
pushed
क्योंकि
all the
मादा
way down,
बहुत
but the
low है.
pressure will be on Chichu. He's playing from elbow. He takes a lot of damage. A risk to get the molly off.
He doesn't want to give up this position. He's trying to hold it for as long as he can, but he eventually realizes he's got to concede.
Yeah, just routed over towards heaven. Wants to hold
Side
elbow to
तो
the best
दे
of his
देना
ability,
पर
and
हम
NRG,
से
they're
दो
going to
लोग
swarm, but they
आएंगे.
want to
Backstab एक
overwhelm
है.
this position.
They're running out of
How far do
time.
they take it now?
Heaven
They
एक है.
slow down.
There's going to be players coming from top mid. Chichu can still set up here in tower. There's the paranoia, and that's the signal to go. Mana clipped by the para. Chichu here knows Ethan is going to be sniffing at his heels. And on the side, Brock at least finds one. Needs more.
Diffusing हो रहा है उधर.
There's Ethan. Now can make his way out with some. Disrupts the defuse.
जीत गए भाई NRG वाले. My God. Jeez. My God. भाई OT जाने वाला था ये भी. क्या खेले भाई NRG. My God. वैसे आज से डार्क आवर्स नहीं होगा ना. ना VCT चालू है ना. VCT में कोई दूसरा गेम शायद ही लाऊंगी मैं. हाय ये OT जाना था मैच. OT जाना था ये मैच. मादा ने मारा. पकड़ के मारा. हाय NRG ने क्या जीता है यार. स्पेशली द फर्स्ट मैप. हाय गॉड मेरे को सर्दी लग गई है इसी नोट पे. गाइस लाइक करो.
एक लाइक करो फटफट.
फटफट लाइक करो भाई. क्या बात है यार. एब्सोल्यूट सिनेमा. एक्चुअली में सेन वर्सेस जायंटेक से ज्यादा मजेदार ये लगा मेरे को. भाई बहुत ही बढ़िया. बहुत ही बढ़िया. ओपी. पता चला मैंने पिकेंस में डीजे लगा के रखा था. चला के रोऊंगी. अभी नहीं रो रही मैं. मेरे को पता नहीं पिकेंस में मैंने क्या डाला था इसमें. W यार फर्स्ट मैच में तो मजे दिला दिए. ऐसा लगा कि वही डिसाइडर मैप है. वही खत्म है. वही फाइनल्स है. मजा आ गया W.
It's time for the single greatest comeback on a map in Champions history.
चलो गाइस सब लोग लाइक करो. मैं 1 मिनट में आई.
Down on the stage for the Ryzen post match.
फटाफट लाइक करो भाई. क्या खेला है ना.
Je vais pouvoir rejoindre Mada après cette masterclass. Mada, may I borrow you for a second? After the selfie, you've already... Wait, I'm on a... Congratulations, first of all, for this insane performance, both as a duelist and as a team. And the first question I wanted to ask you is, how did you guys manage not to give up at 11-2 on Abyss? How did you manage not to give up to get your confidence back? How was that?
I think we just stayed in the game the whole time. Doesn't matter how far behind we are, we're always going to climb back. Our mental is just too good as a team.
And I think we saw that in your mental as a duelist too. You were carrying on that first round.
Yeah, I was. I mean, thankfully the boys had me on map too. You know, Scuba, Sam played amazing. So thank you to them. We played good as a team.
You did, indeed. Donc première question, comment vous avez fait pour ne pas abandonner? Ils perdaient 11-2 sur Abyss. Comment est-ce qu'ils sont remontés? Bah tout simplement le mental de la team. On est resté dans la game de A à Z. Et moi individuellement, j'étais chaud sur Abyss. Mes teammates étaient là sur la deuxième carte, notamment Scuba, qui nous a fait aussi une masterclass. And I have another question to ask you is about the Odins. You know, we see Odins in the hands of your teammates, in Brooks, and also some, but never in yours. So do you like the gun? And what makes this Odin meta for you guys so good?
If you guys see me use the Odin, then there's something wrong. There's something very wrong. So no Odin for me.
But what makes it strong
It's
according
like
to you?
Hello guys,
It's not the
आगे
Odin,
में.
it's Brock.
Okay, it's your teammate basically, not the gun, right? And you just defeated, you know, like current champs holders, like winner holders. So who do you think will be the hardest team to beat now in Paris?
Team Liquid is probably going to be next, if I had to guess. So I think it's going to be a hard game. And I'm excited.
Okay, so you're seeing them winning the next match. Donc, de
यार
deuxième
मादा
question, il joue
क्यूट
beaucoup à la
तो
haute,
है
hein, les NRG, on a vu Brox, on a vu aussi son
भाई
coéquipier
मादा ने
Sam qui
पूरा
la joue,
गेम चेंज
jamais
किया
Mada.
है।
Donc, pourquoi est-ce que tu la joues pas et ensuite pourquoi est-ce que c'est si fort?
मादा
Et bah,
ने
tout
ये सब तो कर
simplement,
दिया आधा।
si jamais vous me voyez avec une Odin dans les mains, c'est qu'il y a quelque chose qui s'est mal passé et c'est
वो
Brox, c'est pas
ऊपर
la
क्या
Odin
देख
qui est
रही
forte, c'est
है
vraiment mon coéquipier et je pense que
सब
Team
लोग
Liquid
ऊपर देख रहे
vont
हैं,
être
पता
les
नहीं
plus
क्या
आई
देख
थिंक
रहे
difficiles
स्क्रीन
à
पे देख
battre
रहे हैं अपने
dans
आप
cette
को
Champions. Thank you very much, Mada, for your time.
दिखा रहे कि नहीं
Congratulations
दिखा रहे।
and good luck next. And speaking about next, we're gonna see in a few minutes who's gonna take the win between Team Liquid and DRX.
W
Stay
यार
tuned.
मजा
बंदे
आया
लिखा है सॉम का पीसी चेक करो।
वाओ
Yo, if these dogs want to fight, bro, let's give them the fight, you know?
गाइस सब लोग लाइक
Man,
करो
I'm
कम
just
ऑन
so much better than these
लाइक करो
shitters,
गाइस
man.
We're so good.
Ah, he's a noob. He's actually a noob. He's actually a noob.
That's what he does, man! Come on!
Come the f on. These guys are horrible. Let's win this game, guys. Let's win, man. Let's win.
मजा आ गया एनआरजी
Now that I'm
वर्सेस
a mom,
ईडीजी देख के
things are different. Verizon's different too. They let everyone in my family choose different plans. We get what we want and we save money. Love that for me.
सीक्रेट लैब वाले चेयर तो बनाते हैं यार इंडिया में नहीं है मतलब होता भी तो ले नहीं पाते वो अलग बात
और
है
क्या कॉस्टली बहुत।
ये जोशे की है क्या इफ आई एम नॉट रॉन्ग ये जो बंदा है
हो सकता
जोशे
है।
की लग रहा है मेरे को
बस
Red Bull gives you wings.
नेक्स्ट क्या लग रहा है गाइस टीम लिक्विड वर्सेस डीआरएक्स मुझे शायद टाइटल भी चेंज करना है और
पोल भी
रुको लेट मी टाइटल भी चेंज करना है ना या एडिट भाई सर्दी हो गई है मुझे चुपचाप दूसरा पोल लगा देती हूँ अभी टोटका फिर से बाद में बताऊंगी मैं
टोटका रिवील मत करो।
वर्किंग गाइस टोटका तो वर्किंग 100% भाई लोगों से पैसा ले सकती हूँ मैं विन के बदले कुछ ऐसा मतलब शब्द बताओ जो कि मैं पोल में लिख सकूं हु विल विन ऐसा मैं नॉर्मली लिखती हूँ कुछ ऐसा थासू सा बताओ कि मैं उसके बदले वो लिख पाऊँ और लोग मतलब मजबूर हो जाए कि हाँ एक टीम को तो वोट देना ही है हमें पोल पे हु विल विन बहुत कॉमन सा हो गया है 27% लोगों ने मेरे को वोट दिया है। लव यू गाइस, लव यू। क्या बात है। ओ जा रहे हो? नहीं नहीं, मैं टाइटल चेंज कर रही हूँ और मैं वो कर रही हूँ, क्या बोलते हैं, पोल चेंज कर रही हूँ।
विक्ट्री, विक्ट्री एक है, सक्सेस।
है विक्ट्री, सक्सेस।
रिलेटेबल वर्ड है उसके।
पोल में क्या लगाऊं? हु विल विन के जगह हु। आइडिया रुको।
डोमिनेट, which team will dominate। ये स्टोरी सो गुड ने लिखा है।
विच टीम विल डोमिनेट, मैं एक लगा रही हूँ, ये कल लगाऊंगी जब मतलब मैच होगा ना आपका G2 वाला, ये कल लगाऊंगी। कल अच्छी टीम का मैच है पूरा। दूसरा वाला ब्रैकेट ये रहा। हाँ इधर और इधर DRX है ना दूसरा टीम। चलो मैं पोल लगा दी हूँ, स्टार्ट। सब लोग गाइस चुपचाप वोट करो।
नेट्स का है ना आज मैच।
वोट करना चालू कर दो गाइस। विराट कोहली भी है, आप लोग को बता
विराट
दूं मैं।
कोहली आपका फेवरेट।
यस, कोई भी जीते हारे विनर इज फिक्स।
विराट कोहली।
स्क्रिप्ट लिख गाइस, विराट कोहली ही जीतेगा इस बार। वोट करो जल्दी। ये देखो मैं बोल रही थी ना, ये लोग भी बोल रहे थे एंडर और मागा एक ही है, पैसों के लिए लोग चेंज करके खेल भी लेते हैं। उसने बोला भी हाइट भी सेम है।
Yeah, he did play with them in a mid-season tournament, but other than that, you're right. He has not had VCT
कर दिया
reps
विराट
with
कोहली,
this
क्या
team in a
बात है।
really long time, and I always question moves like this prior to an event of this magnitude and this caliber. In between stages, sure. Right, you've got time to kind of iron things out, this, that, and the other, but you don't have 5-6 weeks to figure it out and make a playoffs run. It's
Almost 10 minutes
and for
next.
DRX as well, even the way that they made it here was a little bit all over the shop, right? You heard it, they didn't even make it here. By qualifying, they needed some points, they needed some help. Some teams losing and winning here and there, but they have always made champs, and when they've made champs, they have always made it out of groups.
Yeah, they have. That's what the history says. They're the masters of getting 5th or 6th place. And yet this group feels like it's going to be really tough, especially watching that first series, how competitive it was between EDG and NRG. So I think coming in with a strong showing here against EME's top seed is a really big indicator for them.
Yeah, and I think we talked about it a little bit earlier in the pre-show. I don't know that DRX have ever looked this weak coming
क्या लगता है टीम लिक्विड डोमिनेट कर पाएगी?
champs either. So while they do have a lot of that history of being prolific and performing,
चलो खाना खा के आता हूँ। बाय बाय, स्टोरी सो गुड। बाकी लोग गाइस लाइक वगैरह करो, सब्सक्राइब वगैरह करो, थोड़ा सपोर्ट दिखाओ यार छोटे लोगों को।
That they're coming with Bane or nerf?
I almost, so my initial thought was, okay, you've got a little honeymoon.
It's
You can go through, but it's not like they haven't played together
हाँ,
before.
पोल पे बता दो अपने फेवरेट टीम के लिए पूरा लग दिखा दो पोल पे वोट करके। पूरा अपना लग दे दो पोल पे कि हाँ ये मेरी फेवरेट टीम है, ये जीतेगी।
Something like this, where an ex-player rejoins a team right before champs?
Honestly, maybe, but I can't think of it in the top of my head.
I can't run the numbers.
It's a unique situation.
विराट कोहली बोर्ड ना ये कुछ भी मैच हो जीतेगा तो विराट कोहली और RCB मैं बता रही हूँ।
I think that has been a little bit of a weakness with them, with the current roster coming
इस
into
साला
the
कप
tournament.
नाम
And
दूँ।
I can hope that we see that from Bane. Mako too from the AGREXIO can get it done.
One of the benefits, however, of making it to champs is that our players are getting to sample the famous French cuisine. Here's human enjoying the taste of Paris with Lou.
लंदन से प्यार भेजेंगे मेरे लिए वही।
I'm now joined by DRX Yunmin. Thank you, Yunmin, for joining me for this very special segment. We're gonna get a taste of Paris together. And I heard you saying that you like French food, right? So far. So, are you excited?
Excited.
Okay, so the first dish that we're gonna try
किसी
is
ने वो बोल
do I
दिया
have
था
to
ना?
introduce this one? The
कुछ तो बोला था,
croissant.
प्रशांत
So we're
बोल
gonna
दिया था।
have to answer a
Croissant?
question that I'm gonna ask you about the croissant. But first of all,
किसी ने तो वो इंग्लिश वाला मतलब फोटो देख के गैस करना होता है क्या है किसी ने पहले पेटीज बोला था ठीक है फिर क्रॉस लिखा आया फिर वो बोलता है प्रशांत ये बन पाव क्यों दिया प्रशांत है ये अच्छे से बोला प्रशांत खा रहे वो लोग क्रॉस बोलते हैं गाइस
प्रशांत
ये देखो क्रॉस
प्रशांत
ऐसे बोला क्रॉस मैं यही सीखी हूँ कि स्पीड में बोलना है कुछ भी लोगों को समझ में नहीं आया भले ही आप गलत हो लोगों को समझ में नहीं आए तो आप सही हो प्रशांत बोलते हैं हम इंडिया वाले
प्रशांत का
सबसे बढ़िया बन पाव दिया बन पाव अभी ये तो मैं चाय के साथ
can have as many as 55 layers of butter
टूटी फ्रूटी आती है हमारे यहाँ इधर
55 layers
55
is it true or is it
क्रॉस बोलते हैं गाइस जिसको आप लोग प्रशांत बोल सकते हो
and it is
और
indeed
बन पाव
true.
वगैरह मत
Typically, they
बोलो
have between 27 to 55 layers
वरना
of fondant
VCT
dough,
इंडिया में आते
in a
आते
process called lamination. We're getting good.
क्या मतलब
here.
कुछ सालों बाद
First-
ऐसे ही
first
गेम्स
win for
खेलेंगे
you and
इधर
first
बड़ा पाव रखा
croissant.
होगा
Also for me, I think we can
वो लोग
discover
टेस्ट
what
करके
the
बोलेंगे
next
हाँ इट्स
dish
स्पाइसी
is gonna
स्पाइसी
be
सम
after
काइंड ऑफ
लीजिए ना आपने
Sorry,
बड़ा पाव क्यों नहीं
sorry.
खाया
साउरी
famous
चीज
French dessert, which is
ये बाहर
crème
के लोगों ने
brûlée.
बन पाव चोरी
What
करके
does it
क्रीम
look like for you? Appetizing,
एक यार ऐसा
tasty?
क्रीम रोल भी
Looks,
होता है आप लोग को
sweet.
पता है कि
Something
नहीं
sweet.
Right. What are you
वो थोड़ा
expecting
मतलब
like
क्या
as a
बोलते
taste?
हैं
Sweet?
हार्ड टेक्सचर होता है थोड़ा
any
पेटीज की
particular
तरह टेक्सचर
flavor?
होता है उसके अंदर
Maybe
क्रीम
something
डाली
like
हुई होती है
Yogurt? Okay, let's try it out. You know
ये
what?
क्या है क्रीम ब्रू क्या डिश का नाम क्या है
अरे ये हनी वाला केक है सीधा बोलो ना सीधा बोलो भाई हनी वाला केक है ऐसे क्या है ये नाम वो
उल्टा
नाम
वही बात हो गया
is one of my favorite
ये
desserts.
मतलब क्या बोलते हैं
Tastes really good.
पग नहीं है
What does it taste
वोडाफोन
like?
वाला
Yogurt or better than yogurt actually?
It's better than yogurt.
स्विस रोल ये
Which one did you prefer? Croissant or crème brûlée?
This
so
one.
far?
यार वो
This
जो
one? This
बाउली
one,
का
right?
आता है
You
ना
will order it at the
क्रॉसॉन
restaurant.
वो बढ़िया होता है
Okay,
5
and last
स्टार
but not
वाली
least, a very famous French dish that
कुछ
gave
तो नाम लिखा यार
also
इन्होंने हैं
its
ये
name
क्या
to a
नाम है
film that you've watched.
एनवी ये पढ़ के बताओ
Ratatouille.
नहीं नहीं पढ़ के बताओ अभी
So
क्या है।
it's more of a like a main dish, you know, like salted.
ये
वाला
Do you
डिश
want to
का
try it
नाम
out?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You be honest.
क्या
So,
है?
like,
इसका नाम
क्या
है
था? रतन मौली
रोटी
नहीं
कचौरा रोटी कचौरा
yeah,
रतन
of course
मौली
it's enough. Don't eat too much.
राटा
It's like French gastronomy, you
राता
know.
राता तता।
तो
Mm.
रुको रुको
It just
राता
tastes how it looks.
तोई
That's not a compliment.
Like-
Oh, that
गाइस
is not a
वैसे आज मेरे
compliment.
इधर
Like,
वो क्या बोलते हैं
it
चावल
tastes
के
like
साथ थोड़ा
tomato.
सा सब्जी
Okay, a
बना
lot of tomato sauce, right?
What I expected.
Okay, ready for the question?
Yes.
ये
Ratatouille
बटाटे
originated
की
in
भाजी
Paris, France. It's a dish from Paris.
बटाटे
अरे
की
ये-
भाजी
Or
लिखा है
it
कि
was this.
भाई कुछ तो नाम है यार रतन मौली नहीं है
True.
ये
You
रुको
would say it, why?
राता
ये है।
तोइली गाइस आज
Something with
मेरे घर पे
tomatoes.
वो बना है
With tomatoes or from Paris? And no,
अरे
it's
आलू का
wrong. It's
आलू का
false.
फूल
Yes, it's originated, I think, from Nice, France, or south of
आप
France.
लोगों
you
ने
know.
वो खाया
They make a lot
ब्रुशेता
of, like dishes with vegetables,
Rata-
you know, like dishes
रतन
you can eat
टाटा
in the summer
बोलते हैं
that
इसको
are
यार
not too
रतन
heavy,
टाटा
you
जी
know, like big dishes. So no,
रतन
it's
क्या
not
बोल रहा
टाटा
है?
जी
got,
बहुत
2 of them
महान
right,
है
so I
ये
think that's
डिश
pretty-
कौन सा
pretty
डिश
decent.
था
You
नाम
passed
वगैरह तो
French
नहीं
exam.
लिया गया वैसे
This
आज
is,
मेरे घर
अरे
में
रतन
चावल और
टाटा
I hope
सब्जी
that you're
वगैरह
gonna
है
get to
थोड़ा
eat
सा
a
मतलब
little bit
क्या
more
बोलते हैं
in Paris, of
रतन
course. I
टाटा
think
इन
that's all
रील्स
for us.
बैंगन
And
के
me
पकोड़े
is
बनाए
very
गए हैं
ready to
बेसन के साथ मजा
experiencing
आएगा
more French
ये
things.
Well,
क्या
human
क्या
passed the first
डिशेस
test in
लेके आ
Paris,
गए
but what's it
भाई
been like over in
हम लोग
Pacific? Have
क्रॉस
you
को
been
प्रशांत
scoring
बोलते हैं
full
इनको
marks?
Absolutely. I mean, this guy
रतन
was
तथा
tearing it up.
टाटा जी
He
ने ये
leads his
डिश
team
दिया
just
सबको इसलिए
from
डिश
the
का
front
नाम ये
to
है भाई
topping
मेरे
the
से
group.
डिश
And
का नाम
even
लिया
though the
नहीं
squad
गया
sort of bombed out in playoffs, only won
सेकंड
a
और
single
लास्ट
series,
वाले डिश का
he
नाम मैं
still
ले
is
नहीं पाई
second highest in the
हम
league
लोग
in
दाल
terms of
चावल वाले ही
AZS,
सही
so he was still putting up insane numbers.
Which is such
मैं
a
ऐसे ही
unique
ठीक
thing.
हूँ
Like,
हाँ दाल
that's
चावल
gotta be
बेस्ट
rare to have a team bomb out the way that they did and still have a top
ये
performer
डिशेस
competing
का
the
नाम
way that
लेते लेते
he
आपका
has. I
क्या
think if there is
भूख
a
मिट जाएगा
little hope, if there is a I
5
don't want to say
मिनट
an
और
X factor,
गाइस
but if there is something that can kind of
वो
convince
गेको
me
से
that
प्लान
okay,
क्यों
maybe
नहीं हो
DRX
रहा
does have a shot
टेबल
at
पे
this, maybe they can pull something off here.
उसको किसने statue बोल दिया?
And we saw him
Time
earlier
out
at the start
दिया
of the
उसको,
year
time
on
out.
the global stage in Bangkok, and he had
Over
so
बोलना
many
भूल गए,
big
statue बोल
rounds
के
for
भाग
the
गए.
team. I think I was very impressed seeing his Yoru play in particular. Showed a lot of, I think, just proficiency on the agent. And while again that Bangkok tournament wasn't really
ये
the
मतलब
one
सबसे
for
बढ़िया
DRX,
जो
he
लगा मुझे
showed that
बताते
glimmer of
कि
what could be a star.
I mean, he
But-
has been, like
but-
you guys said, despite the thick and thin, the
Bun
highs and lows,
pao.
he's always been consistent,
5
which
star
I think
वाली
is pretty fair to describe the way he's been playing so far. But he
Tomato
will be facing
ketchup
up
भी
against the
नहीं
number
बोल
1
रहा है
seed
वो,
of
वाह.
EMEA. Team Liquid, they win a trophy domestically, and Trex is back at champs. Not with Team Vitality, but with Team Liquid, and he looks amazing. By
Yeah.
the way, Trex, not T-Rex.
Yeah, we call him
Some
Trex.
people think it's T-Rex.
The crazy thing is that Trex was playing against Hyunmin and the rest of DRX back at Bangkok with Vitality. But I think ever since he joined this Team Liquid roster, this is just a squad that cannot be
गाइस
stopped
आप लोगों
from
ने
a
ऐसा
single
कौन सा
series,
यूनिक
and he's
डिश
just putting
खाया
up
है जो
consistent
मतलब
numbers.
बाकियों
It is
को मतलब
interesting to
समझ में नहीं
hear
आएगा मतलब
the
नाम
discourse
ऐसा है
around
डिश का.
Team Liquid. They come through this
बताओ.
as the #1 seed. They look really good on the roster. They have some incredible players individually. You talk about Trex, you talk about
क्रिश
Nats.
अभी
Obviously,
लिखता
has to be
होगा
mentioned
अरे
every time.
मैंने
He's
तो बड़ा पाव
household,
किस
at this point. But there isn't a ton of confidence.
Why is
in
that,
the
Yinsu?
team.
कौन
And I'm
सा
really-
ऐसा
what do you
डिश है
mean?
मतलब
I'm very
नाम
curious
ऐसा
as to why.
यूनिक है मतलब किसी ने मतलब वो क्या
my
बोलते हैं
opinion is
गलती से
irrelevant,
सुना
but
होगा
I was
किसी
going to
को
say,
गलती से
I
पता
don't
होगा.
but there is that discourse where there are people who don't feel as confident in Liquid and their performance here, and I'm just really curious as to why.
They just hate us.
I mean, the last time they were first seed in EMEA coming into champs was 2023, and that
Yeah.
was not the
They're
same
just
story.
haters.
So
I think they're just haters. I mean, we're looking at a Liquid that has an IGO in Nats on the attack side and also a caller like Trex on the defense. And when you put these two together, it's
should work, right?
crazy.
me personally, I'm
Some-
a Team Liquid believer,
someone-
and this time they're coming into a global, and Nats is here on day 1.
समोसा बर्गर
Hey, let's celebrate. That
दोनों एक
actually
साथ
deserves a
थे,
celebration.
शुगर
But they
वाटर
also have a
फ्रॉम
fantastic coaching staff. In fact, Yaltsin, their assistant
गन्ने का
coach,
जूस
actually manifested this match against DRX. Take a look at this.
गन्ने का जूस
Hopefully we're gonna get DRX and gonna see who
स्वीट
is the best in
शुगर
basically on this map. So
वाटर
hopefully
फ्रॉम
the group is
लॉन्ग
best DRX.
स्टिक गन्ने का जूस समोसा बर्गर
And the
मतलब
map
वो
he's
चाय
referring to
के
is
साथ
Abyss
खाया
because
होगा
you guys both mentioned
मैं
it as
बताती
well
हूँ ब्रुशेटा
yesterday.
आप
Having
गेस
Abyss,
करो
the
ये
map
क्या हो
will
सकता है
dramatically buffs Liquid and DRX. Who does it buff more? Can
ये
we even
गन्ने
tell
का
at this
जूस
point?
नहीं
You know
बोला
how
गया
we
तुमसे
already saw a
नहीं है
stupidly exciting Abyss
क्या है ये
in
गन्ने
the
के
first
जूस
game.
के
This
बदले
should be even better.
I mean, these are undefeated,
स्वीट
right? You know,
शुगर
this is
वाटर
this one
फ्रॉम
right
लॉन्ग
here.
स्टिक
I don't know who it
देख
buffs
रहे हो
more,
उनको
to be frank,
गन्ने
but
का
who wins
जूस
this one is
बड़ा
just the best of
गिलास
this team at
30
the
रुपए
tournament, yes?
Yeah,
We
just-
agree?
just
It's been
ended
6
south-
months,
इधर
so
इधर
it's
चले
over.
आए हमारी
Yeah,
जूस
I
की
do think
गाड़ी
it's early
के
enough though that I would argue that if when I think about
स्टोरी
the
सो गुड का
longevity
ये
of the
पूरा
tournament,
डायलॉग नहीं है
I
पूरा
would
ये
love
बोलेगा
to see
लड़कियों
really
के
strong
लिए
performance out of DRX here
10% डिस्काउंट
if we're gonna believe that they have a shot at this.
Yeah, and they have to win more than just Abyss because on the other side you have an
ब्रुशेटा पता है कैसा है आप लोगों ने वो गार्लिक ब्रेड तो खाया होगा स्टफ गार्लिक ब्रेड उसके ऊपर कभी कभी टोमेटो वगैरह दिया जाता है पनीर वगैरह भी रख सकते हो वैसा ही ब्रुशेटा होता है
Like I need to do a lot. I want to do a
ठंडे
lot.
Also, he
देखो
can do a lot. I
ठंडे
think he
का
is one
हाथ
of the most impressive players in stage 2. And I'm not
हाथ आ
talking
गया
EMEA, I'm
भाड़
talking
में
globally.
लड़कियां आई
He really
देख रहे
can
हो
do it all. And I
वन
think if
शील्ड
you watch his
कवर्ड विद
performance
स्मैश
just in the
पोटैटो
finals alone,
व्हाट
calling circles around GX and the individual play
One
is all there.
And you
shield
think about it, they've been at the
covered
team that he's been on have
with
asked that
smash.
of him for really his entire career, and he has
ये
consistently
क्या है
delivered.
तुम
And then
कुछ का तो
staggering
नहीं
to
बोल
think
रहे
the kid
पानी पूरी
is 23. He's incredibly young. He has so much experience
ये कौन
already.
सा डिश
As
है
I
भाई
mentioned
वन
it earlier, he's a
शील्ड
household
कवर्ड
name.
विद
Yeah, and
स्मैश
the champs
पोटैटो
trophies always eluded him. Who knows? This time it could be
गाइस
him, but
ये
we
डिश
can't talk
गैस
about
करो
Nats.
कौन सा है
What about
वन
Riko?
शील्ड
Luckily,
कवर्ड
Fahad
विद
caught up with
स्मैश
him a little bit
पोटैटो
earlier.
प्लीज लहसुन पाव
Here, and I'm
मस्त
with Kiko
लगता
of Team Liquid.
मुझे
Wasn't it your birthday a few days ago?
Yes, it was.
Happy birthday
हेलो
to
दीदी
you.
सॉरी आज लेट हो गया
Happy
थोड़ा
birthday to you.
काम था
Well, Team
कॉलेज का
Liquid seems to have
राजू
really
कोई
gotten their
दिक्कत
stride
नहीं है यार
in,
आप आए हो
stage
इतना
2. So I'm
टाइम
wondering
बिजी होने के बाद
how
भी
you
वही
guys
बड़ी
are going to
बात
be
है
able to
थैंक यू
continue
सो
that
मच फॉर
momentum and the
जॉइनिंग
progress
कैसे हो
heading into
आप
champs.
नहीं ये कौन सा डिश है बताना जरा वड़ा पाव वगैरह बोल रहे हो तुम
just working on the fundamental. I think that's what's going to bring us over.
Well, best of luck to you, birthday boy.
One pyramid
I mean, Kiko is also being one of the reasons that Liquid have been successful. You know,
खाना चाहिए कि तुम्हें ASMR video
at least in EMEA, he is considered the best in that role. I don't know how you guys
Pyramid
feel
क्या
about
होता है
him
अब?
coming to a global event and I guess measuring up to the other controllers in the
Oh, I know. I'm a big believer in Kiko.
तुमको
Even since
menu
watching
card
him back in the
देके
Ascension
चीन
days,
दिया
trying
जाएगा
to
मैं बता
qualify
रही
into
हूँ
EMEA, but I think he's very strong.
तुमको
The
बोलेंगे
rest of Team
कोई
Liquid, I
जरूरत
have
नहीं
them,
है ऑर्डर
you know,
करने की
picked to
सर
win this
leave
series.
the
This is not a
restaurant
Team
right
Liquid
now
playing musical chairs with
Idiot,
Benny and
बोले
Zero,
बगे
whatever, trying to get Nats back into it as well. No, this is
मैं
a Team
तो
Liquid
बढ़िया
that's
हूँ आप
coming in
बताओ
as
तबीयत
top
कैसी है
dogs into this
आपकी
tournament out of EMEA. I got a lot of
मैं
faith
भी
in
यार
them.
थोड़ा
these two
बहुत
organizations
बुखार
have
अभी
never
सर्दी
faced
होने
each
लगा है
other
मुझे
before
बट कोई
and were
दिक्कत नहीं है
better than the champ stage to
Stay
settle it. Let's
motivated.
bring our teams onto stage and see who
One
comes
gulab
out on
jamun
top. It's Team Liquid
What?
versus DRX.
croissant croissant please smashed potato होते हैं शील्ड ऊपर वाह हाँ वही स्मैश्ड पोटैटो होते हैं और शील्ड ऊपर क्या बात है ये एनवी को मेनू कार्ड देके वापस ले लेंगे और रेस्टोरेंट से अलग भगा देंगे इसको भाई समोसे क्या सही होते हैं हाँ ना यार वन कटोरा वाटर वन कटोरा वाटर ये क्या है अब
to make it to chance, but for Mako, he is one of 3 players that's made every single champion.
चलो गाइस इधर टीम की एंट्री हो चुकी है आ चुके हैं हमारे DRX एंड टीम लिक्विड क्या बात है यार
very historically rich matchup despite the fact these orgs have never played against each other.
Yeah, you've even got the history
क्या
of
मैं
this
पे
year
अभी
where
इसमें भी ये
Trex
मजा आएगा
did play
W
against this DRX
बाइंड
team,
है
and Trex also got the dub
लोटस है
versus
अभी इस
Mako
देखने में
back
मजा
then.
आता है
But the
कुछ
thing
भी
that
बोलो
we
आप
all have to be freaking out about is Abyss
लेट्स गो
is
गाइस
back.
लेट्स
Number one,
गो
two of the
जल्दी
best
से जल्दी
Abyss
पोल पे
teams
वोट
in the
कर दो
world
अपने
back
फेवरेट
when it
टीम
was
को
in the
लक
pool
देने
back
के
at the
लिए
start of the year. This is our first time seeing them on the field of battle in a
मनोज
long
पानी
time.
पूरी
And for it to open the series too. I mean, we'll talk about a tone setter. You know, both
कटोरा
these teams
वाटर
are playing into their strengths as we talked about, and yes, there's been a long time. So who knows
मैं
what
भी
either
इस
of these
टीम
teams
का
have
था
prepped
बट
as
फिर
far as
मुझे
composition or how they
40
want to
आ
approach
गई
the
व्हाट
map, but this is the perfect first chapter for this year.
And what?
ये नेक काम तुम लोग पूछिए आप और ये सी कर सकते हैं भाई जो बनते ही पहले दिन डिसबैन हो गया था
मनोज ऐसे ऐसे
मैंने तो
खतरनाक
विराट
नाम
कोहली को
रखी
वोट किया है वाह क्या बात है जीतेगा तो विराट कोहली भाई स्क्रिप्ट लीक है आप लोग मानो ना मानो विराट कोहली जीतेगा मत मानो मैं क्या करूँ
मैं क्या बोलता हूँ आउट ऑफ इंडिया में ऐसे खतरनाक नाम रखे हुए
हाँ भाई वो डिश का नाम वो जो था ना आर वाले डिश का नाम वो सेम टू सेम स्पेलिंग चैट पे लिख के देना जरा अल्टीमेट बताएगा वो डिश कैसे प्रोनाउंस करते हैं उस डिश को
And here's the thing is, I think just focusing on agent select is really interesting because the meta has changed
भुजिया ही
a
खाए
lot in terms of what has been popular on the map.
हजम नहीं हुई तुम्हें
They were playing like the old Ascent default
काबूशा
with a cipher in there for
बाबूशा
Nats, but
क्या
you're seeing
हाँ
Jet,
ये
single
कौन सा
smokes,
डिश
and
है
KO
बताना जरा
in the
कृष्ण जो
team.
लिखा है
When DRX were playing it, that's with the Teo still in the play because that was back when Teo was so strong at the start of the
भाई
year.
अभी इस मैप देखने में मजा तो आता है लेकिन कम ऑन गाइस सब लोग लाइक वगैरह करो
This bind is interesting as well because we have this old saying of everybody knows what Nats
ये
does.
डिश क्या हो
He
सकता है
doesn't
गैस
change up
करो
how he plays, but why
एक
is no
निकला
one
अपना
beating
गैस द
him? How
गिलबर्ट
is it that
इशू
you
वाला
can come and
निकला
say, yeah, we know
है
what Nats likes to do. He likes to go here, he likes to do this wall, he likes to lurk it, but he doesn't lose.
Yeah, because he likes to do a lot of different things. You might know a lot of his plans, but he's going to change his timings. He's going to change that plan based on what he sees against you on the other side.
मॉनिटर को तोड़ ही देंगे उधर देख रही हो
on the current day.
And he's also so
मैं
mechanically
तो
gifted that even
VCT
if you do know what he's
देख
going
रहा
to
और
do, he's
वेलो
going
भी
to
खेल रहा क्या बात है खेलो
Yeah, and sometimes with an outlaw in your spawn, which is always really fun. But for DRX, so you know, this is the best condition they can be in. Qualifying for champs, having a bit in the pool, and looking like the agents.
DRX का मैप दिखना ये
That is unbelievable.
भाईजान की चटाई हुआ
Crazy.
And we're sticking to the vanilla ascent comp.
इरादे
too.
ठीक नहीं लग रहे हैं
This is really
नीचे देख लो
interesting here. I'm a bit surprised that this is Team Liquid's approach. And
That is
I don't
spring
know that I
roll.
could be more surprised that this is DRX's approach.
Yeah, I'm trying to think about the theory here right now, and what I think for DRX is, I think the ultimate of the Yoru. The Yoru, it makes a lot of sense.
Right,
I'm
sure.
expecting, we've been seeing a lot more teams. In the previous Meta on Abyss, teams have
भाईजान उनका वाला दुकान का नाम
fight forward. I think there could be options with the Waylay to, if you're execing the A, fight up into heaven. If you're execing on B,
Duelist में Jet और इधर है Yoru
I
and
want to see an
Waylay.
active approach from DRX.
Of course, Liquid, they're still hovering. This is not locked in. And Nats, he likes to hover.
हाँ वही
He
रोटी में
likes
नूडल्स
to take this time to
फ्रैंकी
give
बोलते हैं
speeches, to hype individual players on his team up, and to remind them
हाँ
what they need
फ्रैंकी
to do.
बोलते हैं
Because he's the type of player, he'll go down the list,
Yes,
player
one by
by
one.
player.
And the best part is he's always, look at him, he's telling individual players
Cypher
close
is
to
the
Kiko, and he's like, never change, I love you, you're the best, you're
guy.
perfect, you never do anything
And
wrong.
why would Kiko ever change anything? Because he's perfect, he never does anything wrong, he's the best.
Double
Alright, they
duelist
have
है
locked in though,
DRX
so
का.
Doug, you spoke about a default, very,
बाकी सारे agent
very,
same
not
है
very
बस इसमें
innovative.
क्यों?
No, and I mean, I don't even want to say
मैदे
it's
की
comfort.
रोटी
I mean,
वाह.
we'll see how it does against
But it
this
is
slice.
comfort.
Yeah, we'll see.
We have a lot of
रोटी को
recognizable
tortilla
faces
बोलते
on the stage today, so why not add two more on the casting booth? It is Mitchman and Tombiz.
Team Liquid and DRX facing off here in Paris, each one wanting to prove that they are the best team on Abyss, and it's map number 1. Can I get a prediction from you going into this game, Thomas?
Yeah. Honestly, I was going for 2-0 for Liquid because they're the first seed, obviously. But after seeing Human try the croissant and creme brulee, I'm going for 2-1. Especially, I'm excited to see that Waylay on Abyss now.
Yeah, excited to see the Waylay with the Paris buff as well, the French buff.
मुझे लगा था ये डर का है ना डर का है भाई टॉम्बीज अभी आया
Good to see you, man. You're looking a little different.
You could
डर
tell the
का
difference.
है वो भाई
I was suspicious, I'll be honest.
Too much knowledge.
Never saw you do your hair like that. So it's time to get into the matchup.
तुम लोग कोडिंग वगैरह नहीं कर रहे क्या थर्ड पार्टी
नहीं नहीं हमारा तो वो एफएनसी के मैच है ना मेन मैच में जाएंगे दूसरी
देखते उन लोगों को धक्के खा के जो बाहर करने वाले काम होते वो है भुजिया बुरियर के काम भाई और यही काम ये लोग शान से करते शर्म वरम
what we've got coming up here. Obviously, I'm sure my counterpart did a fantastic job of going through everything.
भाई स्टार्ट हो चुका है लेट्स गो बेस्ट साइफर दिखा दो नेक्स्ट बेस्ट आईजीएल बेस्ट साइफर
I'm
कम
looking
ऑन
forward to seeing that Waylay coming into play. A lot of space that
इतना
can
आगे
be taken,
ट्रिप डाल
especially
के गया
kicking
है
things off on the attack
वो
side
देखो
for
ट्रिप उधर है
DRX.
इतना आगे डाल
As
के
we've
गया
already
है
seen
मैं
today,
भी
a pretty
हूँ ये
hefty
गेम में क्या
attack
बात है
side dominance out of both sides in our first matchup.
Well, a minute 10 on the clock.
कौन से प्लेयर
will
की आईडी
yet
से
to be
खेल रहे हो
drawn. A slow approach from DRX, but the same level of patience shown from the defensive side, spread across the map and looking for those little
यार
pieces of
चैम्प्स वाली
information.
नाइफ
But
लेके
DRX are
आए
the ones to gain the benefit of this slow
मैं
play
इनका
as
खोस
they managed to pick
what?
themselves up an orb towards that A side. Of course, ult's
मैं
not going to
इनका
be in play in
खोस
this
दूं?
round, but it's all about the future.
इन्होंने
For
तुम्हें
now,
खोस
head
कर
towards
दिया
the B
ये
side,
बोल
a
रहे हो
trap in play. Two players
जी हटाओ
standing by to
होस्ट
take
होस्ट
this fight.
What?
DRX are going to be bursting through with full force.
होस्ट
Waylay
उसके हाथ में
already
है
closing the distance and
मुझे लगा तुम्हें इन्होंने होस्ट कर दिया होस्ट है तो कबार में जाओ वापस
Two players on the rotate.
कबर
I'm
में
looking
जाओ
at that
वापस
flank
वाह
coming out from Freeing. I wonder if he's been heard. I think he has.
नेट्स को डाउन कर दिया है कैमो को डाउन कर दिया है ट्रैक्स को
Even
डाउन
just
कर
the
दिया है
time that is
2v4
being bought is going to cause Liquid quite a lot of
बहुत
issues.
मुश्किल मैच चलते
At this point, that
जिस
flank
बंदे की
all the
कोच
way
ने
around
ज्यादा
is
किल किया वो
probably what's going to seal the deal if the site players don't. One of the things that Tom is #1 was saying was, young
देखो
man,
ना माने
he's got the French buff. He's had his croissant earlier on, his creme brulee, his ratatouille, but now he's gone out of the round and the DQ's already tapped. Pressure put on. Kiko
उसे
finds the
कवर
shot on
तो
the
है
flashback and they need
डिफ्यूज
to
हो रहा है
find
डिफ्यूज हो रहा है भाई थोड़ा सा के लिए ओ माय गॉड थोड़ा सा के लिए नाइस ट्राई यार
एक सेकंड
नाइस ट्राई थोड़ा सा के लिए ये चला गया
Yeah, I think someone somewhere is going to be quite frustrated with that.
भाई
Probably the
ऑलमोस्ट
Liquid
ये
fans,
राउंड
'cause that
टीम
looked
लिक्विड का ही
so
था निंजा
desperately
डिफ्यूज हो रहा था
close
उधर
for a position of, I want to say, impossibility.
वो चाहता हम खड़े
Go on, give me it. Give me it. That's actually outrageous. That's completely outrageous.
He thought he had it. I thought he had it.
0.01.
खुश होके दुखी हो गए देख
In
रहे हो
everybody's minds, he had it, but it will be 1-0 for DRX. Already.
कैमो को निकाल दिया
And of
गया
course, going
है
back to the beginning of the year, these are two teams that absolutely adored this map. I was going to say that Liquid coming in are going to be even happier with the map pool
वैसे
changes.
तुम लोगों
Icebox
को
going out has
खेलना
helped them quite a
कैसा लग रहा है यार मैं ज्यादा हॉरर गेम नहीं खेलती
हॉरर गेम नहीं खेल सकती है
2025. Get that guy
क्योंकि
back.
मतलब समझ रहे हो हॉरर गेम चलेगा उसमें जब भूतनी वगैरह को आना होगा तो मैं स्ट्रीम से गायब नहीं हो सकती ना तो गेम चलेगा ही नहीं
Back to that roster of DRX that kind of started out the year. There's been so many different changes,
ये
so many people
मसला है
coming
जी
in and out and all about, but
मैं इधर हूँ
this
तो
was the
गेम में
roster that
कैसे
they
भूतनी
wanted to
आएगी
look
तो
towards.
वही
It is a very
दो जगह नहीं
slow
हो सकती
round
ना
from DRX. Patient.
As it should be, really, with what they're up against. You don't want to give these pistols the chance, but I mean, the problem is executing blind into a
अरे
site. It
हाँ
has
रे
its
तुम
risks, and I
लोग
think that's one thing that
तो
Hyunmin is here to help
डरेंगे
out with.
कैसे हम
The
वही
ability
ना
to use the refract
खुद गायब हो
to
जाएगा
teleport
गेम
back in
से
the other direction as he runs into the site, grabs them point of contact, and fades
ये
back
राउंड तो
out. We saw
DRX
it
का
in
ही
the
है
pistol round.
क्योंकि
Great
बाय
value.
राउंड
And here it's used to scout out that
नेट्स गिर
here it's used to scout out that there's nobody
गिर गया
fighting in those corners. There's no big
पक्का
site.
स्टोरी तो गुड नेट
Now,
की
Loco's
आईडी से
disappointed,
भाई
but
ये
it
भी
will be
कूद
the
गया
way to go. You don't want to give those orbs over to the
Riko भी
rest of the
कूद
squad. It is
बोला
just
था मैं
उई साउंड इफेक्ट भी
to go
दे रहे
down to the
लोग
map, deny DRX those orbs that they have
भाई
been farming
क्या
up.
देखना
A key
पड़ता
point being flashback 2 away. So those
कूद
final
गए
ये
सब
kills,
टीम
if
लिक्विड
any
का
of them
कोच
landed
ये
in
तो
his
नहीं
hands,
बन गया
that could
स्टोरी तो
cause
गुड
big problems for Team
गलत
Liquid's
लग
full
रहा है
buy.
किल नहीं
That's why
देने
they
ना
go diving off.
50 वगैरह निकाल
Yeah.
सकने का ट्राई कर
Have a
सकते
little bit
थे
of fun
या
flying
कुछ
through the
टाइप
map,
बट
but this
कूद
is
गए
where things should get that little bit more interesting. Rifles across the board for Liquid, and of course, just touching base on expectations here. DRX form-wise,
हर बार गिरना
well,
तो
it
नहीं
took
होता
another
ऐसा
team
क्या
eliminating Talon for them to actually make it to the event in the first place. Liquid, on the other hand, champions of EMEA
इधर
with a
क्रिश
flawless
को
3-0
डिफेंड करते
victory
हुए
after attending every single international.
कृष्ण ने तेरी
These
बात
two
नहीं
teams
सुनेंगे
should, in theory,
तो हर राउंड कूदता
be
है
at different
देखा है मैंने
levels, but we're
क्लिप दिखा
yet
दूंगा
to
देख
see Liquid take the board.
मैंने कुछ सोचा है आगे
This is
जाके
where that
इनके
should
लिए क्या
change.
सोचा
They've
है
got rifles, but they've not got nats. Hyunmin landing that shot from afar, and now Team Liquid on the retake. They're forced into a fight close
Rex
range
ने
against
मारा,
weaker weapons.
Camo ने
Power
मारा.
tracks too well to start, but
Nice.
it's still a
It's
3v3. The spike
3v3
planted.
guys.
The time not quite against them yet. There's still plenty to work with. Great flash from Flashback.
2v3
And that's going to put the
डिफ्यूज भी करना है
numbers into favor for DRX. 1 HP on Flashback, a drone going
बोनस
through, and that's
राउंड का
going
भी
to stop.
तनारे
But
नारे
it's
होते हुए
even
लग
gonna
रहा है
get the tag on Trek, so more time taken. And as it ticks
यही
away,
सीन
that
होता है लोग
spike
कूद
getting
जाते हैं
closer and closer to its final moments. Hiko traded out, and now Trex in an impossible
अकेले है.
situation. He has to bait them into a fight. Patience from DRX is what will win the day for them. It's
सोवा
too
का
far
ये वाला
gone.
लाइन
He'll make
अच्छा
them
लगता है
pay for the round, but
कॉन्सेंट्रेट
it's DRX 3-0.
नाइस
Such an important start. I
बट
mentioned
राउंड
about
नहीं
this
निकाल
attack
पाए
side
डिफ्यूज
and
के
how
लिए टाइम
things have
नहीं
been going in the matches we've seen so far, but this was a
0-3
I'll be honest,
Attacking
a
map
relatively
की है
weak fight. There was a Marshall in the mix, which that's ridiculous. And then the rifle went down to 1 HP immediately. It was just, I want to say, the balls from Bane. He just didn't really, he was like, no, I'm not swinging until I absolutely need to. And that was enough to buy that time off the
गाइस
clock.
कम ऑन सब लोग लाइक
Only just
वगैरह
coming
कर दो
back
यार
into the
30
roster.
लाइक्स हो जाएंगे अपने शायद
I'll be honest, it looked like he never left.
गाइस करो
Well,
रे
that's another
फटफट
thing, right? You talk
ये
about
मार्शल
Team Liquid,
स्पैम
they look
करने
dominant
का
recently.
नया
Look at
मेटा
that
आया
grand
है
final
ऐसा
against
क्या
GX, who ended up
हमारी
making
मार्शल
waves
ऐसी नहीं
here in the
चलेगी
international
जिसके लिए
scene already in their opening matchup yesterday. So for DRX,
मत
a team
दिखाओ
that has had these
champions
roster
नहीं
changes
जैसे
back and forth, you expect them to look a little weaker. And
पूरी
against a
गरीबी
Goliath-like Team Liquid, perhaps a fall. But Pacific's number 4 is in here, and they are making
अरे नेट
waves
कूदते हुए
indeed.
गिर गया
It's an ambitious play from Nats. Back on the KZ server now.
नेट्स फिर
as,
से गिर गया
oh, this one's looking like a 4-0.
ये मैप मत दिखाओ यार
That's not
कितने
a
लोग
surprise.
गिरे
भाई
What will be
नेट
damning is if it is a flawless round from DRX.
Well, never mind.
ऐसा लग रहा है थ्रो हो
Not
रहा है
going to be. Already won at
चलो
least for
ये
Patrick.
कृष्ण ने
It
क्या
will be
ट्रेन
an
किया है
upgrade
भाई
onto the outlaw, but it's only going to really be deadly to one of the
तब
players.
मैंने बोला है डोंट
They'll
वरी
likely
देखो
want to do some
ये
damage
देख
and then go
19
down.
20
moving
का
on to
30
it's not
होता है
really
तो
going to have
चैट
too
में
much
बैठा
value
हुआ
for
है
the next
जिसने ये
round
सब
for
आइडिया
Camo.
दिया है
It's that same sort of talking point. How much damage can they do? As of right now, it's not looking very much. They are far enough out
नेक्स्ट
already.
शायद से वो कूद के जो आते हैं
that
वो करना
spike.
चाहता था पीछे से.
They will be able to escape. Nice shot from Panatek. That's at least one. Now the rest have to cross
Pathetic
over
खेल
into
रहा है
the same
लेकिन
corner that you already see
जीतेगी
Marco in. It's
don't
whether he
worry.
can do
अच्छा
anything more.
ऐसा क्या प्लान करके रखे हो वो भी कूद गया.
He can remove the weapon.
Yep, he's just about, I was going to say, it was going to be close, though. Like, he almost didn't hit the point of demise quick enough, and then would have just had that into the next round.
Oh, flashback gets the
ये
credit
सारे मैच में
anyways.
कूद रहे लोग.
Ulti's online now for DRX. It's
ये
4-0 up.
ये देखो गिर गया. शॉक हो गया भाई वो भी.
And again.
वही शरीफ से एक को तो निकाल ही सकता था.
अरे
ये
Yeah, that's what he did.
अरे उसको मार.
कोई ना
For
कोई
DRX
ना.
coming into this round, yes.
उसको
both teams are
reaction
now on
देखो
rifle, so for
भाई
Team Liquid, that
ये
should be
तो
their
फिर
chance to
अभी
fight
इस मैप
back on
लगेगा
square
क्रिस
footage,
को
but
तो बहाने मिल
Ultimate
गए
should play on the
वीसीटी
other
में
side,
ये
make this a little bit of
वीसीटी में
uphill
होता तो
battle.
मैं भी कर लूँ तो.
वीसीटी वाला मूव कर रहा था
Side,
मैं तो.
especially thinking about how much impact
सब
you
लोग
can
डॉज
have
करके बैन खा लेंगे
popping that
guys.
Yoru ult alongside Sova. The
बैन
two
खा के
together,
हम लोग
dimensional
माइंड
drift
लो
on
तुम्हारा
the
लाइनअप दिख गया.
can
एक लाइनअप
easily
कैसे
net you
मारना
not
देख
just
लेना.
space,
हाँ.
but a pick.
दिखाओ. कैमरा
दिखा
ही
दिया.
बदल दिया हम कुछ सीखने आए तो.
दिखा दिए उसने पहले.
Early destruction.
अच्छा दिखा दिया.
Both trips
हाँ
gone.
ट्रिप उड़ गई.
Clearly
चल लेट्स.
knowing the positions that Nats likes to place them. Which
अच्छा
I'll be
उन लोग
honest
को
is
पता है
impressive.
कि
He's normally
पूरा
very well
मतलब
known
नेट्स
for
कहाँ पे
being
वो वायर
flexible
लगाते हैं अपने.
and where that utility is put
अब
into
तुम
कैमरा
play.
उधर
लोगों
है.
को समझेगा कि
Those already being removed. It
मैं
leaves him at the back of the
क्यों
side. Now there is still the cam
ये
in the
देखो
corner,
ये देख.
ready to catch them as they walk out, and an immediate dash in. But Trex is
भाई
ready for it. An
क्रिस
advantage
को
taken, and
ग्लेजिंग
an
मिल रहा है भाई.
advantage
ग्लेज हो
increased.
रहा है वो
A
आराम
second
से.
onto Bane. A backside still being hold. They can't have got any further forward. Flashback is going to try and peek
बैठ
this,
के
but
बोलेगा ये हम मेरा गेम प्ले भी तो ऐसा ही है. मेरे से कॉपी किया है.
Yeah, in fact, it's not going to have any real impact here, you'd imagine.
प्लांटिंग.
An element of surprise gone. They know
गेम
there's a player
मतलब
well,
इसके
close
तरह
to
या
heaven. They
मतलब
don't know
वो
the
गन
zone on the
चलने
left
के
side,
पहले
but
तक गेम इसके तरह गन चलने
walkout
के
is
बाद
gonna come
अलग हो
elsewhere
जाता है.
towards the spawn. Flashback already
एक को
launching.
flank
He's
करना
gonna find
चाहिए.
his first
यार.
fade back. Gate crash to fall back
एक
on
साथ
now
मत रहो
as the ult
प्लीज.
is popped. Two spotted.
अरे
Free knows that he
नेट्स
probably
निकाल.
has a target coming his way. Ready for the fight
Fight
towards
करे.
the vents. They're suspicious of it. Swing from
कैमो
Camo
ने
gets it.
मारा
But the
2v2
numbers
गाइस
can't even as this
2v2
fight
यूरो ने
keeps
अल्ट
on
खोल
ticking.
दिया है
This is a
अपना.
round Team Liquid desperately need.
ये
With
कैमो
a
ये
fuse
कैमो के
inside the
पीछे
smoke,
आएगा.
puts the pressure on. Already heard the hound.
निंजा
Drop out
डिफ्यूज
punch.
हो रहा है. नाइस एक राउंड मिला.
To Team Liquid at long
1-4.
last. They're on the board by a narrow margin.
Nice.
yeah, no, it
निकाल
really
लिया.
was skin of their teeth.
भाई
Had
ये
to
क्रिस को
diffuse
अभी
within the
बजने
smoke and a
लगेगा.
solid fight back, especially from Flashback, who has really got off
VCT
to a
level
flying
गेम प्ले
start.
बोलेगा ये तो
8-4
कुछ
playing
काट
Yoru,
के.
of course, known for
और क्या.
more of that
हाय
sentinel
हाय.
role within the team. But clearly having that individual brilliance that can turn around on its head. As you mentioned, it is the first round onto the board for Liquid. But it's still going to put them in a very interesting spot economically. In fact, this next round may be worth two. Both teams somewhat on the brink.
VCT level गेम प्ले
Camo may
देखोगे
look like he
मेरी
has a
तरफ
weakness,
से
but as we get
नेक्स्ट
to his
टाइम
POV,
अब
you
से
can see Blade Storm in hand.
रहने दो.
Looking for the fight from
मैं
Fahad.
बोली ना
Comes
सेम
in a
टू
little
सेम
late
गेम
from
प्ले
Patatek,
गन
so slight
चलने के
clearance
पहले
comes
तक.
in. DRX able to gather themselves at least a bit of
अरे.
control, you would imagine,
बच
but
गया.
they stall
कोई
out.
आया नहीं चपेट
Kept
में.
back by the smoke.
वो चेम्बर का
Backed by
डीगल
the
वाला तो
ultimate
इसका
of
था.
Patatek as
सारी
well, as they
गोलियां
can't use their abilities to break
का-
through to
आजकल
this
तो
site.
दूसरे आईडी
Cause
बना के भी
delay.
आता है.
हाँ
Legal
मैचिंग
already,
करके
that's a
भाई वो भी
phenomenal
ओपोनेंट टीम
spam.
में जाना
And
था.
Hyunmin
टीम में
still
आ गया
with
था
a full
हमारे.
utility belt. They didn't get caught out. The timing didn't catch them. They'll still be able to have a pretty decent sight hit with that free recon, essentially.
सोवा ने अल्ट खोल दिए
Very
इधर.
awkward fight and spotting out Camo. He's decided to go aggressive, and he's
अरे
been
बाप
caught from
रे.
behind. The flashback takeover.
DRX क्या
अरे.
खेल रहे हैं यार ये
Hyunmin
मैच.
went,
DRX
so they've
फॉर्म
ended
में
up
फुल.
losing the rest of the site. A singular shock dart kill for Trex. But I'm just looking at Nats. He's not fighting.
2v4
मैप में बहुत-
unpossible
He's
guys,
got no interest. In
dispossible.
fact, just going to go sit within his setup.
Stage
DRX
ले
are
लेते
going to
ना
have
इसमें तो
themselves a
वही
fifth round, and
थोड़ा
it all
आसान रहता
comes
है.
back off it. Again, this double duelist, it's just putting the defensive side into disarray.
Well, you can see from Team Liquid's perspective on the B site, the whole idea is that they're going to stop you from breaking through that choke point. And they do that with Patatek's utility, stalling them out completely. But the problem is you have Flashback being able to just make his way in without actually challenging, while Hyunmin is taking that initial contact and is unpunishable essentially. As he dashes in, immediately refracts back to B main, and that's Flashback's moment to take advantage of the chaos, ripping the back line of Team Liquid wide open. And as you said, immediately that call is made by Nats. We're not playing this retake. Even though they'd found one, the 2v4, not worth it when the weapons are, as you said, it starts, not in a good spot. Economically, they were being punished already. But the Blade Storm made up for it the next round. That
Blazy ने वो
won't be
डंडा
there.
ले लिया क्या वो वाला?
Yeah. Well, I really love the way
हाँ.
he's using the refract.
अरे वो जो परी वाला.
Is to almost look at me. Like,
वो
this is what I'm doing.
अरे वो जो
I'm gonna
जिसकी
go in,
वैंडल है
I'm
तुम्हारे
gonna
पास
find
उसकी.
info, and then I'm going to retreat back, and at the same time as he's retreating,
की
flashback is
की
going
वैंडल.
forward. And so everybody, and rightly so, is focused on the
पता
guy
नहीं
who's
क्या
just
हुआ.
dived into the
उस दिन
side.
हम लोग खेल रहे तो किसी के हाथ में
And
डंडा
they
था
don't
वाला.
realize
मतलब
how far
ब्लेजी के
flashback
बाद.
is. Like, you can even see from the aggressive position of Camo.
उसको बारबी और पिंक कलर बहुत पसंद है.
On the other side, he doesn't even know there's a guy behind him.
Yep, this is a problem. When you combine that with the utility.
क्या पता क्रिश भी हो सकता है कोई भरोसा नहीं.
पूरा वो तो कुछ तो वो शोटाउन पे कुछ तो हुआ था सीजन 1 पे. वो अक्टूबर के महीने में अवेयरनेस को लेके पिंक पहनने बोला था जो आरपी में. उसको पूरा पिंक पहना के एक पिंक कलर का बैग भी पहनवाया था. फोटो भी देख के रखी थी. बोले तो मैं बाहर नहीं निकलूंगा, नहीं जाऊंगा. चुपचाप बात बनवाए.
DRX's tune and you're tripping all over yourself. 2 left feet and they've got to course correct soon. A 4-round gap doesn't seem like much, but this could get out of hand if DRX continue this momentum. And think about the 1-round Team Liquid won. It was still extremely close.
Well, yeah, and something to talk about as well is like you're seeing those trips being shocked. You're seeing
हम
positions
लोग
clearly
क्रिकेट
being
चोरी
well
करने
known.
जाते थे, पुलिस
Even
का
though
वेट
this is
करते
a
थे.
slightly different Liquid
बेसिकली
नहीं मेरे को तो किसी ने चैलेंज कर दिया था ना, तब से मैंने वो क्या बोलते हैं एक भी चोरी मतलब चोरी करता था बहुत मुश्किल से. ऐसा सीन है.
लॉक पिक मैं करती थी, सारा टूट जाता था. तब मेरे पे वो माउस में वो जो 4 बटन वाला होता है वो नहीं था, गेमिंग वाला टूट जाता था. ये बैठे बैठे रो रहा होता.
Now, I don't mean to peel back the curtain too much and sort of explain how the trick is done, but that wasn't actually Tom earlier. That was Turka. Really, I hate
बेशर्मों की तरह.
But one of the things that he said when he saw that agent select come up was that he's a huge fan of Waylay. And honestly,
जो लोग चैट में विदाउट कॉन्टेक्स्ट से हमें जेल भेजना क्यों चाहते हो यार? आरपी में करी
from the croissant earlier on. Now,
yeah, I didn't say that.
If he's a fan
चोरी करते हो ची अरे आरपी में यार खतरनाक लोग बन गए थे हम लोग. खतरनाक डर के रहो.
पैसा बहुत अंधा था पैसा.
हाँ, लोग हमारा वेट करते थे चोरी करते.
Shouldn't be to work on this round. It should be to think about the next, but they've already managed to make it competitive. Oh man, I thought Camo had the play.
DRX वाले यार खेल तो रहे.
अच्छा खेल रहे हैं. मैंने सोचा नहीं था DRX से पहला मैच देख रहा हूँ मैं DRX.
Because of that, once again,
आरपी वगैरह कुछ नया नहीं चोरी अब करता हूँ.
100 पे करो करो क्लोई डिसूजा ही रिस्पॉन्स करेगी.
In EMEA, he was tearing everybody a
क्लोई
new one.
डिसूजा रिस्पॉन्स करेगी.
One of the sort of most exciting storylines for me coming into this match is him playing against Marco, a rematch.
इस बार अगर वो क्या बोलते हैं मेरा वो ठीक होने के बाद आरपी करूंगी तो इन लोग को भी लेके चलूंगी.
It's one hell of a storyline with a lot
ये
of
लोग करेंगे
parallels.
grinding.
Turned IGL, looking like a
in 1 round. It is definitely this Waylay.
मेरा नेट थोड़ा जीजी हो गया था.
Sensational, and we're only starting to see, the first few pages of the playbook. There is definitely more behind this, and Team Liquid, if they lose this one, they're going to be terrified of what's to come.
बफर अभी ठीक हो गया होगा यार. थोड़ा सा नेट हगास कर रहा है.
First point of contact, he sort of swapped positions again. Shock dart directly onto the trip. They have read his playbook. It seems like every single one of them.
डेडलॉक का वो भी टूटता है क्या? वो सेंसर भी टूटता है इससे.
हाँ.
तो आके उससे.
पता नहीं सोवा के उससे तो पता नहीं.
But at least for now, it is a 5-player build-up in towards that A site. Trex has his ult, but is incredibly far away. I don't think he's going to have any impact in this round. And on the other side of things, immediately we'll see the popping of that dimensional drift. That's all the info they need. And they're trying to
ये डाल रहा है इसको तो आरपी के बारे में पता चलेगा तो ये अभी से आरपी करने लग जाएगा भाई. इसको पता चलेगा लड़की अभी उसकी.
फिर तो वक्त वक्त आएगा.
दौलत रामी है ये.
बट मोस्ट ऑफ द लड़कियां थोड़ी सी वो बात करने में थोड़ी
क्या है मैंने आरपी में ग्रैंड आरपी
If he gets this, he's got another refract online. This could be huge. More DRX to get back into this play. The drone thought
ग्रैंड
about
आरती में तो बहुत
traction
कुछ
and
होता है
wishing put it through.
वहाँ पे किसी की क्या बोलते हैं शादी में जाने का पैसा मिलता है कोई मर गया उधर भी रोने का पैसा मिलता है
Great start. His util's been well placed, but now he's going to do it rifle in hand.
किसी ने गाड़ी ले ली तो उधर जाने का भी
चलो ये
पैसा
राउंड
मिलता है
निकाल लिया है टीम लिक्विड ने टैक्सी ड्राइवर बना था बहुत पैसे मिले थे वाह
But hell, it's a start.
Yeah, it's something. And then that's Nat's. Okay, it's his second kill, but it's his first impact kill. The last was in the last round where they basically already lost it already. But that was him versus Marco, the matchup I was talking about. And even still, it's desperately close. You still see like utility being destroyed on one side of the map.
Nice.
It's aggressive, double dive style of play that is so difficult to hold against.
भाई पुराने दिन बढ़िया थे मतलब आरपी वाले अभी थोड़े से ये नहीं है
Have got themselves a second round. As said, we watched the game earlier and it was incredibly attack-sided, but as we've learned many a time, applying a single brush to
खत्म कर दिया था
every
उनका
single team would be madness. Speaking of madness, this is so aggressive from Liquid.
निकाल दिया था दिख रहे थे क्या
हकाल दिया तो
They're
निकाल
not playing like a team that's down 6-2, and that's exactly what you need to see. The spike taken, Bane spotted, and he is dead to right in his corner.
भाई क्या खेल रहे हैं मैं खा ही रही हूँ
The start of the bounce back for Team Liquid in the previous round, and they have skyrocketed to success now. But still, 6-3. They have to lock it down for this half.
I respect that call. We talk
New
about
word
Nats
add
this
हो
year
गया है
coming into his
प्रियंका
own as an IGL.
मराठी वर्ड है
मुझे पता नहीं था
हकाल
Sort of get through your second round of the entire game. You yourself not having the best individual game. What do you call? Let's rush it down B. I respect it.
मारो
Like,
नैनो
it's bold.
We talked about this in yesterday's series as well. This is what's important. Being able to change it up, not play just one style. Have more than one hymn sheet to sing from, and then doing it again.
Oh, Riko ne mara.
Nice.
4-6 भाई comeback.
The same spot, a slightly different
अब नहीं
seasoning,
छोड़ेंगे
but
ना
the
वापस
dish is the same. Team Liquid 6-4.
I'm sorry. So you call that twice in a row? Like it is still the majority of this defensive side. Like it was only Dance lurking in mid, I guess, getting the early information. The rest of it, like this could be the replay of the last round. Like I would not be able to tell the difference.
Nice, बढ़िया खिलाई.
I guess that's the only difference.
The only real difference is that like they went for the window push, so it was a much deeper aggression. Whereas this time they're in almost a Congo line, ready for the window peak, thinking DRX will think we gave up that control. Let's fight for it now. They'll swing out and they'll get taken down by the firing squad. And instead, the firing squad wasn't needed because they had Kiko.
Do you reckon Turby's gone? And then we go A. Like just after the last two rounds, or he triples down. They're not going to do that three times on B.
They'll think.
I'm back, Mickey.
Exactly.
Hello, Mickey. Welcome back.
But what a difference a few rounds can make. A 6-1 start, and then the last
DRX
two. Well, you blink and you miss it. Those are like 20-second rounds apiece. They sped up the game and brought it back to a closer field.
हैं ये तो अभी उसका कोच था ना EDG का कोच चश्मा निकाल के इधर आ गया
direct hits were really working. Flashback, by the way, has been nuts.
पार्टी बदल दी भाई
Particularly close. There's definitely not a player on his own team. He's 9 kills ahead of anywhere else. But it's a lot of it's based off those setups. The setups have been fantastic, and I think that's why Liquid have decided well, they can't set up if we fight them in their own spawn.
Yeah, exactly. Disrupt the execute.
Look at where they are. They're going to run it down mid.
Pick a different spot. Same
अब
old
वापस
strategy,
गिरेंगे
though.
सब
But
देखो
I think this is, it's a perfect
नहीं यार
counter to
अभी
what
तो बाय है
DRX
ना
are
दोनों
doing.
पे
Like you said, it's all about the execute. The well-placed pieces of utility, the dry runs. Well, you can't dry run it. If Team Liquid run it down at you, this is going to be a 5-man push. Everybody on this is madness. Everyone on Team Liquid is pushing. Full aggression. A player up top drawing the eye. Kiko just needs to swing, and he will. Bring down. Paranoia sent through.
पूरा पुश करने लग गए हैं भाई
The rest of the team as Team Liquid continue to thrive.
ओ भाई
DRX are in a 4v2. They've lost the spike, but they've got the TP. Mako can steal that spike away, and that's exactly what he'll do. Okay, they've lost a lot of players, but at least they should be able to find a plant.
And luckily, the man alongside him has been the hero. for this DRX squad so far. Looking for a fight,
Flashback.
but look how patient Trex is on the
DRX
other side.
वाले एक
We've
बंदे का नाम है
criticized him for
Flashback.
overpeaking, and this time he won't be caught.
इधर ही है.
Marco in a
होगा
1v4.
उसमें.
We've seen it once, but not this time.
भाई क्या cover up कर रहे हैं W.
A rush
W.
B, a rush B, and a rush mid. This might be one of the most
आप
unorthodox
वापस गिरेंगे
defensive
सब
sides
देखो
I've
वाह.
ever seen. But it's
मैच
working.
भी like warm up चल रहा था
Tell you
अभी
one
तो.
time when they put this map back in the pool, I said I wasn't a big fan of it.
That's an understatement and a half. You have complained about it for the last few
वो
weeks.
लोग push करके ही
I'm gonna
अच्छा
censor my
खेलते हैं.
opinions a little bit, but I'm starting to become a fan of it. Is this how you're supposed to play? I'm taking this
Well,
direct.
this is deathmatch.
This is literally run it down. Now we see a more conventional approach, I think. You never know till
एक बंदे के
goes
सामने
up.
चार लोग आ
There's
जाए
gonna be
ना
an
खत्म
off-hit
ही हो
play for
जाएगा.
Trex. You've got an Odin
देख के.
for Camo, so I'm not sure where I was going with the conventional approach. But a little bit of A main aggression, not with the whole team, but a flash and a deep peek expected.
Oh yeah, very deep peek. Early TP. I had a mini heart attack for a second.
He has updraft.
He has his updraft. Okay. Convergence path.
Villain
Back
है.
to that execute heavy style, but it is much more of a retake setup
कोई
this time
मतलब
for
नहीं, कोई
Liquid.
hit
They've
ही
been
नहीं हुआ
caught
उससे.
out on these openers every single time, so they've avoided it completely this time.
Yeah. Conceding the space,
Trex
letting
इधर
the
ही
burn
है.
utility,
Forward.
avoiding the fights until it's on favorable ground. Now the rest of the squad comes through to join the fight. Padatech, the first to
एक
drop one.
साथ
Get
आ
ready
गए
for
भाई
it.
वो लोग
Oh,
एक
the
साथ.
hands of Camo's Bladestorm. And
वो
the B
खेलने
site's
भी मिलेगा.
already overtaken.
थोड़ी नहीं
They don't
उठा
have the
के.
Hunter's
साथ
Fury
आ रहे
online
हो.
for
My
Bane,
God,
but one
nice
away.
strategy
If he
यार.
can find a pick, this gives them a huge chance
हम लोग भी
in the
कैसे ही
round
करें.
to recover. But it's a 3 versus 5. They need to be firing on all cylinders already. The reveal.
हम
कल
लोग
10 बजे मीटिंग
ऐसे
है.
He's got support
किसका?
though. It's Brink swinging on the
इसका.
spot. Camo's there to greet him.
Mod meeting. Mod
The
meeting.
last man standing
अच्छा.
under heavy pressure. The defuse already underway. He's got a swing, and there's 2 players to greet him. 6-6 after a dominant start for DRX. It's neck and neck at the half.
Absolute crazy
10 बजे
recovery
मतलब रात
coming
के.
out from Liquid. 6-1
सुबह.
down, 6-6 on the
सुबह
half.
10 बजे
It
हुआ.
is all to play for.
वही तो
We'll be
मैं
back
सोच रहा हूँ ना
after the
सुबह
break.
वो भी संडे को. Half time.
Let's go. प्लेलिस्ट तो होता है यार इनका. Guys, come on, like करो सब.
Well, this was swings and roundabouts, really. One side, DRX dominant to begin, and then Team Liquid climbing back into it as we get into our Coinbase econ report. You can see our highlight here, Camo. He certainly stepped up towards the end of that first half.
Yeah, he didn't like Marco, it seems. It did a lot of damage to him, and no surprise that versus Flashback, it's not gone too well. But yeah, realistically, this game has been madness. Like, if you split this up, literally down the middle, it looks like 2 completely different games. DRX dominated with their early executions, and then you saw the adaptation from Liquid of just, okay, we're not going to let you execute. We're just going to run it down, and immediately see the game completely flip with what was an excessive amount of kills for Flashback at the beginning. He's now only 1 ahead of Camo who was actually one of the players like coming into the match. I was going, I don't know if this guy's going to be able to match up. Well, I was thinking more so versus Hyunmin, but he has. He's been insane in these last 5 rounds. And well, at 6-6, we said it is anyone's map to take. But this is DRX's pick, so you kind of feel like they're the ones that need to take it now on the defense.
Well, at the halftime, the crowd was certainly with Liquid. The energy up, the chant was going for the majority of it. But it's silence in the crowd as they wait now to see how this will play out. Camo diving deep, but unlike Hyunmin, he doesn't have the ability to fall back without refract. Space taken is committed to. But the B side will be overrun nonetheless. DRX, many players nearby. Flank coming through with the deep A main push already from Fring, but you've got the same thing from Nats as he moves around mid. Hyunmin's there to greet him. And now they can just pause a moment for the retake, but they see DRX are spotting this aggression from Team Liquid. They need space on this attacking side, and so it's straight into the spawn they go. Mako there to greet them, and the right click is kind to begin. Shock Dart is going to drop Bane though and make this a little bit more difficult, but still the advantage with the defender. Drax boxed in and Kiko shut out.
Yeah, this is where DRX historically have always done their best work, those retake setups. I like how patient they were. A lot of the time you're going to see players get itchy feet, get a little bit over-aggressive, want to take a fight on their own. You see the sort of intelligence of Marco at that back position. He waits at the box, gets a first, falls back, it's like, okay, you want to fight me? You've got to swing me. I'm not going to give you that fight once again. And even Bane, okay, he goes down, but he doesn't want to give away anything. They're just waiting for that flank, patient and controlled. And after what was a pretty nasty streak from Liquid, that's the return DRX were looking for.
Yeah, Mako even getting revenge onto Camo for that first half with his opening pick, but from that point it was just pure discipline. DRX, you got to think about it. The last 5 rounds, 6 rounds or so, they have cooled down. Players feeling like their shots aren't landing because, well, they weren't. But that pistol and a follow-up, that's going to give them the ability to build that momentum right back up.
Has Trex got a hero stinger?
Yes, he does.
He had a hero stinger. It's already gone. And I guess an attempt to do some damage.
अरे मार्शल से क्या मारता है ये?
Fallen into the hands of Nats, and he's going to meet the same fate. Flashback back to winning ways. 17.
बढ़िया यार मार्शल का सही में मेटा चालू हो गया. इतना शांत क्यों है? कोई चैट नहीं कर रहा है ऐसा क्या?
It is mostly SMG snipers and only a singular rifle. Maybe an extra one purchased up, but not much to play with whatsoever for the side of DRX in this round.
Not bad work. Flashback too. You mentioned that he was close to triple the kills. The next player on his team early in that first half. Well, that cooled down.
Still a double.
He ended in roughly that position. Those 3 certainly helped him
silent
out.
viewer.
हम है ना silent viewer आ ये करो यार बात.
Team Liquid now they've got to find their footing. Rifles come
मैं
out.
थक
This is
गया
their
चैट
round.
करके वाह. तुम तो खेल रहे थे ना अभी. मैं शॉर्ट्स अपलोड करके आया और इधर सब शांत बैठे अरे अरे.
Quite low early on. Stinger. He's got to be
नीरज भाई
very
मिले कि नहीं
careful.
तुमको?
Flashback. Just popping flashes through as the team look to try and get in. Marco's managed to find one, but
Riko ने मारा.
it's stepping up.
फिर से मार्शल मेटा यार.
As said, this is as about a pure bonus as you're ever going to see. These are low-value weapons, and the more costly this cause is, the more rebuys that are needed, and it's definitely starting to get a little bit shaky.
बहुत बढ़िया है ऐसा.
Seal the
Nice
deal, but
7-8.
only 2 standing, Mitch. It's
मैं
not
भी
great.
खाना
He just picked up a
खा
stick.
रहा पराठा क्या बात है?
Nice.
A little oopsie at the end.
Yeah, but that's gone from now 2 rifles being saved to 1 rifle being saved in a stinger.
So this is the thing, we've seen this gradual shift towards having these 3rd rounds be actually very strong with teams, like at least 2 to 3 rifles.
Did he
coming
drop
in.
a Phantom? Was he just looking for a better skin? Yeah. Heart attack, man. Oh, no.
Yeah. And you know the best part is, he still has a rifle. It's Camo that has to pay the price. It's Camo.
Hey, bro, I got a gun
skin.
for you. I got a gun for you, bro.
Oh, swap real quick. There you go. Stinger given over. But for Team Liquid, they win the round that they should have. But even up against those weaker weapons, it being so close is scary. Camo's gone diving. Stinger in hand. Paranoia sent through, but it finds nothing. And now flashback onto Drex. This is becoming difficult for DRX. They've got full
नीरज
control.
भाई
One of you
आ
got to
देख
respond.
ऑनलाइन अभी ऐसा क्या?
Yeah. They are walking into the trap. They are walking into the players, and it felt like, at least with Camo diving in, there wasn't a lot of follow-up behind it. Maybe hoping somebody would give them a gap elsewhere, but it hasn't happened. And now with Nats,
मैं यही हूँ, क्या बात
Kiko,
है?
the last two standing. Some would call them cats.
कैसे जा रहे फिर games?
But right now,
उसके
they're
ही
leading
घर
the
बैठा
cause of
हूँ, वाह।
DRX.
Nice.
चाय वगैरह पियो
Backside
पूरा
play
एकदम।
from Mako. He's going to be the only one
इन
taking this fight.
VCT
Kiko's
वालों
chance
को
to
मुझसे
isolate it,
सीखना
but it's
पड़ेगा
Mako
कैसे
to take
खेलना
him
है।
down.
वाह, हाँ ये
Like
तो
went
मेरे
off the
घर
map for
पे
a
आ
moment, but
गया
he's right back up there.
सही में?
Unfortunately, I don't think it makes much of a difference to Nats.
सही
It's
में?
about as retrievable either way. Sitting in that laneway.
My
He's locked out
God,
completely.
what?
And he knows now there's
क्या
one coming
बात
behind
है,
on mid. I
मीटअप
mean,
हो
at
गए
this
दो
point,
लोगों के।
the round is done.
हाँ
Saving the weapon is pretty much the only
कैसा
choice,
लग रहा है
especially as we've
आपको?
said
How
before.
are
Look at the
you
ultimates on
feeling?
DRX. A few close players could
ये
happen
लोग
for the
चैट
next
में
round.
तब से
Just
डिस्कस
don't want
कर
them to
रहे
build up,
सेम
especially
जगह
with what you're
सेम
farming
जो
up as a
वो
neural
जगह
threat.
है ना उधर के भी
That's
सेम
DRX,
गलियों में
9 to 7,
रहते
and I
हैं।
wouldn't be surprised to see a pause
मिक्की ने
after how
बोल
this
दिया
round
इस
went
जगह पे आ
down,
जाना
especially with
तो वो
already
नहीं आए नीरज
sting
तो
of the
फिर
stinger being
उन्होंने मतलब ढूंढ लिया मिक्की ने ढूंढ लिया इनको
It's
बढ़िया
not
लग रहा है
because I
क्या
feel like
बात
they've
है
been able
मुझे
to get
नहीं
themselves
बुलाया
back
अरे
into the game
मुंबई
without
खाने में है यार
help from the coaches so
तुम
far.
किधर से गुजरात से ना
They did have the pause earlier, but
ये अगर स्टोरी सो गुड होता ना ये अगर मुंबई वगैरह में होता ये भी कूद कूद के आ जाता
he's definitely been
और
having
क्या?
a terrible
हाँ।
game individually.
अरे नीरज भाई मिल गए
और
इधर।
+1 करता है
The
लड़की
rarity,
वाली
but
बात
coming back in on a map that hasn't been played since the beginning of the year, it normally does
देख
put the
रहे हो
extra
भाई
pressure on
चैट
the
में बात
IGLs. We saw it with Marco at the beginning of the game as well. He started slow, but as
ढूंढ
DRX
लिया क्या
progressed,
बात
so
है
did
ओ
he
माय गॉड
individually as well. But it is
हमारी
going to be that
मुलाकात
timeout
चैट से
taken.
हुई।
It's in a spot though where ultimately you're
वहाँ
not
के
expecting
3am
much for
टॉक्स
this
करते
round
वाह
for Liquid, because the economy just isn't going to be there.
I think this is all about nurturing the
System
mental,
बोलती
honestly,
system।
Tom.
नेटवर्क
we look at
स्ट्रांग
two
है
things.
मेरा
One,
क्या बात है
it's, I
मिक्की
imagine, not going to have been
ढूंढ
looked on
लिया भाई
in a
आपने
very
लिटरली आज ही
nice
बात
light
की है वो
that,
भी
you're swapping
1
skins
घंटा
and
बात
ending up with
की
a
होगी
downgrade.
चैट में
That's already going to stink.
Can I ask a question?
Go ahead.
When they play on the
क्या
tournament
मालूम
line, they get all the
कहाँ
skins,
रे
right?
मिला उसको घर बाप
Why is he
रे।
not just using that skin?
Well, I assume, guessing.
उन्होंने बोला था पुलिस थाने पे ढूंढेंगे मिल जाएगा घर आराम से बोला था उन्होंने
The thing is, you got that, but I think more importantly than how
भाई
the round
साहब
played
देखो
out,
इनको
you see Camo dive in, and there's utility to support him. But from that point, when he goes down, and hell, he only has a stinger, so probably he is going down. It then crumbles. Like one by one, they took those fights. It looked easy for DRX.
एनी भाई
And you
तो
can't have
अमीर
that
लोगों के
repeated.
बीच में
I
रहते
think,
हैं
we talk
अच्छा
about
ये
pauses sometimes, there's
अमीर
different ways
लोगों
to
के
define it.
बीच
That
में
is a
रहते हैं अरे
panic
वो
button
भी अमीर
from the
है
coaching staff. The second you see
मैं
that,
अमीर
like,
नहीं
third
हेलो
kill of the
मैं
round go
पूछ ही रही
down,
हूँ वेलो कब
it's time
खोलूँ
to-
बता
it's time
नहीं
to
रहे
stop and take a breath. Now,
रिएक्शन के लिए कल 2 फेस कैम लगा के आऊंगे ना 2 एंगल आएंगे मम्मी का फोन भी उस पे लाऊंगी अब
ये देखो अमीर बना
हम भी वॉच
To be
पार्टी ही
fair, you're going
देख रहे
towards that
हैं
Blazestorm.
काश मैं
The
भी
other
मुंबई
ultimates you
से
might want,
होता
Maditech's
मुझे भी
gonna have
ढूंढ
his,
लेते मिक्की
Trex
भाई
has his, so it's the most logical player. But also, you go back to when they were winning those last few rounds.
हाँ तो थोड़ा
previous
गरीबों
half,
से
it was a
मीटअप
lot
करते
down to
हैं
him
हम
individually. And there you go, once again, Marco
ये देख
down. There is still another player that they have to deal with. The slow thrown in, but not connected. Refracting back out
Yeah,
of the
but-
site, but it leaves the teammate alone.
आ गया, आ
Bane
गया।
has fallen.
भाग
Paditech's won a battle with the Ghost.
नाइस
that he has through the smoke, if I'm not mistaken, as well. Pure spammage in play. Flashback and Fring left with nothing to do. And, well, I guess I missed
अंबानी
यार
के
इन जो
पास
It's a
तो
good time to
ऐसी
apply the
भाई
learnings in the next
अरे
round.
Play
Well
low
done.
hand.
Why not start here? Well done, Lohan.
मैं
and
मुंबई
Yatsin.
से बिल्कुल
That is
नहीं
great work.
हूँ नाला सुपारा से हूँ वाह
It does also mean that I
अभी
never want to
एनवी
see
भाई आप
Camo
भी
भाई, आप
मिलो
भी
like
मिलो।
gonna get,
अरे ढूंढ
'cause
लेंगे तुमको भी
getting the
एनवी
opener
मिसी की
रेड
कंप्लेंट में डाल देता
again,
है
like the usage of that
रेड डाल
slow
दो सीधा मैं तो बोलती
hasn't
हूँ
really worked out.
मैं दूर रहता हूँ भाई
Because of that.
पंजाब अच्छा ऐसा क्या पंजाब में किधर
It
से
did
हुआ
leave a little bit to be desired for Hyunmin. Like if
NV
you throw
भाई
that
के
and
आगे
they're
कोई बोल
stunned,
सकता
great, maybe you take that 1v2,
Yeah,
but
sure.
you jumping into the site,
भाई
मैं
and
साहब
that risk didn't pay off.
I mean,
मैं मिलता हूँ ना
the risk itself
सबके
is
मन में
also just
मिलता
to
हूँ
confirm, like, you've lost Mako, you don't have eyes on
भाई
sight, you
सीधा
don't have
रेड
both of those
पड़ेगी
rotations
तुम
of
वो
B and find
क्या
out it's a
बोलते हैं
fake.
NCB
So you
बोलते हैं
dive
ना
in there
वो
to
जो
try to
रेड
claim that
करते हैं
information. Same as on the
NB
attack
के
side,
पीछे
and then he
जाके
just refracts back
बोल
out. The fact that he gets shot through the smoke like that is quite unlucky. as we get a MasterCard Thrifty from Team Liquid. That could bring them right back into the game. One round behind, and a great correction. The other thing I'll touch on is the fact that, obviously, Camo, sometimes he does have to take that lighter weapon, right? Because in this round, you ain't got anything but the Guardian. Sure, give it to him. But a lot of the time, you're going to be running this
नाम change करना पड़ेगा लगा
and if you're diving in with a rifle and there's a stinger, you know, 30 meters behind you supporting you, it's not going to do very well. We don't have that right click behind anymore. So it's just one of those things you can't be
twice in one game. Twice.
देखो हमारा दोस्त कुछ ऐसे दिखते हैं
वो भी ढूंढ लेंगे सीधा जाके पूछेंगे आपके इधर कोई ऐसा लड़का रहता है क्या जो मतलब ऐसे आसमान वगैरह मतलब कुछ रिवील वगैरह नहीं करता है शाम को दुकानों में जाता है पंजाब गुरदासपुर ऐसा क्या एनवी मुंबई में कहाँ रहता है अंधेरी में एनवी भाई तो घर के बाहर भी हाँ यार आप घर भी ढूंढ लोगे इसके तो गार्ड लोग बोलेंगे साहब जी से मिलने के लिए अपॉइंटमेंट लेना पड़ता है ऐसे नहीं घुसने दे सकते बंगलों में साहब जी ने मना किया हुआ है ऐसे जवाब मिलेंगे आप लोगों को साहब जी ने मना किया हुआ है ये टाइम पे कोई नहीं आता जी भाई इधर DRX वाले जीत रहे आधा वो क्या बोलते टीम लिक्विड जिल रहे रिवाइव भी कर दिया भाई रोबोट को अरे ये तो साउथ बॉम्बे सेंटा क्रूज से वो भी काशवी ने जो रील पे बोला था सबसे अमीर जगह
अरे
अभी मैं बता रही हूँ पहले खोल लो अभी के अभी चेक करो गिफ्ट वगैरह कहाँ पे आता है मुझे भी बताना मेरे घर पे आके बैठा मेहमान नवाजी कैसे करी आपने निकी ने हाईजैक
I mean, he was very close to getting it on the initial wallbang as well. Just a great read from Mako when re-entering into that site. How Trex found so much value. I mean, this round seemed won at this point.
It's the bait on Paddy.
So beautiful.
He brings him back. And
I thought he was the one that ran through.
चाकू भी दिखा रहे हैं हॉस्पिटलिटी अच्छी रखो नहीं तो तुम हॉस्पिटल में निक्की भाई ओपी दुनिया के कोई भी कोने से ढूंढ लेंगे
निक्की भाई के आगे कोई बोल सकता है क्या होता
भाई ये एनवी भी पकड़ा जाएगा एक दिन
मैं तो नहीं पकड़ जाऊंगा
निकी भाई मेरी सोल में
early spam, but there's still a cam behind them. All the information will be revealed.
इसका थोड़ा सा क्या बोलते हैं सोल अलग कर देना बॉडी से मेरे आगे पीछे सब बोलते हैं अरे अरे पीछे बोलने वालों को मारो गोली उनको बोलो भाग इधर से ऐसी आगे बोलने वालों को साथ रखो यार वो तो मुंह पे बुराई भी कर देंगे तो भी चलेगा वो अच्छाई के लिए बुराई बोल रहे हैं आपका किसदार या कुत्ता नहीं मिल रही है अरे अरे फिर से दो लोग मिल गए
जोड़ी सो गुड और निक्की भाई साथ में
3v3 हो रहा है इधर 2 वर्सेस 3 हो गया इधर की इधर
अरे क्यों घुसना था नेट्स बताओ फाइट कर लिया
I think he's starting to consider whether or not using that Hunter's Fury is worth it, but Kiko going down, it's not anymore. He needs to win a fight or two. He had a chance to be the hero in a round prior, but lost the clutch to Marco now. He sat versus 3, but the only thing really on his side is the fact Convergence path uses more mana into it, and now he's in trouble. Shock Dart could go in, but there's not really anything else he can do other than try and spam a bullet or two.
DRX फिर से जीतने लग रहा है guys.
And they will find now
हमारी
up to 11. I also want to query.
Donald
stuck from the
अच्छा
shadow
Donald
of
Duck.
Riko.
Donald
Where he gets
Duck.
those 2 kills.
Okay.
I feel like it wasn't
के साथ भाग
noticed.
गई वाह
Yeah, it was.
Crazy round.
ये आपने अच्छा रेफरेंस दिया जैसा आपने बोला आपने जो देखा आज अच्छा रेफरेंस दिया क्रेजी राउंड बाय DRX वही ना यार
Caught in no man's land, isolated by that ult that went through from
आपको मेहमान नवाजी में क्या मिला मिट्टी
got them all
हम
the
भी फिर आने का
information.
सोचते
A big contributor to the round, as he has been to this game for DRX. 11-8 now. A 3-round gap in the battle for the best on Abyss seems to be
मेरे साथ ऐसा हुआ था क्लास 6 में हमें साइंस एग्जीबिशन का प्रोजेक्ट मिला था, ठीक है। तो मेरी जो बेस्ट फ्रेंड है वो पहली बार उस टाइम मिली थी, वो भी शांत सी थी, मैं भी शांत थी, मतलब कुछ ही लोगों से बात करते, तो वो उसको मैंने अपनी टीम में ले लिया जबरदस्ती, बोला कि तू मेरे टीम में है। तो वो बिहारी है, ठीक है। मैंने उसको बोला समर ब्रेक में चुपचाप प्रोजेक्ट बनाने के लिए मेरे घर पे आ जाना, ये एड्रेस। वो आई पूरा फैमिली को लेके बैग पैक करके। मैं थोड़ा सा अंदर रूम में बैठी हुई थी, मम्मी ने देखा, मम्मी को लगा ये सेल्स वाले दोबारा आ गए। उस टाइम पे आते थे ना ये, वो बेचने भगा रहे थे। मैंने मम्मी को बुला रहे, मम्मी नहीं मेरी दोस्त है ये सेल्स वाले नहीं है। आज तक वो ताने देते तेरे घर पे गए थे, हमें सेल्स वाले सोच लिया था। मैंने ये भी बोला थोड़े से बिहारी है बस बोले। पूरा बैग वगैरह उस टाइम पे थोड़ा सा वो आर्मी का बैग होता था ना, थोड़ा सा वो डिजाइन ब्लैक वाला नहीं, थोड़ा सा यू नो वैसा टाइप का बैग वगैरह लेके आ गए थे। तो कम से कम रिश्तेदार में से 4 लोग लेके आए थे, मम्मी पापा को लेके आए थे, 2 भाई को लेके आए थे।
वो 2012 की बात में बताता हूँ, वो इंडिया पाकिस्तान का मैच था ना जब सचिन का टाइम हुआ करता था। तो क्या होता था पता है, मेरे दोस्त थे, तो उधर मैंने बोला कि मतलब मैं मैच देख रहा हूँ डैडी के साथ, ठीक है। तो फिर क्या होता था कि उस टाइम पे मैंने बोला मैंने दोस्त को पहले बोल के मैच स्टार्ट हो गया, मैं देखने जा रहा हूँ, तुम लोग देखो, ठीक है। तो फिर वो लोग भी चले गए, बोलो मेरे घर पे ही आ गए देखने, कि देख रहे हैं ना तो मैच। हाँ देख रहा हूँ आगे खुद बिल्कुल। हम लोग डैडी और मेरे वॉच पार्टी का प्लान को खराब कर दिया, हम लोग वॉच पार्टी मस्त कर रहे हैं। फिर उसको देखते देखते देखा कि 2 दोस्त जा रहे हैं, और फिर उसके पीछे उसके दोस्त भी आ गए घर में। फिर पूरी पता है मम्मी बोल रही कि इतना तुम 2 लोग थे इधर, ये 10 लोगों का ग्रुप कैसे बन गया इधर। पूरा सोफा पे कब्जा हो गया।
भाई मैच पॉइंट पे है इधर DRX, ये मैप पिक भी DRX का ही था।
I remember you said it was the first impact kill, and well, depending on how this goes, it may well be his last.
Is only
of any, yeah, exactly, of any kind. 4 rounds in a row needed for Liquid, and on this attack side,
4 round back to back चाहिए OT करने के लिए, वरना GG खत्म लग रहा है। 3v4 है।
They are holding strong across the map. It doesn't matter which battleground they have to fight. Full control for the defensive side with 40 seconds left. The final threads fraying from the loom on Abyss.
Again, they look like they're running into a brick wall.
उन्होंने क्या था वो रुको।
This time, that one player fighting alone has actually managed to even up the score. Kiko's done well, but there are still 2 players waiting on the other side. Kiko has
30 सेकंड है, बहुत मुश्किल है।
हाँ वही एंट्री भी लेना है।
हो गया वो।
Well aware of it though. And the other 2 players still trapped in main. They want to try and swing this together, and they will. But Marco's still here. 12 seconds left. They know where the remaining players are. It's going to be difficult. Kiko.
मार लो।
भाई जीत गए DRX पहला मैच, क्या बात है। WR उनका मैच मैप से कोई लोग जीत गए हैं। W very nice. ऑलमोस्ट क्या बोलते हैं, टीम लिक्विड ने कवर अप कर ही दिया था। नाइस, उनका मैच वो लोग।
कोई बात नहीं।
ओह क्लोव, ये क्या, क्लोव को देखते स्टोरी सो गुड ने स्क्रीन पॉज कर दी मेरी हैं।
देखो क्लोव से नंबर मांग कर आता है तो
कॉस्प्ले भी आए हैं, लेट्स गो। हाँ
Now that I'm a mom, things are different.
फाइनल्स में तो और आएंगे और ज्यादा आएंगे।
We get what we want and we save money. Love that.
हमारे इंडिया में ना आए थे जब वो हार्बर का लॉन्च इवेंट था, रेज वगैरह सब बन के आए थे। रेज, हार्बर, ब्रीम,
वो वाले उसमें भी
क्या हो गया गाइस, कम ऑन लाइक करो।
ये मिक्की तुम उसमें गए थे क्या बोलते हैं, वो जो कौन सा फिनिक्स मॉल पे जो इवेंट हुआ था वो वैलोरेंट का, उसमें गए थे क्या?
हाँ आप लोगों ने कभी ऐसे इवेंट वगैरह अटेंड करे हैं?
नहीं किया।
स्पोर्ट्स इवेंट
नहीं
मैं तो
हुआ था
एक
यार।
बार क्या बोलते इधर थग आए हुए थे ये वो ऐसे 12 था उनसे मैं मिलने जाने वाली थी बट मैंने कैंसिल कर दिया क्योंकि वो किसी स्टोर पे रखे थे मीटअप और स्टोर में ऑब्वियसली वो स्टोर का प्रमोशन ये वो करने आए होंगे। कॉमिकॉन गया था मैं, क्या बात है, इस बार कॉमिकॉन हमारे इधर भी आ रहा है। लेट्स गो, नवंबर में पहली बार आ रहा है हमारे इधर। बस वो कॉस्प्ले वगैरह का ही शो होता रहता है छोटा मोटा। इस बार कॉमिकॉन आ रहा है पहली बार गुवाहाटी में और अभी से उसका टिकट बुकिंग चालू हो चुका है। फिर मैंने तो बचपन में कार्टून नेटवर्क के इवेंट में फर्स्ट प्राइज लेने गया था। कौन से इसमें लेमन स्पून रेस उधर खेला भी था। क्या बात है यार, सारे कार्टून की मर्च मिली थी, मजा आया था। क्या बात है।
नहीं
ये वाला मैप तो टीम लिक्विड को जीतना ही पड़ेगा वरना तन्नारी नारे और मेरे टिकेम्स का तन्नारी नारे तारी नारे 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 हंस दे चेहरे का मतलब ये नहीं होता कि वो खुश है। ऐसा हो जाएगा मेरे साथ, समझ रहे हो। मुझे तो सबसे ज़्यादा कार्टून्स में यही पसंद थे जो कार्टून मतलब रेयरली आते थे ना। डोरेमोन शिनचैन तो सबको पसंद है बट कल भी मैं बोली थी ये सब परमैन वगैरह
हागेमारू
निंजा हथौड़ी हागेमारू ये सब बहुत पसंद है मुझे। उसमें क्विज था कार्टून्स की और उस वक्त ये ट्रेजर होते थे, ये सब बहुत मस्त। ऐसा क्या, वेरी गुड यार। मैं भी गया था कॉमिकॉन, गेमिंग लैपटॉप जीता था फीफा टूर्नामेंट खेल के। क्या बात है, ओ माय गॉड यार। आगे मारो फेव है मेरा, मुझे भी बहुत अच्छा लगता है बट ये रेयरली आते थे। गुजराती बोलते थे बीच में। हाँ ए मामूरी तो प्यारा कार्टून था वो। परमैन निंजा हथौड़ी ये सब भी पसंद था मुझे बहुत। फीफा भी प्रो है अपून, क्या बात है। ओ भाई नीरज भाई, हाँ वही ना यार। गाइस सब लोग लाइक करो, क्यों नहीं लाइक कर रहे हो हैं। पहाड़ों के ऊपर जंगल के पास देखो कौन अपने शहर आया। निंजा हथौड़ी अपने घर आया यार। हथौड़ी हथौड़ी हंसा और हंसाता है ये
조합을 선택하신 이유도
네,
궁금하고
닌자.
이번 챔스 로스터에 대한 이야기를 많이
사운드 이펙트
궁금해하시더라고요.
되게
그
필요가
이야기도
있대요.
조금 더 해주실 수 있는지
띵띵띵.
첫 타격 때 DRX 더 많이 기대해도 될까요?
이번 챔스를 준비하면서
बेला ये कौन है बेला।
말씀을 드렸었고
अरे वो उसका नाम है वो लड़की का।
선수가 굉장히
कौन से लड़की
잘
का।
쏘고
अभी दिखाया था वो राइट, शायद ये राइट
अरे
वाइट वाली।
की भाई रुको स्क्रीन हाइड करती हूँ मैं पहले। स्ट्रीम अब बफर नहीं होगा, स्क्रीन ही नहीं दिखेंगे, पूरा मैच में बताऊंगी क्या हो रहा
원래
है।
에스트라 선수가 같이 파리에 오기로 했었는데
शर्म है कुछ।
건강상의 문제로
नेक्स्ट कॉमिकॉन जाऊंगा भी यार नवंबर में, जो इधर जो पहली बार आने वाला है मुझे भी जाना है बट पैसे नहीं होंगे।
I mean, we have hinted that we were going to use the double duelist comp before, and you know, Hyunbin and Flashback are doing great on
फ्यूचर
it,
वाइफ,
and they're very aggressive
सिस्टर
and
का
fierce with it,
स्पेलिंग
so I
थोड़ा
think we
अलग
made the
होता है।
right call.
एस
And originally, Bane
हाँ
was
जो
our main
वाइट में ट्रांसलेटर है ना वो
Estrella as
DRX
well.
वाली
He was supposed
वो
to join us, but due to health
उसका नाम
reasons,
बेला।
he wasn't able to make it, and I hope that the
मतलब
fans
ये
don't,
भी
you
नजर
know,
मार रहा था, देख
get
रहे
the
हो इधर
wrong
मैं ध्यान नहीं दे रही हूँ।
understanding.
ये
Thank you so
देखो
much for that
पकड़े
answer.
गए
कौन?
अनवी और यशप्री सुगु।
है
तब
तुमने
से
तो
देख
पूछा।
रहे हैं तो तुम्हें कैसे
Shout out
याद
to
है।
Coach Tammy for the insight there.
तो?
From one coach to
ये
another.
देखो
तुमने
मैं
तो
पकड़े गए
By
बता
Coach
रही।
Faded from Team Vitality. Welcome.
फ्यूचर
Future
में
में
सिंगल
to have you.
सिंगल
Definitely
इज
quite an experience in this arena,
लड़कियों में नजर ना
What did
मारे
you make of the
ऐसे
games
हो
today? Have you
सकता
had
है
time to
क्या।
watch?
I mean, I didn't get really to watch the first game, but or the first matchup. But even this Abyss in itself, I think it was a
मेरी
really
नजर
good
तो सब
game.
पे।
I think the game plans, you could kind of see what
Hey
was going on.
dude, you got permission to do watch party stream? No यार आपको like इतना ऐसा permission नहीं चाहिए, बस कुछ copyright मतलब warning मतलब कुछ जो गाने बजते बीच बीच में वो आता है तो उससे कुछ harm नहीं पहुंचता है आपको, आप watch party कर सकते हो, बस आप मतलब क्या बोलते हैं game changers, game challengers, changers जो भी है वो सबका नहीं कर सकते हो, tier 2 and tier 3 probably उसका परमिशन चाहिए होता है, फॉर्म वगैरह होता है उसका कुछ।
in just a moment, but for now, let's take a look at the Verizon high-speed moment, and of course,
कॉमिकॉन जाके टूर्नामेंट खेलो, कुछ ना कुछ प्राइज मिलेगा, ऐसा क्या यार? वो खेलने के लिए भी पैसा देना पड़ता है क्या? गॉट इट। हाँ, इसका वॉच पार्टी कर सकते हो, बस जो बीच में गाने ट्यून जैसे म्यूजिक बजता है ना उसके लिए थोड़ा सा मतलब नहीं देना पड़ेगा, फ्री है। और क्या बोलते हैं, कुछ अगर मतलब गेम वगैरह खेलने दिया तो डिवाइस उन्हीं का होगा ना, या फिर पीसी वगैरह तो उन्हीं का होगा, हम थोड़ी लेके जाएंगे, कुछ मोबाइल में खेलने दिया तो। चलो मैं फेज़मो खेल रहा, अभी बाद में आता हूँ, बाय बाय, स्टोरी सो गुड।
Not as strong as I thought it was going to be, but it was still
हाँ, डिवाइस सब उनका है, क्या बात है, मैं अगर गई तो ट्राई करूंगी 100%।
all of the aggro looks through B main, through mid and whatnot, but I think the combination of those early rounds going very well for DRX, and then of course on the defense,
ब्लॉक करना जरूर,
we're not used to seeing that.
जाने का मौका तो मिलना चाहिए क्योंकि इधर पहली बार आ रहे तो टिकट के प्राइस बहुत कर देंगे और हमारे इधर प्राइजेस बढ़ाने में और ज्यादा एक्सपर्ट, 500 का 700 कर देंगे, ऐसे करेंगे ये लोग। पहली बार आ रहा है इस बार, एडवर्टाइज वगैरह सब चालू हो गए और आई थिंक सबसे बड़े फील्ड में ही करते हैं। पैसे कलेक्ट करो और जाओ, मजा आएगा, ऐसा क्या? देखूंगी मैं आज, चेकआउट करूंगी, आउट अगर हो गए तो कितना लगेगा।
That was a flashback in a completely different role. He was playing the Cypher for the team. Now he comes in second duelist here on the Yoru and was absolutely dominating round after round.
He was, and Liquid had problems dealing with him, but let's see if Lohan has the fix and hear what he had to say ahead of map 2.
Nika here once again, and we've got Lohan of Team Liquid.
Oh, I like this.
Now I'm very curious because we knew we were going to get this Abyss showdown. When it was you two teams, we knew we were going to get this showdown. And I'm very curious how you were able to prep on this map, especially against DRX. You guys are the top teams
देगा पैसा, अरे ऐसा नहीं है, मैं जमा करूंगी तो हो जाएगा, बट मेरा उधारी वगैरह है वो सब भी देना है तो मुश्किल लगता है मेरे को, लेकिन अपने फ्रेंड्स के साथ जाना, नहीं तो अकेले बोर हो जाओगे। फ्रेंड्स ही तो नहीं है एनिमे वाले, एनिमे वाले फ्रेंड्स ही तो नहीं है मेरे।
थोड़ा बच के जाना, कोई पकड़ ना ले वीडियो बनाने।
हाँ भाई, मैं निकलती हूँ, 2-3 लोग रील बनाने के लिए पकड़ लेते भाई। एक क्या ही क्रिंज कंटेंट शूट किया था, पता नहीं अभी तक अपलोड हो चुका होगा, दिखी तो मैं बिल्कुल नहीं हूँ, रास्ते में पकड़ लेते हैं। मैं एक वीडियो शूट करना है, असामीज में बोलते हैं बाइडो ऐसा वीडियो बना बोला रील शूट को ऐसे करके पकड़ लेते भाई। 3 BHK में रहता है भाई, हैं मैं इधर एक कमरे में बंद हूँ, बचाओ मेरे
clears. They have a lot of different good protocols, TP usages, these kind of things that make the map a lot more difficult for the attackers to actually play around. You know, we definitely scrimmed them a lot, and we played against them, and we've seen it too as well. They're very, very solid and confident on that map. So.
And they've always said that Trex calls on the defense on Bind.
Chalo, map 2
having worked with him, what's it like to have him on a defense side and be
Bind you have it.
Bind में तो TL अच्छा खेलता है, we all
know. The way that Liquid's put trust in him, it's a very smart decision. And you know, I think Trex is kind of that difference maker that can make the opponent team question themselves in their protocols and what they're going to do. So I definitely stand by that one.
अरे हाँ, तुमने स्क्विड गेम खत्म कर ली 2 वाली।
That is crazy.
Wow, okay.
On the waylay here as well, I mean, you'll see a lot of the rays in that slot and comps that look exactly like this. I still lean towards rays. I think the stronger pick on the map, but you can't deny that Young was very effective on the waylay.
मैं जल्दी सो जाती हूँ और मैं 9-10 बजे
this comp like on Bind? behind, Faded. You like this?
I do actually like it a lot. We were testing the Waylay out a lot.
Almost
like
like
the
क्या
past
बोलते
splits,
हैं,
and I
double
think there's a
duelist
lot of
फिर
effective
से
use
है
cases.
DRX
I
का
remember when Liquid was
Dream.
actually using it on Icebox, for example.
इनका
They
double
were trying to use
इन्हीं
Waylay
है
as a
Kai
space
and
gainer
Gecko.
so that you can kind of set up for deeper executes. And if that's DRX's
इनका
game plan
फेट
on
भी
an
नहीं
attack,
खेल
I
रहे
think they're going
कंट्रोलर
to be
में
very
वाइपर है
effective in being
ओके
able to take the sites
इन
and
पे
being able to
वाइपर अभी
kind of
नेट
counter
प्लेयर
out
है
that trap style way
इनका
that Liquid is
सिंगल
looking to play.
डुएलिस्ट है रेस जो
But I
कि
do
बेस्ट
think
माना
that it
जाता है
comes down to
डुएलिस्ट
how
वाइन में
effective that flashback can take space afterwards and be able to, you know, get those frags, entry frags,
Dream
to
तो
kind of clear
चाहिए
even more
चाहिए
waves.
अरे हाँ इससे याद है आज एक ड्रीम मिला था जो कंटिन्यूस मोड एक साइड में कंटिन्यूस मोड पूरा स्मोक
especially fighting the backside A, I think is going to be something I'm going to be looking at here in the first half for DRX. But if Team Liquid are going to go to a map 3, I have to focus on Nats. This is a map he's usually so proficient on. Game 1.
This is his map.
This is his map,
Yes.
and Game 1 was not by any stretch of the imagination. I need to see my go back on the stage here if we're going to a third.
Yeah, my worry is they couldn't, they couldn't foresee the Waylay Yoru. Maybe they can now on Bind. Unfortunately, Durka is not casting, but I believe we have Mitchman and Sassy.
Almost there, Yinsu, almost. We'll get him on one day. For now, though, Tom, this is the same as the previous map. Two very different ideas in terms of what comps are being brought to bear. But what we saw in map number 1, it seemed like DRX had cracked the code to Abyss, certainly to playing against Team Liquid. And now, do you think it's going to be the same on this map?
I think that Liquid are going to be a lot more comfortable. I think you could tell that they really didn't have their protocols in place when it came to Abyss. Yeah. At the same time, DRX had clearly done prep into even their old composition where certain trips are being placed. They will have done a lot of prep. They have, at least in the last few months, 5 matches of bind to watch of Team Liquid. So definite opportunities. This is the man I'm looking at, though. Because I don't think I've ever seen Nats have 2 maps that bad, ever. And this is his map.
This is the one. The recovery for Team Liquid. Youngmin
अरे
back
बाप
to his
रे
old
DRX
tricks.
वाले इधर
Flashback
भी
there
शुरू हो
alongside him, and Youngmin with his 3rd kill of the round. His 2nd. DRX in a 5 versus 2.
पिछले राउंड से किसी को
This
जज
has
नहीं
gone
करते
downhill very quickly. There's your stats powered by AWS. 24.6% of the time, Team Liquid are getting the spike defuse, and in a 2v5, I imagine that stat's even worse.
This is going to be tough to try and break back into. It's mostly going to come down to mistakes, and I want to give credit in the last half as well to DRX. They weren't really making silly errors. They were looking like a well-oiled machine. And well, it is a flawless pistol round to kick things off. I believe that's 3 for 3 as well in terms of the pistols so far this game.
One of the things to look at as well on this B and A site when we get back in game, I challenge you, look at the map and think about the differences between this and Abyss. On Abyss, it's a lot of open space. It's a lot of long laneways approaching a site. When you dive in, getting back out is so valuable. Here, Hyunmin has the ability to actually dive into corners, into crevices, and fight his way back out alongside his teammates. That's what we see here in the pistol, and I think that's what we're going to see in some of the future rounds as well, especially if it's combined with some flashes from the Yoru of Flashback. This is a very difficult composition to play against. Team Liquid certainly have their work cut out for them.
They're kind of unlucky that they are the team that's almost the guinea pig. They don't get to go into the next game and study what their opponents are doing. They've got to adapt on the fly. And what a very aggressive start to this round. Camo's the only one that's really invested anything into it. A cheeky Bucky. A very, very passive hold from the side of DRX. You can kind of understand why, but this time it's a little bit different to the last buy we saw in their bonus. They were going heavy on those SMGs, and sure, they've got one, but a couple of pistols mean that they can afford casualties, but also in the next round, they'll be able to afford some extra rifles as well.
That's exactly it. Last time it was all about securing that second.
They're so ready for it.
A map with so much range. Now they can
तो
afford
वो लोग भी
to
वही
have those
tactics लगा रहे
weaknesses,
हैं
if you want to even call them that. Certainly not in this fight.
Camo
There's the
ने
Bucky,
निकाला
finding one difficult to use when you're having to reclaim space, but they'll at least get off to a good start. Problem is, I don't think there's much to be upgraded there.
Spike planted.
Kiko might be able to grab something. Bane is not aware of him by the looks of things and comes to clear it and loses his life. Camo with another. This is now getting very dangerous. What's left is still Hyunmin. He has been huge, and Mako really heated up towards the end of the last map. It's Hyunmin to find one, to fall back now, create the space, force uncomfortable fights. It's a classic and a bookie. All you gotta do is make sure you're far away, but Nats taking down Mako, puts the pressure on Hyunmin. Defuse underway, Bucky guarding Shaw.
Oh, भाई 1-1.
An immediate response from
भाई क्या निकाला है यार बक्की. सिर्फ एक बक्की ही था. Nice one यार. Nice one team Liquid. उन्हीं का मैप है. नेट्स का मैप है ये तो. अरे नेट्स का ये.
The thing is, okay, the Bucky is back. It's more so where the Bucky was. Like, it was playing in showers, and they planted in towards that A short position. Like, the fact that he's able to go into the smoke killer map and then push all the way back in. Like, these are fights that you should never, ever, ever win with a Bucky or a Classic. It makes no sense. And, well, I guess I'm eating my words from the prior round about overextensions, because I definitely felt like there were some silly mistakes. Early attempt at a response. Note that they didn't buy back in with those rifles. They've gone with some SMGs instead, keeping their economy good, hopefully for the next round. But just look at what's on the other side. It is full rifles for Liquid. Huge boost to economy.
Oh yeah, I mean, losing the pistol, winning second is about as good as it can go, especially when you didn't even invest into the second. It wasn't a force fight. Up close, Hyunmin, flashback.
You gotta win third.
This is getting scary. Yeah, it's all about building that economy early for Liquid and how strong they look, but hell, if you lose this round, we're right back to square one. Nice nade alongside a snake bite and a poison orb. It's a freebie on range. Trex is dominating.
Nice round.
But a 2-1 lead nonetheless. It's better than they got on map 1.
I could already tell this game's gonna be hectic. Already at the few rounds into bind, and it's looking exciting. This is the sort of power of that double dive into the site. It just creates so many awkward spots for players to try and fight within. But Trex, again, he definitely had his moments. But the fact is, his multi-frag was excellent in this round. And now, well, this is where DRX finally have rifles of their own.
They're not afraid to let Liquid know. An immediate headshot from Flashback. Puts us into a 5v4. That was the orb claimed by Camo. He's got himself a showstopper for the next round. And this would be the exact round you wanted in. Good housekeeping early on from the attack side. The push in towards Hookah could be a little dangerous. Point of contact is going to be Trex, but he is baiting for Kiko in the corner. The problem is he goes down, so now they don't have to clear that right side, and Prowler comes in. That's Kiko shut down. DRX are walking their way into this side. Patatek, the only one standing in their way now, and a flash. Sure,
nice
blind him.
नेट्स अकेला बचा हुआ है 1v3. आप भी टीएल को सपोर्ट कर रहे हो ना? हाँ यार, बट कुछ भी हो सकता है इधर.
Coming off the back of pretty rough start in the previous.
This is where DRX have been tough to beat.
Falling
back, holding together.
2-2 score.
Through that smoke was never going to happen.
Nice round by DRX.
Response from DRX, and after a costly round, it's going to put Liquid on the back burner here.
What a crazy start to this game. Trex gets so unlucky. I think if he can actually fall back inside Hookah, there's a good chance. Combining with Patatek down on site, they've got the flashes for the re-clears after the initial fight, or the support on a re-swing. But him going down, it just makes it impossible. The extra Prowler, instead of going right, goes left, catches Kiko. And the pieces of the puzzle start to come together for DRX. Now, Showstopper we mentioned for Camo, but again, then look
almost eco round.
It being online so early.
They've got a Bucky, what do you mean?
Oh, good point, actually. I didn't think of that.
Yeah, guys, Bucky का लैप फिर से चल
That's
सकता
going to have
है.
to be retrieved. But on the other side as well, if anything goes wrong, DRX have got 2 big ultimates to get them right back into the game.
I'd be surprised if they need them.
They shouldn't.
But it really does feel like, especially going back to the last map and this one, it feels like they've maybe just spent the entirety of that extra break they had just aim training. Like, everybody is looking so crisp on the DRX side. Flashback on that duelist has been impressive. Hyunmin still firing, and
Bucky तो मैं चलाता था ऐसा क्या?
Weakness already going to spot the player on
बाकी
site.
का लेफ्ट क्लिक और
Kiko
राइट
has
क्लिक
been
में
able to at
डिफरेंस
least
क्या है यार
retrieve
मुझे सच में नहीं पता
that singular rifle, but
लाइक
just
लॉन्ग
waiting
रेंज
for
के
him
लिए
to
कौन
make
सा
that move.
क्लिक है और क्लोज के लिए कौन सा
Again,
है
we
ये
see
मेरे
that
को
other
नहीं
layer.
पता
We've seen
सच्ची में
Gunmin dive in, take space. This time dives in, takes info, falls back, and it's his teammates to execute on the back of that information. Kiko's being very patient.
2v5
Not swinging out, and it's a
close
good thing
range
too.
7
Wraps
meter
back around to
अच्छा
meet up with Trex, finds flashback. It's a
मैं
good start,
जज
but
बक्की ऑर्डिनरीज ये सब
that
नहीं
bookie
चलाती हुई
on Trex, he needs something else, and in fact, up close, he
ओनली
might have a chance
फैंटम वेंडल
of punishing
बुलडॉग
Hyunmin.
गार्डियन
They've heard the Bucky fire. Hyunmin's down to 30. The Trex is all
उसके
alone.
बाहर राइट
This
क्लिक
round
ऐसा क्या ओके
already done.
मतलब लॉन्ग
Guess
रेंज
the
के
question
लिए
was, could
राइट
he get any more? And the answers are resounding no. 3-2. DRX right back in the lead.
Yeah, and they keep both of those ults, more importantly. It's only a singular player loss. It's just
Come on,
a
Team
straight
Liquid, come
spam
on.
through. Angles known
Come on,
and then
Mato.
patience. Similarly to the last map on this defensive side, we've seen
Perfect
those attempts at aggression.
ये देखो कूदते हुए ही
But it
मार
seems
दिया
like this
उसको
squad
भाई
led
क्या
by
बात
Marco
है
have been very comfortable in just sitting back, taking those individual fights. This is where we wait to see if there's a response. Now, something that Liquid love to do is this deep smoke, deep flash, pressure down. And that's what they look to do again.
DRX are ready
पूरा
for it, but
पुश
the
कर
showstopper
रहे
pauses.
भाई
The flash is perfect from Trex.
What the hell टीम लिक्विड पुश करके मारते हैं भाई
And we saw this on the previous
पहले
map
वाला
as well.
strategy
Sometimes
उन
they
लोग
just
को
want to take
बोलते
the
तुम
fight
उधर
to
रुको
you.
हम ही आते
Defensive side,
हम ही
but
आते हैं अभी हम ही
नॉइस
they're
भाई
playing the
नॉइस
attack.
I'll be honest,
ऐसे
if
हम
you've
लोग
ever
5
watched
लोग
Liquid
निकल
play
जाए तो
this map,
5
you've
तो
seen that
पकड़ेंगे
strat. They absolutely adore it. The second you see that smoke
मैं भी
going
सामने
down
वाले
deep,
का
you
फटके आ
have to be
जाएगा
wary.
ऐसे
A lot of teams will even play behind that box all the way back deep towards the spawn just to have a safe spot, but they did
भाई
not
क्या
do that. You
push
can
करें
see how blind the players were on the other side. Even escaping wasn't really an option. A set play
3-3
that's
score क्या बात
successful.
है
And in fact, they're going to take early space on that side of the map again. As you can see, DRX immediately is like, no, you know what, I don't want that heat, we're going elsewhere.
And the importance as well of having the showstopper in that moment and the second flash on Trex, because the first flash, it catches one or two. There's still two players ready to fight. But as soon as showstopper pops, everyone's looking to face. They realize we can't fall back, we have to fight. And that's when the Gecko flash wins them the round. Great utility coming out of Team Liquid, but DRX now, still with rifles, still with those big ultimates, one away from Spring having the Viper's Pit, and it's going to be Orbital Strike immediately, covering off that backside of Lamps as they go in to clear it. Plant can now be secured.
माको ने
Bounce through the
अल्ट
smoke,
कर
always
दिया
going to be
है
dangerous. Trex finding that extra information and clearing out all this
भाई
space, but when
दे
they
दिया
see
दोनों
so
ब्रिम ने अल्ट
many
कर
of the
दिया
players
भाई
from Team Liquid
नाइस
flooding into the A site, ults being committed, the TP is taken, and DRX go all the way out to the B site.
बी
Easy
साइड
plan.
पूरा कब्जा
That's a
कर लिया है
great
रिटेक
adjustment,
में
thinking
खेलना
on their feet.
पड़ेगा 4v5
The ults they have as well. Convergence path can completely stun up the players. That's immediately
अरे
getting used, in
बाप
fact.
रे
That's
वेल्ले ने
three
अल्ट
players
कर
that
लिया
are
है
just stuck
3
in the spawn. The
प्लेयर्स
nade
हो
has been
गए
used
स्लो
just to try and quell any aggression,
खत्म
but
खत्म 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 भागो
DRX have no interest. Oh, we got a 5v4. We don't
नाइट
need to take the
डिसीजन
risk.
स्काई ने
नेट
अल्ट
से
कर
निकल
दिया है इधर
Garner that extra little bit of
वाइपर
space,
ने
but now the
अल्ट कर
Viper's
दिया है
hits onto the spike. This is a losing
अल्ट
battle,
राउंड
so
गाइस
it's
अल्ट
अल्ट
राउंड
अल्ट राउंड
somehow striking back. Paditech
गोभी
with an
मंचूरियन
immediate
भी
double, and a
ओ
spree
भाई
through to
वाइपर
leads
अब
one.
अकेला बचा हुआ है
Freeing. He should be able to deny the first. Needs to at least
एड
try
तुम्हारे पास
and has
था
done
फिर
ओ
so. And now
भाई
the
पूरा ये अल्ट राउंड था
Time-wise, there will be
अल्ट
Bullshit,
पे अल्ट
bullshit.
पे अल्ट पे अल्ट पे अल्ट पे अल्ट
just
पे
about enough. But a
बहुत सारे
fantastic
अल्ट
retake
यूज
from
हुए इस
Liquid. That's
राउंड
it.
पे बहुत
Convergence path,
गिर गया
Viper's pit.
4-3
आपका
Somehow they make
फेव
their way back
एजेंट
in.
कौन सा है किल जॉय यार
I
किल
thought
जॉय
that
मुझे
was
बहुत
perfect play
पसंद है
from DRX, to be honest. Hyunmin putting the ult down, it's very reminiscent of the Vysouls buying them time.
They were under a second off.
Yeah, 0.7. But that spam from Nats, and then the invasion of the pit, that's what makes the difference. Team Liquid
सेम
take the
मेरा
lead
भी ऐसा क्या
4-3
मैं तो
now.
किल जॉय कुछ ही मैच मैं
And
पे
for
खेलती हूँ
DRX, it's
बाइंड
a
आइस
costly
बॉक्स
loss. As we get back into the
SN.
game, you'll see the economy there. It's not looking pretty. They're going to have to take a light buy. And unless there's a miracle on their side, that's a 2-round lead for Liquid. What a back-and-forth game this has been. We'll see if momentum and fate will finally choose a side.
I don't think so. From everything we've seen so far in this match.
Game of tennis.
अभी
Seems like they're gonna
DRX
spend
का
the whole
इको
game on
राउंड है
juice. And only a final advantage will be found at the end. Again, the Stinger has been a real irritation for Liquid. Nade will do some damage onto Marker, but he will be able to escape. Post-plant with a Molotov, a Seize as well, a Snake Bite. Like, they've got some post-plant utility to play with here. They don't, however, have guns.
Yeah, with the pistols, you think you even want to put that Viper's Pit in. It's usually not the play. Baiting out that utility already. You can see Grim Molly goes up, and it takes so long. They've got so much time, and it doesn't matter. They're doing it with the pistols. The MasterCard Thrifty.
भी कर लिया.
They've got enough utility to buy time to make it close, but that was anything but close.
Basic.
You're saying
How,
something
guys?
about
How?
Choosing a side.
Impossible.
And building back into the game, getting some momentum.
दो मार दिए भाई एक ही sheriff shot.
I think it was immediate 1-2 punch. I think even they're
4-4.
surprised as to what's just happened. Yeah.
I was looking at the utility belt for a second. Oh, they've also got Nevermind. Everyone's dead. That's
Really?
incredible.
Wow, Liquid are going to take
Timeout
themselves
ले
forward.
लिया
You can
है इधर
understand why
Team Liquid ने.
they win a
क्या
close
Trifty
round.
निकाला है यार.
Immediately just get
वो भी
decimated
इससे
by
sheriff.
pistols. Unable to really get going. Funnily enough, I think the biggest streak they will have had is in that, the end of the first half of the first map, where they brought it back to 6-6. It wasn't even them taking a lead. It was just, that was the streak. And then every time DRX have had some form of combo breaker. As we said, it looked like the build up to that round was all about post plants. How are they going to have a sweaty setup? No, they just headshot everybody. It's as I said, I think they've just been practicing their aim for the last month. That's what it looks like.
I think you might have hit the nail on the head there, Tom. That,
give me the deathmatch routine. That's all I'm going to say.
Drop it. Drop it right now. DRX should have been 5-3 down. They really should have. And running through a smoke against any weapon, it's always dangerous, but you don't expect them to just pop off like that.
Yeah.
Every shot landing, every sheriff finding its mark, and an immediate Viper's Pit going to come through here from Team Liquid. You can already see it being set up. Prowler forces Nats back, but no one's there to take the space.
This does make me a little bit nervous. I'm looking at Nightfall.
तो बढ़िया होगा यार.
Jumpman's ability to basically get over the pit. That's why they have a player in the backlines in camo. He's going to be watching to almost try and defend off his teammate from behind, but there's a lot that can be utilized. And Trex, again, he's played this somewhat off-angle before, but they have been ready and waiting. And I like the fact this time he's falling back. We've seen him challenge this before, and it has not really worked out.
Going back to the A side, you know, it's still an option, but you really got to be going through bathroom if that's the play. And DRX are leaving that door open by moving towards B long.
Let's see.
They meet too much resistance, but 45 seconds left. Dash comes in, Refract online, first player spotted, stunned as well. Now they can try to close in that distance. That's exactly what they're doing. Trex under so much pressure. Patek tried to help him out, but he ends up falling at the hands of Mako and DRX. They're pushing into this side. Riko's falling for the decoy. Everything going the way of the attacking side.
Career खत्म guys, लग रहा है career खत्म.
And Team Liquid, yeah, the snake bites landed a little bit of damage. Great.
Sikam's gaya
It's time to save these weapons. No contest. It's 5 for DRX.
thumbnail बनाना. मेरा set
ठीक है.
face वाला.
Things that can really be done at this stage, and
ये watch party के लिए ही बनाना.
Solid use of, I believe it was the saturate, right? That bounced off the back and just left Trex in an awkward position. You can understand Patek's response. Okay, I want to swing, I want to try and help my teammate out, but it just didn't go to plan.
इतना बढ़िया predict
it
किया
just seemed
था.
like the second they have even the slightest of opening, this composition just allows DRX to just steamroll into the site.
Just there when we were on POV of Nats, actually, I was watching the entire time that they've been saving. He has been rattling off words. I don't know what's being said, but big changes for Team Liquid. A lot of holes in the ship right now. A lot of wooden planks needed. Because the thing is, you say about DRX, they're hitting their shots, they won the round with the pistols, but here, Team Liquid aren't. Right? Trex is obviously, I can forgive his position, he's trapped in a tiny corner. The stun just about fading, but Patty caught in this transitional period between taking the fight and falling back. It's an easy pick, and we can't see it be fed to DRX like this. 2 rounds in a row, and a chance for an 8-4 half. With how these rounds are going, with where the economy's at for Liquid, it should at least be a lead for DRX in the end, with ults online for the next. Mainly looking at Mako, he should have that orbital strike, and no one's close on Team Liquid. Oh, I thought that's an info dive. He's full committed. Still
he's
go back.
sticking it for now. He is going to try and go back, and there isn't really anybody that can punish from this angle. It's a solid start, though. Nats now goes down. But bear in mind, there were some severe weaknesses, and now Camo's coming in from behind. He could just end this round. It's really whiffy. Luckily, he's got Kiko to back him up, and Trex has managed to find one with a ghost.
Chalo, round to aa gaya, fight. Let's
but
go.
it very nearly did.
So yeah, DRX hitting all their shots. Sometimes
Let's
for
go,
Liquid,
guys.
that's
Fight.
not the case.
Very
Might be
close.
the most
बहुत
egregious
close हो गया
example
ये.
that we've ever seen, and good luck to Camo in living that one down. But 5-5 nonetheless. The rest of the team was able to pick up his mess, I'll say. And we may still see a neck-and-neck half. The game of Deuce continues. But what a chaotic set of rounds we have. The ult popped, it was full focus from them, but the reaction from Hyun Min finding one, the 180 as a bullet whizzes past him. And
DRX वाले खेल बढ़िया रहे.
The POV we saw of Nats there just shows the chaos of the comp, though. Like, he's having to full 180 to shoot out the haunt and then turn back in time to be able to shoot flashback. And he did that. Fair play to him. Like, his reactions were impressive, but they are making what is normally his home turf an awkward place to play.
Attacking में operator.
And we'll see if he can do it in that second half. There we go. Finally,
ये
there's been a
shot
missed
अगर
shot on the
connect
other
हो
side
जाता
of
ना
things,
तो
and
Camo
Camo
down हो
gets
जाता
a little bit of
सीधा.
revenge. Poetic justice, you could say.
Oh,
However,
trade हो
there's
गया
always
इधर.
a response, and that was
4v4
incredibly clean
guys.
from freeing Nats. I don't even know if his head was fully showing.
well, it was found on the other side nonetheless. That was redemption for Camo to start, but Nats, same old thing. This time less utility involved. It's just the straight up duel that he loses. For DRX, that's a equalization in terms of numbers. It makes this A site much more vulnerable. Only now Trex is swinging out to try to clear that position on short, and I think he's seen some of them. Camo now turns to fight those players, and that's when Fring is going to be striking. Doing damage as Hyun Min finishes them off, but Kiko does well to at least find himself two.
1v2.
Leaving him onto Bane. Spike down, 15 seconds.
आगे मरा
That
गया
plant
कोई.
needs to be secured now.
Flash over the top. Second comes out from Sky. This is forced Bane into an awkward
1v1.
position, or maybe not. Trex has gone for the fight, and this time Bane again.
मुश्किल लग
He's
रहा
just
है.
gonna stick it out. Eventually gets caught by the wingman.
Nice.
W.
भाई गेको की विंगमैन ने वो जाने के बाद भी काम कर दिया.
और
वो बोला कोई बात नहीं मालिक.
How has that happened? Like,
you hit the shot on the
do we
head
have
of
a
Trex.
wingman POV? Is that an option? Because
I'm not sure.
Like, Trex was dead for ages.
Yeah, I'm not sure at all. 6-5 for Team Liquid and MVP.
ये देखो विंगमैन छोड़ के गया था वो घूम के पहुंच रहा है. यार विंगमैन ने भी खेला है भाई 5v6 था उनके लिए विंगमैन भी है.
He's trying to headshot the wingman.
भाई जाने के बाद घूम के आया वो पूरा बॉक्स से.
Is that what happens when someone tries to headshot you?
वो इतनी देर दौड़ ही रहा था कि कोई बात नहीं मालिक काम हो
A
जाएगा.
low weapon or two, and an
आ
immediate
जाओ.
Hey,
usage
wingman
of
को
that
पैसा दो
orbital strike, the
जल्दी.
pace he hit, and well, it's got right past
ये राउंड का विंगमैन
already
का.
being stunned up.
इधर रहना ही नहीं चाहिए पता है इधर स्लो
As he
कर
will
देते
find the
हैं.
double. Freeing in position, they
तीन
need to
बंदे
clear it.
निकाल
They
दिए
have.
वापस.
Gives them a chance.
Oh,
दो बंदे लो हैं.
so low. Nightfall goes through. Both
Cut.
players spotted up there. Info to play with, but Hyun Min, the man with the weight of the world on his shoulders now, his teammates have forced into a fight. The odds aren't looking to be in their favor.
Flash
The
base
time
सकता है
is
ये.
ticking. Waiting for the Nightfall to fade. The flash out sees no one. Close left clear, worried about long. Nats finding Mako, but it's Hyun Min
अरे
finding
नहीं.
himself the
स्लो
first
कर
and
दिया
Bane
खत्म.
to swing
6-6
deep.
भाई.
6
विंगमैन
to
वाला
6,
राउंड तो
neck
था.
and neck at the
विंगमैन
halftime.
वाला राउंड तो था.
A
MVP है भाई विंगमैन.
Impressive response once again, and an incredible half of Valorant. 6-6 as we stick it out. And honestly, the way that this game is going, it is looking like it's going to be potentially, Mitch, one of the all-time greats.
Certainly one hell of a start here on Bind. We've seen some long games, and if it keeps up, well, we might be adding this one indeed. You talked about the bounce back of Nats as well, and he has certainly looked good. But Tom, I've had enough of hearing from you. I want to go down to the main man who was up here earlier, Durka, who's standing by with me.
Et ai-je vraiment besoin de présenter la légende de Vitality, Durke, qui m'a rejoint? Hi Durke, welcome to Paris. It's a pleasure to welcome you here on Vitality's home soil. Thank you for being there.
Game
First of all, I think
guys.
the fans appreciated you coming here, even though you're not playing. How does it feel, you know, having people cheering for you everywhere you go?
Feels amazing. We have a lot of fans here, and even though we didn't play here, I think we got still a lot of support. A lot of fans come in asking for pictures, signature, and stuff. So it's like really nice. Merci les gars.
Merci les gars. And I think everyone is happy to hear this. Donc qu'est-ce que ça fait finalement d'avoir des fans qui viennent te voir, qui viennent te soutenir ici, même quand tu ne joues pas, et ben forcément leur soutien me va droit au cœur. Ça fait très plaisir. On espéra aussi faire mieux. Merci les gars, comme il le dit si bien. Second question about this match. I was wondering, are we rooting, you know, EMEA, or is there any player in DRX that you want to see winning?
I mean, always kind of for EMEA. I want them to succeed anyway. So I think my first initial prediction was like 2-1, but now it kind of gets tough, you know.
So you would say Liquid still?
Yeah.
Okay, rooting for Team Liquid. Du coup, qui est-ce que tu soutiens entre Team Liquid et DRX? On est toujours du côté de l'EMEA, donc on soutient l'EMEA. Thank you very much. Merci, Derke. And let's see if Team Liquid can take the win. Let's get back to the game.
Well, it's good to see one of my favorite co-casters down there in the crowd. We had fun earlier, and his predictions came through. He was talking a big game about Hyunmin, and that man has certainly delivered here today. I mean, just a stellar performance from him, but there's been plenty of heroes down on the server as we get into the Coinbase Econ report at halftime.
Yeah, for sure. It is looking maybe the most even you're ever going to see it. It's crazy as well that you think about how Hyunmin has been playing, and Nats is yet to damage him. He's just been flying over the top and is unable to really catch the man. It's like trying to catch smoke. He just disappears every time you get close. Even still, though, level at the half. And this is the map, this is the half where we talk about this man as the best in the world. Like, I don't think there's many arguments to be had in that respect. His positioning, especially towards that A side of the map, has always been problematic. But as said, the preparation we've seen from DRX going into this game, the difficulty they've caused with this comp, I am very intrigued to see if they can finally beat Nats.
Well, he certainly had a good bounce back, as we saw there in the stats from the previous map, where he was being shut down at every turn. A couple of rough openings, but for the most part, this has been night and day. Deep play from Team Liquid. Not afraid to get aggressive, and the full site's already cleared out. They're starting to get an inkling. DRX were doing something. There's no reason to leave A this open, so they expect the flank to be coming through. In fact, Nats expects the flank to be coming through. In goes the snake bite. He will be caught. Push up, but he goes watching his back. Team Liquid, a double opening, a 5 versus 3. They know that Mako's here as well. Ooh, but Nats has been tagged extremely low. It's an easy cleanup.
There's so much left to do. Not much left to do it with. The players in lamps are going to cause serious issues, and at this point, it's all about orbs. The clock is far too low already, and Marco, well, he's going to at least clean up a few, do a little bit of extra damage, but that is all she wrote. It will be Liquid taking their first pistol round of the series. We'll see if that is a turning point for them in this map. From what I've seen so far, probably not.
I have absolutely no faith. We've already seen second rounds go the way of the team who lost the pistol. We started it out that way, and for DRX, with the shots they've been hitting, I don't think anything in this match is guaranteed. It is a game of uncertainty.
इनकी जर्सी कोई और रंग की थी ना?
One of them being who's the best of his team, and maybe now
Blue
we've got
color
an
की थी,
answer,
I
but
think so.
who's the best team?
इसकी Team Liquid की.
That's still up for debate. Still up for discussion, still up for competition as Team Liquid 1 round up. This should be housekeeping. It should be easy. A chore, sometimes, but not a difficult one.
Pistol.
Well, they are currently walking into a
कोई भरोसा नहीं है, ये लोग
four-man
पिस्टल से भी
stack.
निकाल
Now
देते
the
हैं.
four-man stacks coming to them. The defense trying to put the pressure on,
तो
but
5
Kiko crumbling.
एस टीको का चिल्लाने लगे एस एस एस
इधर छुप के बैठा है दरिंदा
The crowd calling for an ace. I will say he is about as far away from freeing as humanly possible. He would have to have the greatest teammates on the
वही ना
planet.
opposite
I
side
will
में
say
पूरा
they can only afford one death here, so I kind of hope that they're not throwing their weapons away for him to get an ace.
Well, actually, Camo might not have a choice. He's out here on long. He's 7 HP. A single shot from freeing will take him down, and that's exactly what happens. Damage on to Kiko as well.
कीको भी खड़ा हुआ है भाई एस लेने के लिए वाला कर
Chance for the ace is there.
पेटेटिक ने मार दी
Patatek stealing the ace. It's poor for
ये लोग वेपन डाउन नहीं करेंगे ना इसके लिए
I don't think he can see the guy, but you know, I guess.
Never have shot.
Yeah, unfortunate. Oh wow.
वो राउंड भी बढ़िया था एक वाले में पहले एक इन लोगों ने वो करा था टीम लिक्विड ने वो गन उठा के भी लेकर गए वो भी बढ़िया
Most of the time.
Yo, Gio, you're the man. Wow.
चेक में
Turned into Waluigi for a second.
I like this poison orb. That's really nice from Team Liquid, using them to avoid the haunt that goes down early. Now Bane thinks that that angle should be clear at least for a little bit longer, and he goes down to Jet. Camo's there to greet him. Most of the squad of Team Liquid is there, waiting for that peak.
आप कब सोते हो
All the while they drag these rotates from DRX towards the B side, a mass exodus of A, and they can just go walking back. The space hasn't been taken up. There are players outside A, but no one has filled it in.
सुबह के 5-6 बजे भी आपको मिल जाती है
He is tagged so desperately low, so
अभी
it's not like
मंजुलिका
he
का
can
काम
now
होता है
go
ना
jumping,
12 बजे के
jiggle
बाद नो
peeking, swinging
कॉन्टेक्ट
angles because
कोई
a
भी कॉल
stray
करेगा
bullet.
नहीं उठाऊंगी मैं
Hell, even the
Mira.
Tiger could take him out at this stage.
only
He's got to be
मंजुलिका
incredibly careful, and that's not really what
मंजुलिका
is needed. In fact, they've had to
मेरा
gamble a second player over to the side of the map.
देखिए मेरा
Well,
कॉल
the
में उठाएगा
Tiger's not going to finish him off.
एनबी भाई
See
आप
if
क्या
somebody on the
करते हो
Liquid
आप भी
roster will.
स्ट्रीमर हो या कुछ जॉब
Fangs didn't
अरे
find it.
अंबानी के बाद एनबी
They're going to be aware of this position.
क्या लगता है
His best
मेरे
player
पास आते होंगे मालिक
try to
कुछ
take
काम
advantage of the
मालिक कुछ कर
Hope
दो
that Liquid try
मालिक
to respond to the
आपको
retake by
कुछ हुआ
pushing
तो
into his space. They can
सिग्नल
land
के
that
बाहर
shot.
मिल जाओगे
But it's a passive play
सिग्नल के
from
बाहर
Team
हुआ
Liquid. Not much utility left, and I think that's certainly of note
मतलब
at this
गरीबों
point.
में
Most
दान
plan
करने
isn't
के लिए
really
वो
that much of
पूरा
an
नहीं
option,
बोल
not
रहा है
as deep
जानती हूँ मैं
as we'll see with this comp a little
इडली
bit
खाते
later
हुए
on,
दिख
I'd
जाओगे
imagine. But
इडली
Camo does
देख
well
रहे
to
हो
find not their first of the round, but their first of the retake. A 3 versus 5.
भाई कोई कभी टाइम आएगा मराठी लोग भी लाइक मराठी बोलने के साथ साउथ इंडियन कैसे खा रहे हो भाई इडली वगैरह वड़ा पाव खाओ सॉरी सर थोड़ा पैसा रहेगा तो जीते करना
It's kind of a brutal scenario for them.
मुझे
They
तो
get
मेरे को तो
absolutely
4
played
बार
by the
आती
poison,
4
which I'll say as well, with how powerful a post-plant tool that
मैंने
is,
4 बार
that
आधी
is a
सीखी
definite read from Liquid. That is them going, okay,
मराठी
they're going
सीखी
to
है
try
मैंने
and get
गुजराती
early
थोड़ी
info.
बहुत सीखी है
Maybe they throw that haunt up high, as we've seen so many times. We hide within
बाकी
that
सारी
poison orb.
सीक्रेट
It's not the same as a sky smoke falling
सेंटा
down, which is
क्रूज
a
में
very
रहता है
clear
भाई
indicator that that has been avoided.
सेंटा क्रूज में नहीं
हाँ
रहता
तो
हूँ
मराठी
कौन
बोलो
है
ये देखो मराठी बोलने बोल रहे इडली खाया है भाई पकड़ो इसको वड़ा पाव नहीं खाया अभी बता रही हूँ मैं चांद से कम से कम यार वो कंपनसेशन में क्या बोलते हैं ब्लैंक चेक तो फिर से मार ही सकता है साइन करके
one opening they had back into the site, and the second they lose another player, it's done. Like, you have to just
देखो ये
retreat.
लड़की को देखो ना
Clearly
माने
feeling the pressure a little bit. We've spoken about Liquid streaking rounds together has been a tough thing to do, bar that first half of this.
अच्छा लिक्विड अभी मतलब आगे चल रही है DRX ने टाइम आउट लिया अगर DRX का टाइम आउट इम्पैक्टफुल हो गया तो करियर खत्म पीकेम्स खत्म सब खत्म
Team Liquid has the lead. They've got their hands firmly wrapped around those reins, and for DRX, the fight back, it's not out of reach.
तुम बोलो
just yet.
मराठी बोल रहे हो
But with 3 rifles
मैं मराठी
saved,
बोलूं
they've still got a decent chance at
मुझे आता नहीं है मराठी
a mixed
ट्राई करो
buy
कुछ
or a light buy. They have a decision
काका
to
काय
make. How
पब्लिक
much do they
बांदिल की
invest into
बांदिल
this?
की
The ones with rifles, that little bit
मराठी
more.
में गाली देना
Some with
आता है
rifles
क्या
for the
नहीं
next,
नहीं
and does that mean a force up? Maybe they try the both.
एक ही आता है वो मैं नहीं बोलती
आती है बहुत कड़क कड़क
ये देखो ये गाली देता है ना अपने
That's the other
वो
problem
क्या
is
बोलते
you
हैं जो
save all
काम
these
नहीं
guns
करता है
and you feel the need to reinvest into your utility.
ये
It can
पागल
kind of create this offset of never really having a particularly decent buy. if you don't manage
ही
to
नया
make this
आविष्कार हुआ
work.
है
So
मराठी वाली
it's definitely put them in an odd position. The other thing as well is it's not like, oh yeah, we've got this ult that can pad the gap. This ult, there's nothing. The closest is going to be Marco having that orbital strike. If he can get either 3 kills or claim 2 orbs.
चलो मैं सिखाता
For
हूँ
the
एक चीज
defense, claiming
मूव
those
होता
orbs is definitely not easy.
लो
What their plan is, push.
सुंदर
Taking that little bit of extra control towards the A
दिसते
side.
आहे
क्या मी सुंदर
दिसते
क्या विस्ते वी
दिसते नहीं डी डी डी
दिसते
दिसते
ओके मी सुंदर दिसते आहे
दिसते आहे
Back into that space, steps hurt. They've made the right read. There's no utility coming
का मतलब
through.
सुंदर
वो गाना बोल दिया क्या सुंदर
नहीं नहीं इसका मतलब है तुम खुद को सुंदर बोल
अच्छा
Takes the battle to them and leaves
मेरी
Kiko.
तो मदर टंग है मराठी कुछ गाली सिखाओ क्या ना ना गाली नहीं
नहीं गाली पवित्र पवित्रता फैला उधर
Gradual fallbacks to Viper Wall.
कोई बचाओ आप
It made it look like Liquid hadn't a chance if they
फिर
went
से
there.
DRX वालों ने शुरू कर
So they
दिया है
have to go the
अपना
other way, and that's all part of the plan for DRX.
जादू मंत्र
As well, that I feel like Liquid's expectation was that was going to be a crunch. I think they put the poison orb on the TP, like basically just so that if anybody tried to get through, Nats could cover them. They were expecting aggression, just not in the right place. And once
तुम्हें
he
कोई
goes
मराठी
down,
पूछ ले तो बोलना
well, the rest
वो
of the
बोल
team
देना तुम
immediately
कैसे आए
pivot, and they are
ऐसे बोल
just not
क्या
prepared for the
तुम्ही
aggression of Marco.
कशे
Putting the
कशे
team on his back once
आहे
again,
हाँ
a vintage
इतना बोल
तो
दे
मराठी में
सामने
बोलो
individual brilliance.
माला आज
And while
खूब
some frustration,
क्या है
because as I
इसका
said,
मतलब
that was still the economy of DRX on the brink. Now they managed to win with what was a
त्रास
couple of
झाला है
pistols still there.
With some upgrades as well.
इसका क्या मतलब है
Bane coming in late. The sheriff here.
प्रॉब्लम हो गया मुझे आज
He'll make it out.
अच्छा
Sticks around for one.
माला
But he
आज
gets his
खूब
reward.
त्रास
Camo
चला
flying
है
ahead. Maybe expecting that the TP
कंटाल
already been taken.
आला
Either way, it's a mistake.
आहे
Nats with an op lurking
डाला
over the
है
wall.
मतलब
You do
कि
not
ये
see
बहुत
this
ज़्यादा
every
वो
day, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, he does love an out.
आलसी
But I guess his expectation is that
इसका मतलब है आज बहुत प्रॉब्लम हुआ है और
he was correct.
कान
He just
तला
wasn't
आया
in
है
the
इसका
right
कान
place.
तला मतलब इसका मतलब आज बहुत टायर्ड हूँ हमारे आसामीस में बोलते हैं भागौर जुगौर लगी है
This is the
मेरे को
classic. He's
सिखाओ
walked all the way up. That
बहुत
operator's
भागौर
still
जुगौर लगी है
watching
ऐसे
though. And that's taken out
अरे
Kiko.
अरे
लंबे तरीके
He's
से भी
managed
बोल
to
सकते
see a
हैं बहुत
man on the
भागौर
other
जुगौर
side,
लगी है
but
इससे
DRX are not looking to fight this. Not looking
आज
to
ही
fight
बहुत टायर्ड
that additional
हो
little
गया आज ही
battle
बहुत टायर्ड
over to Nats. In fact, he's going to go walking
मॉडर्न
through, taking
आसामीस
so
आज ही
much
बहुत
damage as
टायर्ड
he does.
मतलब
But
आज
his
मैं बहुत
goal
टायर्ड हूँ
is not to fight these players, it's to get into the
बोर
backlines. But
अच्छा
look how
बोर इसका
prepared
मतलब बोर हो
DRX
जाना
are
होता
for
है
this.
ठीक है
They now have players watching from either side.
Orbital strike going to completely deny the plan. Trek's taken down as well. He'll go down with the ship, with his wingman. And the
भाई DRX वाले फॉर्म से आगे दोबारा
all that posturing
चलो
leaves
लेट्स
them with nothing.
हैं इम्पोस्टर निकला है एनवी में बता
Trying to
रही
play a super late lurk, but
DRX से मारेगी देख लेना ये लोग भी मारेंगे देखना
बंगाली में आप
Like, if
सुंदर
you start
दिख
looking at the
रहे हो
finances
तो
of Liquid
कैसे
holding
बोलते
onto this
हैं
gun could make a pretty significant difference.
अपनी खूब
But that's a
सुंदर
solid round from DRX.
सुंदर
I
बोलते
think
हैं
bringing
सुंदर
the flashback operator in, like him just
सुंदर,
having
हाँ.
that element of maneuverability, able to put himself into positions to find those openers, escape, and find the opener again.
हाय मेरा लैपटॉप स्क्रीन टाइम 21 आवर का है अपनी अपनी ठीक है से तुमी मतलब तुम और आप ठीक है जो बोलना है तुम और आप खूब आप लोग का जैसे पी लगा के बोलते हो खूब को इधर बी लगा के बोलते हो खूब खूब सुंदर सुंदर स्पेलिंग सेम ही है AR के बदले OR सुंदर सुंदर आपनी खूब सुंदर तुम्ही खूब सुंदर तुम आके देखते भालो लागे मतलब तुम दिखने में बहुत प्यारे हो ऐसे और मैं आसामी से बंगाली क्यों सिखा रही हूँ
मुझे सिखा रहे हो ना मर गया
आसामीस में बोलते तुम्हें देहात बहुत भाल कुंदौर बोलते हैं हमारे इधर कुंदौर आसामीस में कुंदौर एस को ख जैसा प्रोनाउंस करते जब उसके बाद एच लगता है सुंदर कुंदौर कुंदौर जब एस के बाद एच लगता है आसामीस में वो एस की जगह के टाइप प्रोनाउंस होने लगता है कुंदौर आपकी मदर टंग क्या है मैं आसामीस हूँ यार आती अहोमिया ताया हूँ हाय DRX वाले वापस आ गए लेट्स गो DRX एज वगैरह मारो मुझे बस आमी तुम्हाके भालोबाशी आता है अच्छा आमी इतना बड़ा करके मत लिखो AMI आमी तुम्हाके ये ठीक है फालो VO क्या बोलते हैं VALO ऐसे भी लिख सकते हो बाशी भी BASI कोई बंगालन पता ली तो रसगुल्ला खिलाएगी मस्त
This is where you want perhaps a pause to come through. At 9-6, DRX did it, and they managed to course correct immediately. Now,
भाई आप भी सीख लो बंगाली क्या पता कोई बंगाली लड़की मिल जाएगा
I think in most people's minds, certainly look, EMEA #1, number 4. They are the favorites. They are the ones with the pressure on their shoulders. For DRX,
बंगाली लड़की कहाँ से मिलेगी बंगाल में ममता बनर्जी खुद सिंगल हाँ क्रिश के लिए मिल गया अरे ममता बनर्जी सिंगल है क्रिश हम्बा हम्बा रम्बा रम्बा कम्बा कम्बा इतना मीनिंगफुल बातें बताई डुम्बा डुम्बा बुम्बा बुम्बा समझते हो उधर कौन जाएगा जाएंगे ना पूरा पलटन लेके जाएंगे
और क्या तेरी शादी में तेरी शादी में बस के ऊपर मैं बैठूंगा
प्लीज फ्लैशबैक को मार दो कोई ऑपरेटर लेके बैठा हुआ है वो मंजली का चल जाएगी वो नहीं एक बात तो सुनी है मैंने बंगाली लड़कियां सुंदर तो रहते हैं हाँ सुंदर रहते हैं
In fact, he's the one with the ultimate, and that confirms no one's here anymore. The A side's the right place to be. Hyunmin starts to rotate around. He's not going to be here to help out with this push.
Good night, bye bye. Story so good. सपने में तुम्हारी ममता दीदी है.
Corner, Trex is stuck.
हम्बा हम्बा रम्बा ramba कम्बा कम्बा.
And you don't cross flashback without paying the price, but Bane in a 5v3 walks down B long. That's left the B side wide open.
3v4 है.
Thing is, Nats doesn't
बहुत
know.
मुश्किल है.
मस्त जा रहा है सब तो हाँ वही ना.
They still have to be patient, but eventually.
गाली छोड़ देगा.
मेरे को मराठी या पंजाबी लड़की चाहिए क्या बात है.
Having that dimensional drift available will be able to get themselves into post the bomb, not give it over.
बट मराठी लड़की के वो है तीखा खाने मिलेगा
वो he needs a kill and he'll find it. Now that's the showstopper. Immediately puts into play, but he's trying to find a target and he'll get it. Hyunmin down, giving them the advantage. Once again,
nice one camo यार.
Just the one standing, but that one is flashback.
Nice.
He's been a man to deal with, and a rifle picked up the remaining two. So passive, so patient. He's expecting that they're towards long, but both players are going to be swinging from the same position. The burst is needed.
एक round का lead तो मिला, but DRX वाले full form
Well, they don't let the lead slip. They will take it back with 10.
बस 3 round
जीत जाओ.
हमें भी बस guys 3-4 like ही चाहिए. क्या कर रहे हो आप लोग? Like free में आता है, subscribe free में आता है. पंजाबी लड़कियां भी सुंदर रहती है, खाना मस्त होता है. ऐसा क्या?
That single-handedly saved the round, and perhaps Team Liquid's life.
I bet आप लोगों ने आसामीज खाली कभी नहीं खाया.
One round in between them, but it's Liquid still in the lead. It's Thrash online for Trex, making a side exec much easier. And Flashback wants to get ahead of that. He knows if you sit back and let Liquid make the push, especially with Thrash.
फिर से ऑपरेटर आ गई भाई.
सोएगी कब तो ये बस ये वॉच पार्टी के बाद ही मैं सोया. असम में फेमस मोमोज कौन से हैं? असम में फेमस मोमो लोकल में ही मिल जाएंगे. डोंट गो फॉर लाइक टेट बेली वगैरह बेचते इधर. दार्जिलिंग मोमोज भी है, बट लोकल जो स्टोर है ना उधर मतलब बेस्ट होते हैं. स्टॉल्स जो बिठाते घर में बना के वो बेस्ट होते हैं.
The fact is though, Liquid really have ground to a halt. They're expecting.
तबीयत खराब है और मत करवा. सर्दी वगैरह लग चुकी है ऑलरेडी. कल मेरा ब्रीदिंग वाला स्ट्रिप्स आ रहा है. फाइनली मैंने ऑर्डर कर दिया अपने लिए कुछ.
Ready to push on up.
दुर्गा पूजा में वही पहन के गए.
From DRX's perspective, this looks like a hit, but I think the rotate to B is far more likely. They'll pick up that spike and rush on in. Hyunmin finds one, but Panatek is good for the trade, and he's just a distraction right now. He's drawing their eyes, but DRX having full rotated. They've left Mako on this side of the map. Bane's been holding on to control of B long. They're suspicious of this play, and rightfully so. Bane will find his reward. Mako needs to be patient. Play this one.
हाय कवर अप कर रहे हैं DRX वाले फुल कवर अप झोल मोमो है हमारे यहाँ कोलकाता में थालमुरी पुचका झोल मोमो ये सब बंगाली वो सब है
It's DRX.
झोल मोमो
Neck and neck again.
आप लोग को लग रहा होगा झोल हो गया पर नहीं वो सूप में डिप करके देते हैं आपको मोमो झोल नहीं झोल हाँ वो झोल झोल मतलब अंजा हम लोग इधर अंजा बोलते अंजा मतलब करी झोल मतलब करी
वो हमने वो क्या बोलते गन्ने का जूस करने निकाला वो
गन्ने का जूस कुहियार और रॉक हम लोग बोलते कुहियार और रॉक
Liquid will take a pause, and I want to give context as well of what the loser has to deal with.
ठीक है देखता हूँ इधर मिलता है क्या
The
अच्छा
previous champion's winner. That's what happens if you lose. If you take a defeat, you go up against
उन्होंने झोल ही समझ लिया
of EDG.
भाई कितना क्लोज जाएगा ये टीम लिक्विड
The number one seed, they've looked great
जागो
regionally.
बंगाल में रहना चालू करोगे तो ठीक हो जाएगा 3 साल में आइए
Definitely a tough time for them.
क्रिश के लिए एक लड़की ढूंढी मैंने अल्टीमस पूछो कौन
Completely confident in either team
बेस्ट
falling
गर्ल
into
इन
that
द
low bracket
वर्ल्ड ढूंढा है मैंने क्रिश के लिए
when they're up against
चुपचाप
EDG.
No, you certainly shouldn't be. It'd be a different story if they found their way down
मोमोता दीदी और कौन वो बोल रहा था बंगाली लड़कियां कहाँ मिलेगी मैंने बोला बंगाल में वो मोमोता दीदी भी तो सिंगल है हम्बा हम्बा रम्बा रम्बा कम्बा कम्बा बम्बा बम्बा बुम्बा इतना मोटिवेशनल लाइन है ये भाई मोटिवेट हो गई मैं आपने मुंबई का स्पेशल वड़ा पाव खाया मुंबई का तो नहीं हमारे इधर बहुत कॉस्टली मिलता है इतनी अच्छी लड़की ढूंढी है मैंने देखो गुड नाइट बोल दिया सपने में मिलने जा रहा है अभी वो बोला मंजुली का चलेगी वो नहीं मुंबई का नहीं खाया मतलब मुंबई में ही खाया हो ऐसा बट बाहर कुछ बना के नहीं खाया है मेरे मुंबई के दोस्तों ने खिलाया था क्या बात है भाई DRX वाले फॉर्म में आ गए मैं बता रही हूँ मैं रोऊंगी बैठ के अभी ज़्यादा रुला देना पूरा
अच्छा हुआ अंदर बैठा हुआ है
Might not be an advantage just yet, but it's a lot closer to it than they were just moments ago. The defuse already started.
जो मैं समझ रहा वही लिखा गया तो अल्टीमेट क्या गाली लिखी है
He stands in the open. They spray too low.
हो गया भाई 10
एनवी कैसा दोस्त है प्रियंका को बड़ा पाव नहीं दिया अभी तक बोल तो रही हूँ
अरे क्या बोलते हैं उसने
एलवी शेयर परमिशन फॉर वैलोरेंट वॉच पार्टी देखो T1 के जो ये वैलोरेंट वाले हैं VCT वो आप देख सकते हो उसके लिए आपको परमिशन नहीं चाहिए बस जो गाने बजते बीच बीच में हाफ टाइम के टाइम पे फिर स्टार्टिंग के टाइम पे ये सब में आपको लाइक हल्का सा कॉपीराइट वार्निंग आता है ठीक है तो ये आप वॉच पार्टी खुद कर सकते हो जो भी आप ओवरले वगैरह यूज करते हो फेस कैम वगैरह कर सकते हो आपको चाहिए बस जो टियर 2 होते हैं गेम चेंजर्स हो गया फिर VCT चैलेंजर्स हो गया उसके लिए आपको परमिशन चाहिए
देखो नीरज भाई उसका बना हुआ वड़ा पाव एकदम बेस्ट ठीक है सारे वड़ा पाव ठीक है लगते हैं तो बोलने की बात
तो T2 T1 के लिए आपको परमिशन चाहिए होता है फॉर्म वगैरह वो लोग स्ट्रीम पे प्रोवाइड करते हैं गेम चेंजर्स ये सब का बाकी ये आप देख सकते हो कभी भी ओके राइट विल सी मैं तो क्या बोलते हैं कितने महीने हो गए मैं कर रही हूँ स्टेजेस भी देखती हूँ मैं तो इम्पोर्टेंट मैचेस वगैरह देखती हूँ आप अभी फिलहाल अपनी बंगाली प्रोनाउंसिएशन पे काम करो या
Nats with the pit and the spike wasn't necessarily committed to this side of the map. In fact, it's incredibly far away. It'll have to be a little bit perplexing to the other side. In
थैंक यू
fact,
फॉर द
they are
इन्फॉर्मेशन।
now
वेलकम
gonna
यार,
take it to the B
आपको
side.
अगर
The
मन करे ना आप
Vipers
ये
here
देख सकते हो
ended up
बिंदास।
just being a ruse, but that feels much more like a mid-round call.
बस वो लाइक मोनेटाइजेशन वगैरह नहीं होगा, वो कॉपीराइट वार्निंग आता है ना, वो पर्टिकुलर स्ट्रीम मोनेटाइज नहीं होगा और मुझे फर्क नहीं पड़ता इससे।
It makes it a lot closer than it might seem. Paratech and Camo have been able to tuck away though.
बाकी जिनमें परमिशन है ऑफिशियली, जिनको लाइक बीसीटी वगैरह के लिए बुलाया भी जाता है बिंग्स एंड ऑल, उन पे तो लाइक कुछ इम्पैक्ट ऐसे पड़ता नहीं होगा। गाने का तो उनको भी आता होगा, लाइक गाना तो मतलब वो बाकियों का है। हाय फिर से डिफ्यूज कर दिया मैच पॉइंट।
खत्म,
उया
लेट हो जाता है भाई ये
कैम्स के लग गए।
The maestro of Marco has manipulated them
दो
once
बार
again.
ऐसा
The last
करते
round he
हैं
sticks it from the very beginning. This time taps
ठीक
it
नहीं
and
करते
then
हैं
just
लोग।
almost plays the bait. His teammate goes down and they assume in
भाई
most cases
क्या लग रहा
not for the wrong of them.
कल मैंने व्हाइट लिस्ट सर्वर से ट्राई किया था ज्वाइन करने को, लेकिन अभी तो मेंबरशिप कर दिया है आती। ऐसा क्या बदलता रहता है व्हाइट लिस्ट प्रोसेस, बदलते रहते हैं हर एक सर्वर के।
The goal it took to stick that now leaves Liquid 2 behind. One away from showstopper.
Guys, come on, one more like for 30 I guess. जल्दी से कर दो यार, हम लोग 6 बजे से, मैं 6 बजे से बैठी हुई हूँ इधर, एक ही चेयर पे बैठी हुई हूँ मैं, और बुखार वगैरह तो अलग से सर्दी हो गया बैठे। हाय करियर खत्म, जीजीज गाइस, जीजीज
DRX
जीजीज
दो पिक की लग रही है।
नीरज खेला है तुमने? नहीं वो ट्राई कर रहे हैं सर्वर्स आरपी के।
नीरज भाई तुम्हारे पे वो है क्या आइडिया है ऑनलाइन?
गाइस खत्म, जीजीज होने वाला है अभी सीधा। कैम्स के लग गए अपने, फ्लॉलेस भी हो जाएगा आई थिंक। नहीं यार आरडीआर नहीं है। जीजीज गाइस, DRX जीत गई 2-0, क्या बात है। 2-0 आज दोनों मैचेस, मजा आ गया। बस मेरे पिकैम्स के लग गए ये वाले मैच में, बाकी मुझे पता नहीं EDG में किसको लगा था मैंने।
10 वाले में लगा था।
घर पे टाटा कर दिया।
नहीं
अभी तो लोअर ब्रैकेट्स में जाएंगे ये लोग। जीजीज गाइस, जीजीज, वेल प्लेड DRX, पैसिफिक टीम बढ़िया के लिए। मजा आ गया गाइस। W स्पेशली NRG के मैच में मजा आया, और इधर जो विंगमैन वाला राउंड था ना, विंगमैन ने जो वो क्या बोलते हैं बॉक्स से जाके उसको स्टन कर दिया था ना, वो बढ़िया था यार टीम लिक्विड का। विंगमैन इज द एमवीपी। W 2-0 गाइस, कम ऑन यार, लाइक वगैरह कर दो। क्रेजी गेम। हाँ कल गाइस मजेदार मैचेस है। G2 वर्सेस कौन है?
टीम हेरेटिक्स।
G2 वर्सेस टीम हेरेटिक्स। देखते हैं, मुझे लग रहा है क्लोज जाएगा एकदम, हेड टू हेड जा सकता है कल। और दूसरा किसका है?
दूसरा मैच है इनका अपना MIBR वो जो टीम है।
MIBR भाई, MIBR में तो आसपास है कल के वो मैचेस, बेहतरीन है यार, मजा आएगा कल। आपको क्या लगता है कौन जीतेगा फाइनल? DRX को जीतना चाहिए। DRX G2 नहीं तो FNC, इसमें से कोई भी जीते I will be more than happy।
सॉरी DRG उसके अगले दिन है मैच MIBR का, सॉरी MIBR
मेरे को हेयर टिक्स को देखना है, वो वर्ल्ड कप जीते हैं ना। अच्छा, ऐसा क्या? स्टेज 2 में उन्होंने इतना अच्छा नहीं खेला था। चैंपियन पॉइंट्स के 2 मतलब वो लोग पहुंचे हैं यहाँ तक। डब्ल्यू यार फाइनल विराट जीतेगा, वही ना। आरसीबी ट्रॉफी लेके जाएगी इस साल का नाम दो। वीसीटी का ट्रॉफी भी आरसीबी का ही है।
Victory against Team Liquid. First of all, congratulations. And we've seen Bain, your former teammate, coming back to step in for Paris. So we saw you having fun on stage. I was wondering, what's your favorite thing about playing with him?
I guess their energy when we play
FNC का मैच 15 तारीख को होगा ना?
You're good friends with Hyunmin, right?
FNC का मैच है हाँ 15 तारीख को मंडे।
किसके साथ है?
Donc on a vu que Bain
RRQ
avait rejoint l'équipe pour les Champions Paris. Donc
ये मैच भी क्लोज होगा। RRQ किंग्स ऑफ कमबैक है यार।
और BLG का मैच होगा 6:30 बजे।
परफॉर्मेंस एज वेरी अंडर कार्ड लास्ट टाइम। हाँ वही ना, एलिमिनेट हो गए थे वो लोग।
दोनों टीम अच्छी है, RRQ और FNC।
FNC और RRQ बहुत एकदम नेक टू नेक जा सकते हैं। चलो भाई, कल स्ट्रीम होगा। हाँ कल वॉच पार्टी भी होगी, कल दिन में देखते हैं अगर मैं करी तो। ठीक है,
तबीयत ठीक होगी तो कर लेंगे।
हाँ वही।
I think that's the most important part.
I agree with you, that's very important indeed. Et donc, on sait que la route n'a pas été facile pour DRX. On est qualifié en seed 4. La course au playoff a été compliquée, mais ils sont là. Donc, de quoi est-ce qu'il est le plus fier aujourd'hui? Et bah, tout simplement, le mental de l'équipe, on joue sans regret, on s'amuse sur scène. Et c'est clair que ça se voit. And last but not least, we had Crème Brûlée, the French dessert the other
Bye bye
day. So
everyone, good night. Good night,
Crème Brûlée buff, real, and do you want to have more French desserts?
Yes, I think it was a buff. Yes.
चलो गाइस, एवरीवन बाय बाय, टेक केयर, गुड नाइट सभी लोगों को। इट्स मी प्रियंका साइनिंग ऑफ फ्रॉम टुडे स्ट्रीम। बहुत मज़ा आया, सब लोग अच्छे से रहो, मतलब रेस्ट ही करो। मैं तो बोलती हूँ, मेरा तबीयत मतलब बुखार एकदम फैन के कारण चढ़ गया है, मेरा नाक बंद है, मुझे खांसी हो रही है, फिर भी मैं वॉच पार्टी कर रही हूँ। आगे भी करूँगी ऐसे ही। मज़ा आता है मुझे मैचेस देखने में, खेलने से ज़्यादा एक्चुअली देखने में मज़ा आता है प्रो टीम्स को। 5 घंटे 20 मिनट का स्ट्रीम हो गया इधर। बाय बाय गाइस, टेक केयर, थैंक यू सो मच इतना सपोर्ट दिखाने के लिए। आप लोग चैट में इतना सारा बातें करते हो, अच्छा लगता है। लाइक वगैरह करते हो, टारगेट लाइक का जब पूरा होता है अच्छा लगता है। और कोई मेंबरशिप वगैरह ले सकता है तो ले लिया करो यार, हमारे मतलब क्या बोलते हैं, छोटे यूट्यूबर्स के $100 पूरे नहीं होते हैं, तो इसीलिए मैं बोलती हूँ मेंबरशिप। वरना मैं तो भाई सबको इक्वल मानती हूँ भाई, सब लोग मेरे दोस्त हो, अच्छे दोस्त हो, बहुत अच्छे दोस्त हो, पुकीज़ हो मेरे प्यारे प्यारे। डिस्कॉर्ड वगैरह ज्वाइन कर लेना, एक्सक्लेमेशन डिस्कॉर्ड, ठीक है। बाय बाय गाइस, इट्स मी प्रियंका साइनिंग ऑफ। आज के मैचेस बहुत मज़ा आया, स्पेशली NRG वर्सेस EDG। बिल्कुल मतलब पहला मैच तो उन्होंने पलट ही दिया भाई, अगर मैं अपने एंड से बताऊँ तो पलट दिया पूरा, कमबैक करके मज़ा आया। ये होता है पेरिस चैम्पियंस, जो भी है चैम्पियंस, ठीक है। बाय बाय गाइस, इट्स मी प्रियंका साइनिंग ऑफ। टेक केयर पुकीज, थैंक यू सो मच फॉर ट्यूनिंग इन, हैव अ ग्रेट नाइट। सो जाओ सब लोग चुपचाप, 12 बजते मेरा मंजुलिका का डील शुरू हो जाएगा, जा रही हूँ मैं।